Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni
lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih.
Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri.
Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain.
Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik?
Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif.
Alright, gang. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey? Check it out.
Mak, minggu ni Atuk nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Atoy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi, Atuk nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atuk faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah bro, kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, Aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan Dekad ini dekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula Amatur Kebangsaan Pro 2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's okay.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Bob, tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai, betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotype. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni
lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih.
Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri.
Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial. Mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain.
Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik?
Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif.
Alright, gang. Ayo kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Atoy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah saja 24 jam.
Tapi, Atoy nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus mara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum...
Tuan-tuan, puan-puan dan para penonton, Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kami ucapkan kepada semua. Selamat datang ke hari terakhir Malaysia Esports Championship 2021-2022 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Esports Integrated. Anda bersama kami, Asha Sleepy Godzilla.
Dan saya Ija Susuran, boleh panggil saya Abija. Asha, sebelum kita teruskan, Abija nak cakap lah, from the bottom of my heart, you look so beautiful today.
Thank you, Abang.
Kita secara kebetulan,
ya, kebetulan kita matching.
Matching. Okay, sebelum kita teruskan, Abija nak recap balik.
Okay, Abang.
Di mana hari pertama kita telah menyaksikan bahawanya Faith Lane telah pun dinobatkan sebagai juara FIFA 2022.
Betul.
Manakala untuk Dota 2 pula kumpulan Atlantis.
Betul.
Dan semalam pula, apa jadi semalam?
Semalam Homeboys menang untuk MLBB.
Betul, dinobatkan sebagai juara untuk MEC. So it's a good opening untuk Homeboys actually. Dan tak lupa juga tim Karaka dan juga Mikey telah pun orang kata dapat slot lah pergi qualifier. Dan apa lagi? Hari ni hari ketiga kita ni.
Hari ni lah. So hari ni, tapi sebelum tu kita nak bagi tahu sedikit lah. Sebelum tu kita umumkan bahawa Impact Malaysia sedang mengumpul keperluan untuk bantuan dana pengangkutan. #Impact tolong hantar. Dana ini adalah untuk NGO atau kolektif sukarelawan yang membantu mangsa banjir untuk kegunaan. Asya tersasar sikit. Penghantaran barangan sumbangan, kos pembuangan sisa banjir skala besar dan juga kos penghantaran sukarelawan pasca banjir. Jadi, kunjungi Facebook page Impact Integrated untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut.
Baik. Asha, jadi sekarang kita secara langsung tau. Jadi kepada anda yang sedang menonton, jangan lupa untuk tekan mana-mana yang patut dan behave behave. Okay.
Tak, yang penting kena stay lah.
Betul. Alright, so hari ni hari yang ketiga, hari yang terakhir di mana kita akan menyaksikan hari kedua Grand Final untuk MEC 2021-2022 untuk PUBG Mobile. Make some noise.
Woo! Asha punya pula.
Okay, jadi kita tak ada buang masa, Asha.
Sebab kita punya tim pasukan PUBG Mobile pun dah 16-16 tengah ready kat belakang.
Yes, tengah ready dekat belakang
jadi kita invite kita punya caster PUBG Mobile kami, iaitu
Cloud dan Oleh.
Oh, you ready? Hello dan selamat datang kepada MEC. Inilah dia Malaysia Esports Championship 2021-2022 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Esports Integrated ESI. Dan kami adalah pengulas anda pada hari ini. Nama saya Cloud dan juga Lee.
Oh man, it's an absolute blast to be having a cast with you again as well. I guess you could say it's really a great way to start my first cast again here in the year 2022. And what a better way to start things off is the MEC 2021-2022 to decide which team among our 16 here, by the way, who will be representing or at least going to straight to the qualifier finals for the PMPL Season 5.
Betul tu. Bukan sahaja untuk kejuaraan tetapi mereka juga ada slot kepada PMPL qualifier yang bakal datang. Satu slot sahaja, jadi juara akan mara kepada pusingan itu nanti. Tapi itu untuk kemudian. Kita nak cerita untuk hari ini. Sangat hebat dan inilah dia hadiah terkumpul.
Definitely for sure, but of course starting things off, we're going to be checking out the prize pool. First place juara yang kita boleh lihat kat sini will be taking away with 15,000 ringgit, followed by second place going to be 9,000 ringgit, third in 5,000, fourth place is going to be 2,000, five and six will be 1,200 ringgit, seventh place will be 1,000 ringgit, and 8 and 9 will be sharing equally with 800 ringgit, 10 and 11 will be 700, 12 will be 500 and 16 place will be 400 ringgit. So despite of whether the game process or not, at least each and every one of these teams will at least be walking away from this tournament with a little bit of something for themselves. But of course they want that top spot with that 15,000 and that slot to that PMPL Season 5.
Semestinya banyak yang akan dipertaruhkan pada hari ini. Dan jangan lupa juga, ini memang orang takkan lupa lah sekarang ni.
Betul.
Nombor 1, winner chicken dinner akan mendapat 15 mata. Nombor 2, 12 mata. Nombor 3, 10 mata. Nombor 4, 8 mata. Nombor 5, 6 mata. Nombor 6, 4 mata. Nombor 7, 3 mata. Nombor 8 sampai 12, 1 mata. 13 sampai 16 tidak akan mendapat sebarang mata. Tetapi setiap penyingkiran akan mendapat 1 mata sememangnya. Sistem pemakahan ni kita memang dah tahulah daripada dulu.
Ya, memang betul lah Cloud ni kerana because this is the more, you can say, it's a more traditional point system that we have been witnessing, especially during the PMPL. Although yes, there are more newer game format in the PUBG scene that we've been seeing for mobile and PC, but we're going to be sticking with this more traditional one. Of course, just to remind you guys as well, all amazing fans and viewers back at home, this is of course day 2 of the grand finals. But let's go through the quick schedule rundown here. So of course, starting things off, it's going to be the first map. It's going to be Erangel, the more traditional one here, by far most OG, followed by Miramar for the second map. Third will be Sanhok, and then we're repeating it back to Erangel, ending the day here with Miramar.
Ya, 5 pusingan yang akan dimainkan dan sebenarnya pasukan-pasukan ni mereka dah main daripada semalam dan bagi mereka hari ini adalah hari yang kedua. Semalam mereka main secara online dekat tempat masing-masing lah kan. Jadi sambungan mata daripada semalam.
Untuk aku.
Kan. Tapi nanti kita akan tengok balik Makkah lah.
Memang betul, ya. Yeah, but still, like you mentioned as well, and also what I mentioned earlier as well, day 1 has been played online, so they already some of the teams already have a great start, and we'll be checking out the score later on. But first things first, these are your team lists here. As you see, our 16 teams, we're going to be going through halfway, and of course, alongside me will be Sir Cloud. So starting things off, we have Agent in pajamas here, followed by Bayajina, C4, Death Silence, Dingo's Glacier, Dingo's RX. Woo! 2 teams coming in the same time from the same, I guess you could say, sibling rivalry here, Sir Cloud. We also have Farron Gorilla, who has also been here since the last MAC 2022, but of course by a different name, but same organization. And of course, for Ox. What about the next 8 teams here?
Seterusnya kita ada GGEX NBS Barus. Ni namanya panjang ni lah kan. Jabberwocky, kita ada MRE Victorious, RHG Icon, kita ada RMC Xavier, Team OG FQ, The Gringos X Toxic dan juga TY Xavier. Inilah dia 16 pasukan yang sebenarnya mereka datang daripada pusingan kelayakan sebelum ni. Jadi daripada banyak-banyak pasukan, potong punya potong, sekarang ni lah 16 pasukan yang akan bertanding semalam dan juga hari ini, dan kita akan tahu siapakah yang akan menjadi.
First things first, this is your accumulated score from day 1 itself when everyone was playing online. Sadly, like I said just now when Circle was explaining as well, I felt sad we couldn't see it, but at least now we get to see the kill score to see who stands at the top right now. And just look at the top spot. It's going to be GGEX NBS Barros here with a total of 77 points here. With, of course, they have elimination point of 37, and of course, that, by the way, that's a kill score, followed by rank points of 40. That's going to be top 1, followed by second and third place. Both sibling rivalries standing strong, taking through Dingo's RX and Dingo's Glacier with 55 and 52 points respectively. Jabberwocky in 4th place with 49, equalizing alongside with Agent Pajamas, RMC. Death Silence with 44 and Farron Gorilla in 8th place with 41.
Ya, diikuti dengan TY Xavier di tempat ke-9 dengan 41 mata. The Gringos X Toxic di tempat ke-10 dengan 28 mata. 4KOX di tempat ke-11 dengan 27 mata. 23 mata untuk C4 di tempat yang ke-12. Tempat ke-13 adalah Team OGFQ dengan 20 mata. RHG Icon di tempat ke-14 dengan 12 mata. 10 mata untuk kedua-dua MRE Victorious dan juga Boyak Jina di tempat ke-15 dan 16.
Oh man, that's an absolute crazy thing. Seriously, day 1 itself, I guess you could say we saw a really huge margins of a difference here. Like we're talking about like the difference between heaven and earth at this point as they take top spot with 77 points. That's massive amount compared to second and third place, with which literally there's a 20 points differential between first and second place. And of course, like and of course, since we're having this kind of point system as well, it's more important to when you want to have a great ending or a great finish, you must have a strong start. And day 1 itself, GGE has already been showing their mettle here. But let's see how they do in day number 2 here on the final day.
Betul. Kita ada 5 perlawanan yang akan dimainkan pada hari ini. Jadi sebenarnya apa-apa saja boleh terjadi lah. Pasukan dekat tempat yang ke-15 ke-16 pun boleh melonjak naik kepada tempat yang pertama juga sekiranya mereka mungkin dapat 3 chicken dinner, 4 chicken dinner, mana kita tahu.
Memang betul, yeah. Because especially since the point system is everything is taken into account for, right? Kill points, placement points as well. Although yes, we may see a little bit more passive play from day number 1, which of course we didn't get to see. But that's because of the fact that people sort of tell themselves, okay, let's just try to play the points and try to play a little bit safer. But there are more aggressive teams really coming in. Because remember, a lot of these teams here, although yes, some are new and but also some are returning, But there are also teams that has also played in the PMPL in the previous season as well. So a lot of experience, a lot of years of expertise is being thrown into this game. We're not talking about the championship spot of walking away with 15,000 ringgit, but we're talking about a slot straight to the qualifier final of the PMPL Season 5.
Betul tu. Tapi selain daripada pemain-pemain kita, anda semua juga yang sedang menonton ni, kami juga ingin memberikan pengumuman bahawa Impact Malaysia sedang mengumpul keperluan untuk bantuan dana pengangkutan #Impact tolong hantar. Dan dana ini adalah untuk NGO atau kolektif sukarelawan yang membantu mangsa banjir, terutamanya untuk kegunaan penghantaran barang sumbangan, kos pembuangan sisa banjir skala besar, kos penghantaran sukarelawan pasca banjir. Dan kalau anda ingin mengetahui lebih banyak tentang Impact Malaysia ni, anda boleh layari link di caption live stream ataupun link di pin comment untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that has been happening for us for the past few months, or at least in last year alone here. So that's why it's really important not just only to look out for your health, but also try to support those who are also in need of your help here. But either way, this is going to be a fantastic first game here for the map of Erangel. Really excited to see how it goes as we kickstart here on first flight on our first game of day number 2 of the Grand Championship.
Oh, inilah dia perlawanan pertama, sebenarnya sangat-sangat teruja. Siapakah yang akan membawa pula chicken dinner yang pertama? Lagi-lagi laluan penerbangan bermula daripada Primos sampai ke Kameshki, satu laluan penerbangan yang semua pasukan boleh sampai dekat mana-mana. Jadi mungkin tidak akan ada pertemuan awal, melainkan kalau ada yang mahu kontes mana-mana drop spot.
Ya, memang betul. And also, Erangel perlu paling seronok untuk dan lagi ini, because although yes, this flight path in particular, Sir Cloud, is more, I wouldn't say like it's, of course yes, it would be a best flight path for some people, but to me and to some of the players as well, this is a more standard flight path that we have been seeing majority of our time, especially for these professional players in this tournament itself here. But of course, with such an ideal flight path for literally majority of the teams, they will be able to land exactly where they want to go and where they want to be. The only problem was, Sir Cloud, is that yesterday's game, day 1 itself, some consider it as a reconnaissance day for them, because to try to figure out where exactly they were going to land. Sadly, there was no vaults for them to really research upon, so they can only try to remember who they met in a certain wherever they dropped in. But just look at the current state of the circle here, we're going to the northeastern side here.
Ya, zone macam ni dia agak boleh scam jugalah. Kalau dia ke atas kawasan Seberni Stalber, kita akan lihat satu pergerakan besar lah daripada pemain-pemain kita. Kalau dia ada dekat bawah, okey lagi lah. Kalau dekat tempat-tempat utama ke, macam contoh macam Yastaya ke, ataupun kalau dia tarik pergi sampai ke school ke, masih lagi okey. Tapi kalau dia pergi sampai Stalber, Kameshki ke, itu lagi menarik. Saya rasa sebagai penonton, kalau dapat zone-zone yang jauh tu, rasa macam lagi best lah.
Memang betul ini, kerana untuk map ini, Erangel, is that the beauty about this map is that you can actually, most teams would prefer to play around the edge. Of course, yes, it's more ideal for most, and of course with the right logic as well. If you get a high ground vantage point and then you have a really good position, it's always great. And if you're in the middle of the circle, you are sort of guaranteed safety. But then again, many players though, not just in Southeast Asia, but even in the international scene, when it comes to Erangel, everyone likes to play around the edge of the circle here. Everyone likes to try to as many people off as much as possible. And since how far the circle is going to be, we're going to be seeing all this team who actually drop maybe a little bit more towards the western side to be a lot more relaxed, because they can sort of tell themselves with the map location and the terrain, they know full well there is some highlands, but not where they're going.
Ya, jadi kita tengok macam mana. Setakat ni tak nampak mana-mana pasukan yang membuat mana-mana pertemuan awal lah. Semuanya ada tempat masing-masing, bermain dengan agak relax lagi untuk zone yang pertama dan untuk minit-minit yang pertama. Dan kita tengok kalau adakah ada lah. Jadi kita ada Farang Guerrilla yang turun di kawasan Yasnaya. Sebelum ni Farang Legend yang membuat kemunculan dalam MEC sebelum ni, tetapi pada kali ini mereka ada lagi satu wakil, iaitu Farang Guerrilla. Farang ni sebenarnya satu clan yang saya pasti ramai kalau mengikuti scene PUBG Mobile tempatan mereka tahulah. Farang ni memang dia ada berbagai pasukan. Jadi yang ni adalah antaranya yang dan mereka berjaya sampai ke tahap ni, dan mereka juga dalam dia ada juga peluang untuk mendapatkan tempat yang pertama, di mana tiket kepada PMPL Qualify Finals tu yang paling berharga.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be. It's not just all the past achievements. It's whether they are able to carry forward. Because remember, Circle, these are the top 16 teams who went through their respective qualifiers to get here to this Grand Championship. If I'm not mistaken, there was a total of 200 plus teams join us during the qualifier. They all fought through back and forth. These are literally your top 16 here in Malaysia alone trying to qualify for that one spot in the PMPL. However, just seeing for some of the teams here, especially we know full well as well, this map in particular is massive. Vehicles become quite dependent. Most of the teams are quite dependent on the vehicles, especially for certain terrains, especially since they're going towards the highlands here. If they really want to scale up that hill, depending on where the final circle is going to be, of course. But I'm just saying, if it does go to the highland, vehicles starts becoming a priority as it gives them some form of safety as they scale up those hills.
Ya, sememangnya kenderaan adalah sangat-sangat penting. Harus diutamakan. Ada pernah saya tengok yang bila ada pasukan pernah turun dekat satu tempat, lepas tu zon tu jauh, tapi nasib tak menyebelahi mereka. Kenderaan tu tak wujud langsung. Daripada mula-mula jalan dekat tempat turun masa tu adalah kawasan Primos, lebih kurang macam Primos Ferry Pier, lepas tu nak jalan kepada zon yang dekat sebelah kanan bla-bla mention, memang tak jumpa kenderaan. Dan kalau tak ada kenderaan, memang susah sangat nak main. Jadi harapkan mereka semua jumpa kenderaan. Bukan itu saja, kalau boleh setiap satu pemain tu dapat satu kenderaan, itu yang terbaik lah.
And it also gives them multiple options as well. Like let's just say if all 4 people have a vehicle, they're not able to get to a ditch or they're not able to get to a certain compound, they can sort of form a vehicle wall to give them some form of cover. Although yes, there's still some form of risk here and there, but at least it's something for them to work with rather than having nothing to work with at all. And it looks like we can see from Team 8 here, 4K Jungs here, alongside Team 14, they're trying to get as much resources as possible. Because this is still the very first circle here. We're not going to be seeing much skirmishes or much clashes as much as possible. The teams are going to be playing a little bit more, I guess you could say a little bit, I wouldn't say passive, it's just the fact that since no one is actually dropped nearby to among each other, sure, we'll be nearby in terms of location and compounds, but not near enough to restart a gunfight just yet.
Itulah dia. Tapi itu juga adalah satu petanda yang baik lah. Ini memberikan peluang kepada semua pemain untuk turun. Okey, kita looting dulu. Nanti kita jumpa bila semua dah ada senjata-senjata masing-masing. Masa tu lah baru kita boleh menguji skill masing-masing lah. Betapa kuatnya skill mereka. Dan inilah dia pergerakan daripada pasukan-pasukan kita, di mana kita nampak banyak dah pun masuk ke dalam zon. Ada beberapa yang sedang main di tengah-tengah juga. Jadi kalau kita tengok untuk MEC ni, bukan semua suka main dekat luar ataupun bukan semua suka main dekat dalam. Agak 50-50 jugalah. Ada yang pada waktu ni masih lagi berada dekat luar. Contohnya macam Jabberwocky, dan kita juga ada RMC Xavier juga yang berada di kawasan Jogopur, dan mereka masih lagi relax dekat luar situ. Mungkin mereka bagi orang lain masuk dulu, lepas tu mereka masuk melalui hujung. Tapi sekarang ni kita ada pertembungan di mana MRE Victorious sedang bertembung dengan RMC Xavier. Tapi itu hanyalah tembakan-tembakan jarak jauh saja, di mana tidak akan mengakibatkan kejatuhan kepada sesiapa. Tetapi apa yang kita boleh lihat adalah Luke, dia telah menerima beberapa das tembakan. Okey, relax. Hanya 70% nyawa saja yang tinggal, 30% dicabut, tapi masih lagi okey.
Yeah, it's still fine as well. And the thing is, they're definitely a lot more alert as well, since they are, although yes, they are sort of in the compound, but it's more like a hut for them. It's not really the best of security, or at least the best of cover for themselves. Maybe temporarily, but they are still on high alert. Same goes for this team right now, Team Gringos X Toxic here. They are right out in the open. They know, they already sort of have already suspicion that someone is actually going to be there on towards that ledge. But he is sort of, right now you can see TG Garl here, or to actually just scout things out for the team, while his team is safely inside the compound, check things out from the other angles. He's basically going to be pushing forward, and he's also heard, even if he gets tagged or gets spotted, he has a lot to give some form of cover to get back to his team. A vehicle park in the compound as well, so if they choose to have a quick getaway, they can, and if they want to. But like I said, we're still, there's no reason for this team to actually take this fight head on unless they are desperate for points, and which of course kill points and place a point is the name of the game here.
Betul, sebab mereka bukan mula daripada kosong, mereka dah kumpul mata daripada semalam. Jadi mereka tahu betapa besarnya jurang antara mereka dan untuk mendapatkan tempat yang pertama. Jadi masing-masing pun dah membuat perkiraan sama ada nak bermain dengan lebih agresif, cuba dapatkan mata penyingkiran ataupun tak. Itu bergantung kepada pasukan masing-masing lah. Ini adalah pasukan yang diberikan nama sebagai Team OGFQ, dan kalau tengok mungkin ada yang nampak lah kan nama dekat situ. Macam kita ada pemain berpengalaman macam XR, macam Lyrian. Mereka adalah pemain yang sangat-sangat berpengalaman. Akan tetapi pada waktu ni mata mereka tidak terlalu memberangsangkan. Jadi harap mereka bolehlah bangkit semula. Sebab jelas sebelum ni main secara online.
Betul.
Jadi kalau main secara offline ni kadang-kadang orang akan dapat satu vibe yang lain.
You know, you're definitely not wrong, because like right now, even recasting here on the offline itself here, me just looking at the players right across on my diagonal side here, circle, which you can also see. So it gives me such hype and such literary spirit here to cast as much as possible, and it's going to be the same for the players here. They get to see their rivals, they get to see their expression, how they want to take this head on. All these are elements to amplify the fire and the adrenaline for this team to go head on. But looks like we can really see from Team 6 here, or at least RSG Icon has his eye on the prize. That's going to be Dingo's Glacier, which is of course taking the top 3 spot for the kill board right now, which if they can shut them down right here, they can deny this team even a single placer point, but also any kill points. But of course, it is choice whether they want to continue it or not.
Tapi cerita pasal mata penyingkiran lah kan, Leonard. Kalau kita tengok lah kan, dah minit yang ke-10, tapi tak ada siapa-siapa pun dijatuhkan.
Yalah.
Betul-betul semua pasukan ni memang mereka tahu macam mana, okey, kita jangan ambil pertarungan-pertarungan awal. Kita tahu rotasi kita untuk mengelakkan orang lain dan kita jumpa pada zon-zon yang seterusnya. Jangan bertarung awal sebab mana-mana pasukan yang tersingkir pada waktu ni tak akan mendapat sebarang mata kedudukan.
The thing is you're definitely not wrong for some of this players, for some of the teams to be playing slow, because you notice the circle went towards Stolber. Stolber, one of the few areas on the map here for Erangel, has a little bit more of a high-land terrain here. You can even see it right now, the mountain range which they have for themselves, and for the team to play with here. In other words, some teams, like I said, great minds think alike, and when they see this kind of map, certain circle placement, and of course taking into account the flight path, everyone knows for sure the teams will not try to push out the hierarchy because it can be quite the risk. They'll try to stick around and keep towards those, try to get those kills, try to get as much as possible. Any of the benefits, of course, is still high risk, high rewards, but let's just see how the team is going to be able to play around with here.
Betul tu. Jadi semua ada kedudukan yang mereka ada yang suka kawasan tanah tinggi, ada yang suka kawasan perumahan. Itu semua bergantung pada strategi dan juga keselesaan masing-masing. Tapi cerita pasal keselesaan, nampaknya salah satu pasukan DY Xavier kurang selesa dengan kehadiran Boyak Jinak, di mana Boyak Jinak melepaskan beberapa das tembakan tadi kepada arah pihak lawan, tidak dapat menjatuhkan sesiapa, dan kita masuk ke dalam minit yang ke-12 di mana tiada sesiapa lagi disingkirkan.
And speaking of which, we already can see some of the members from Foreign Gorilla trying to go toe-to-toe with the Gringos X Toxic here. Couple of tags, both teams sort of traded, now knockout for sure. And the thing is this, Aberdeen cannot afford. If he gets knocked down, there's no team members this nearby to really try to pick him up. But just for safety, one of his teammates already, if you notice on the map, got into the vehicle, is currently on his way to pick his teammate up, or at least try to be close enough to him where even if he were to get knocked down, he's still there to reinforce here. However, he only has sight on 0-2. He has no idea where's the rest of the members, but he knows for sure that they are not too far away.
Betul tu. Akan tetapi kalau kita tengok kan, Yololi, tempat ni tidak berada. Jadi pasukan ni yang kita nampak dekat skrin, The Gringos X Toxic, akan dipaksa untuk bergerak. Dan kalau mereka bergerak, ada kebarangkalian mereka akan jumpa dengan Farang Guerrilla yang betul-betul di hadapan mereka. Dan Farang Guerrilla, mereka bersiap sedia. Mereka membuat perpecahan 2-2 untuk menjaga sempadan bagi menghalang The Gringos X Toxic daripada masuk ke dalam.
Ini memang akan masalah yang besar untuk team Gringos X Toxic lah. But then again, like I said before, it's only the second phase circle, or at least the third phase circle currently. So the blue zone will not hurt. However, that is a very unideal. Look at that, as they were trying to, as Foreign Gorilla was trying to gatekeep 0-2s here, team. Coming from behind, it's going to be Team C4 with such an explosive introduction as they tag one of the members. Although yes, Mango did get tagged a little bit as well, but their threats was definitely more louder than Foreign Gorilla, forcing them to They are still in the zone here, but that gives an opportunity for Gringos like Toxic team members to slowly get into the circle, but they still need to keep an eye, and I'm not sure whether they actually spot out Team C4. But looks like we saw our first knockout for the game here.
Ya, kita dah nampak darah pertama sudah pun dicurahkan di bumi MEC ini. Mari kita lihat siapakah yang akan menang pertarungan. Tiada pasukan yang tersingkir lagi. Seorang pemain sudah pun disingkirkan. Kazue pula disingkirkan nampaknya. Dan TY Xavier berjaya mendapatkan 2 mata penyingkiran sebagai permulaan mereka pada MEC hari yang kedua untuk mereka pada hari ini. Dan kita akan tengok adakah mereka mampu untuk menghabiskan satu pasukan dan beralih pula kepada GGE yang ada di bawah mereka.
But looks like Team OG is also not too far behind on the kill score here as they're trying to take the fight head off. But looks like Team Faro Gorilla, look at this kill score right now, Circle. Already 2 members knocked out, a third on the way here. They're trying to see, they're trying to clean up the fight here. Faro slowly is making way through the compounds here. Do you want to try to finish off the remaining members here? Because all they got was a couple of knocks, but no kills secured just yet. However, Faro Gorilla, they're not taking, although as much as they want to get this greed, to get all these kill scores here, they just can't because right now they have team. But on the other side, we see a couple of clash here, and Team GGE is in his own personal scout tower, watchtower, as he starts sniping some of the members coming in, and it's going to be Team OG.
Team OG nampaknya nak berebut tahta Raja Stalber daripada tangan GGE X NBS Baruz. Adakah mereka semua pun diketahui beberapa das tembakan jarak jauh dikeluarkan tadi untuk menghalau pasukan Team OG FQ ni, dan mereka akan ada tempat masing-masing. Tapi kalau kita tengok dekat minimap, nampaknya zone beralih daripada tempat ni. Dan Nero daripada agensi Pajamas nampaknya sudah pun dihabiskan, disingkirkan secara langsung. Madnin yang akan mendapatkan mata penyingkiran itu.
Oh my God, despite all the action that we're seeing for now, all the skirmishes, look at this circle. All the teams that suspected that it will still be maintaining the highlands is now being forsaken by the goddess of the circle as he brings them all the way down to the southern side here. We still see a little bit of highlight towards the south side of Stalber, but I don't think it's going to be lasting that long. Just looking at the nature of this current circle. Now the other teams, just look at the rotation coming from all the majority of the team. They do not want to take this risk of the highlights because they have no idea. They may have suspected someone is going. But with so many teams having the same idea with the rotation, there's going to be so many clash. Look at that, one of them already got knocked out during that mid-rotation.
Betul tu. Sebab kalau mereka terus daripada sebelah kiri naik ke dalam zone, mereka kena daki bukit, dan benda tu orang tak nak buat sebab sekarang ni pasukan-pasukan sangat dekat antara satu sama lain. Dijatuhkan dan mungkin akan dihabiskan. Belum lagi YQT semua dijatuhkan juga daripada Jabberwocky. Mereka akan kehilangan seorang pemain. Dia pula dihabiskan secara langsung. Belum lagi ada pasukan yang disingkirkan. Masih lagi 16.
Still, the fight still going to go on. They drop a defensive forward to give them some form of cover, but they are securing the kills. They are trying to find a way. For a Gorilla, they're not out of this game. They see going for it. Couple of nades. Come on! Trying to flush him out. He's all alone. But looks like RNG on the other side are getting their respective tags and knocks at the same time. But looks like May, he comes in and finds both. Hey, and drops it down with a bit of a nade. He goes in for the kill. They want to get it all. There's still one member that's currently hanging in the back of the line. He's trying to secure it again for himself. Arbis, now the rest of the team. 24K Remox. He managed to get all the way to the back line to secure the backstab, Sir Cloud.
Rin pula rupanya jadi duri dalam daging, datang daripada belakang memberikan tekanan kepada Faro Gorilla. Faro Gorilla sekarang ni ada satu kejatuhan, tetapi mereka belum lagi disingkirkan. Apapun Rin selaku pemain yang terakhir untuk pasukannya 4KOX akan melarikan diri. Terlebih adakah dia mampu dekat belakang dia ada lagi satu pasukan yang sedang menanti. Rin sekarang ni cuba menjejak langkah pergi ke tempat yang lebih selamat. Terlebih adakah mampu? Setakat ni ya jawapannya.
Fight and the amount of scores, the kill scores they managed to secure for themselves, Danvik feels absolutely great. Sadly, they couldn't really finish out the United score, but looks at OG Lyran. 2 members with a beautiful name. Now that's what I call a hole-in-one for the team here. But then again, are still alive. They can still try to take this fight head on. However, congrats to Faro Gorilla for winning out that fight. They still was not able to finish out the last member, Rin. But, you know, 3 kill scores is better than nothing at all. But looks like Team OG Circle is currently getting the RMC.
Team OG pula akan bertarung dengan RMC Xavier. Dan sekarang ni mereka ada seorang lagi di hadapan. Tapi Rex akan tembak daripada datang daripada tembak. Datang lepas sebelah kiri. Nampakkan Rex. Mereka tak lawan Rex. mata penyikiran.
Oh my lord! This man Rex! Literally, I don't know why, but I can tell you that he's the most cheat for the enemy right now. He is buggered in the entire game. They never saw on the left side, and I can't believe they didn't even see him at all. He had the most beautiful flank of the century here in this second day of the grand finals. Unbelievable coming in for the team. But let's quickly shift our scene to the next fight, because not only are we seeing a fight between two teams, but we're having a four-way here.
Inilah dia Fatal 4-way. Dan mereka tiada zone. Mereka akan dipaksa untuk bergerak. Dan masa sama boleh dapatkan bom ke atas pasukan pihak lawan. Dapat satu knock. Terminta habis lagi pertarungan dekat sini. Agency Pejabat berada di bawah. Manakala RSG Icon akan cuba atas lagi ada Digos Glazer yang akan menghalang mereka semua. Termin zone akan mula untuk menutup sekarang.
Even Boya Jira, he saw the whole thing. He said, no, we're backing out. There's too many teams to take the risk. But he charges right into the fight. He kisses the vehicle. He's stopping back and forth to get some form of cover here. But he's still going to be able to sustain. Couple of tags. Agent Pajama just slowly pushing in. The APAC, he's literally an APAC predator. But let's see who becomes the hunter here. It looks like they will secure the necessary kills here. Looks like Agent Pajamas will be able to cover on top here. However, the blue zone is not too far behind and it's slowly catching up to them. Thankfully, they do have the darts to try to get them back into the circle, but it is smoking, Sir Cloud.
Memang berasak-rasak sekarang.
Digos Glazer belum lagi beralih. Jadi mereka akan menjaga agensi Pajamas. Tetapi masalahnya mereka semua tidak berada dalam zon. Digos Glazer sekarang, tengok siapa yang dekat depan mereka. Mereka ada RMC Xavier yang sedang menanti. Kalau mereka turun, mereka akan jumpa dengan semua pasukan di bawah sana.
Dude, there's even Jabba walking at the same time. They're all literally, they're literally sitting between a rock and a hard place. They never saw Molly as he comes in to clean up their edges. But he has to quickly get back to his man. Is in the cover. They have the highlands, so those nades will not be able to roll naturally towards them because of gravity here. So he's going to be able to pick them up in time and very casually. However, Mikhail here, only one man remaining for his team here. And even Team 10 right now, if you can see, it's going to be Dingos, RX, fully equipped, all four members very healthy. Powell, the Campbell, dives in. He wants to flank some space, but sadly one of the members will have to be abandoned here. So it's only going to be two members here from Dingo's Glacier to try to keep it in. But look at the flames coming in from the sideline. Dingo's alright, the sibling rivalry. But wait, did he actually see it? I don't think he did.
Dia tak nampak. Okey, dia nampak sekarang ni. Dia sedang menyiapkan bom. Mereka boleh kedai dengan depan. Terlebih nampaknya bom itu TikTok. Okey lagi, tidak mengena. Terlebih zone, lari ke sebelah bawah. Rupanya bom kena. Paul sudah dihabiskan. Mereka bom yang sangat cantik menghabiskan mereka berdua.
They chose to kill themselves. They chose to suicide because they do not want to give the kill points to anyone else. They told themselves this: if we can't get any more kill points, and we're going to be second. He chose not to give to anyone at all. And speaking of beautiful Kobe's, another one coming in for the final Gorilla on the other end. And looks like a team is definitely having literally in a pinch here.
Look sekarang ni menyiapkan bomnya tersendiri nak lawan dengan Walkie yang berada di dalam rumah. Terlebih dalam masa lebih kurang 6 saat lagi, zone akan menutup. Luke sekarang ni sedang mencari satu sudut yang baik untuk mendapatkan musuhnya, terlebih tak jumpa. Dan pada masa yang sama, mereka tidak mempunyai kenderaan. Zone dah menutup dan satu pasukan saja yang boleh dikatakan bermain di lebih kurang di pinggiran zone. Terlebih kita ada dua pasukan yang selalu masuk ke dalamnya. Yang lain-lain masih lagi berada di luar.
This is so unfortunate for Team Jabberwocky as well. They were hoping the circle will at least stay towards the corner of their compound just a little bit longer. But since the circle has moved way towards the southern western side here, they're forced to leave the compound. But before they do, they're definitely going to try to clear out Team RMC. But the other side, looks like Faro Gorilla. They found another team and they instantly almost wiped them all out. All that remains is dear friend Mango, who actually got knocked down here. Trying to keep the team alive, trying to sustain as much as possible. But the blood is in the water and the sharks are coming in. The rest of the team is coming to see whether they can get some of these kills. kills on themselves. Abis was able to find a beautiful position to quickly go a quick prep out. Funky doing his best to keep them in line, to slow them down. And look at the amount of kills he's getting. All the knocks are happening. There's only one more member remaining.
Dia 3-1 saja terlebih Farang. Guerrilla kita tengok mereka masih lagi ada 3 orang. Walau bagaimanapun Melhehe suruh pun dijatuhkan. Adibs mungkin boleh membantu rakan pasukannya pada masa yang sama. Zal daripada pasukan Dingus RX masih lagi steady. Mereka masih lagi berempat. Cuma perlu mengangkat salah satu daripada rakan pasukannya. Tetapi pasukan C4 satu persembahan yang sangat malatop. Mereka masih lagi kekal dengan keempat-empat ahli mereka.
Unbelievable. Looks like because with all this clashes happening, Jabberwocky finds an opportunity to get into safety. They also already saw the threat of the pre-smokes as well to get some form of cover here, but they're not going to be sticking. They want to tell the end. Oh, what a spray coming in from Arash! Big Hill never saw it coming, and even if he did, he will not be able to retaliate in time. But look at Adib. I've been constantly seeing the skills more. Adib here, Adib there, knocking here, knocking there, killing here. There's nothing to stop this man. And looks on the other side. Looks like they will able to get a decent trade, but looks like they all four will fall to the ground here, and they will be literally removed from the game. 3 teams remaining, Sir Cloud here, and only one of them will be walking out here with the winner chicken dinner.
Oh, lihat dekat sebelah kanan pasukan C4 semakin menghampiri para Guerrilla. Dan para Guerrilla ada 3 orang, manakala pasukan C4 ada 4 orang. Terlebih adakah mereka perasa para Guerrilla di situ. Arash daripada Jabberwocky masih lagi steady, masih lagi maintain, terlebih berada di luar zone. 25 saat lagi dan zone akan menutup. One sekarang ni sedang mencacikan diri mencari mereka musuh, dan para Guerrilla masih lagi steady. Ada kenderaan yang sudah pun dijadikan sebagai benteng, dan para Guerrilla melepaskan tembakan kepada sebelah C4, tidak dapat mengenai kepada pasukan pihak lawan, tetapi ini memberikan satu amarah kepada mereka.
Oh, this is going to be really intense as well. And the thing is, Arash hasn't really revealed his location just yet here. But the thing is, look at the current nature of the circle. The one who has the most control is going to be Team C4. They have their eyes, and look at one is definitely peppering down Farang Guerrilla. He even has the high ground as well. It's going to be a difficult skill. Farang Guerrilla needs to use all their wits and skill. They're dedicating a lot of defensive smoke here, or at least create a smoke trail to get them at least closer to the circle. But they haven't spotted that one. The only one who can possibly spot him out is Arash. One has no choice but to reveal his location to kill and get rid of Arash before continuing to proceed forward. But the minute he does, he will give an indication to Farang Guerrilla members that there is someone on our right-hand side. So we gotta keep an eye and be careful as we slowly scale this hill. Most likely they have to split things off, but Arash has to be the one that makes the change. So Funky was able to find someone and knock them someone down to the ground here, and one slowly getting closer to Arash.
Oh, Arash akan memaksa diri masuk ke dalam zone. Buat betul adalah Arash. Dia tak nampak. Dekat depan saya. Wan dan terledak Arash daripada Jabberwocky disingkirkan di tempat yang ketiga. Kini tinggal 2 pasukan saja, sama ada C4 ataupun Farang Guerrilla akan membawa pula chicken dinner kita yang pertama pada hari ini.
This is getting a little bit too close for comfort here. Everyone is in the circle. And the thing is, this is phase 7. There's still one more phase to go for before phase number 9, where there's literally no circle to play around with. Everyone is going to be right out in the open. But right now, Farang Guerrilla, the only thing they can say for saving grace at the moment is the current downhill descending hill ditch which they have for themselves to get them some form of cover. Thankfully, there's not much knees in the hands here of Team C4. If not, they're going to let out, they're literally going to rain. It's going to be a 4th of July at the bottom of that hill as Nate slowly rolls down using gravity itself.
Oh, tak banyak bom, tetapi kita baru saja nampak satu balingan bom daripada Wan tidak kena kepada pasukan pihak lawan, dan nampaknya C4 mereka ada kelebihan tempat tinggi, akan tetapi C4 mereka bermain dengan hanya 2 pemain saja, manakala Farang Guerrilla ada 3.
Yeah. Oh, this is definitely going to be a little bit more closer than usual. No teams is willing to make a mistake here, despite how close they are. They know the symmetry of the situation. This is the last day of the Grand Championship as well. Any kills or even placement points will decide their current positioning as it is if they want to claw away them up here. So now they gotta be really careful. Ablis, by the way, he did a really great job. He was literally prone the whole time, and he scaled all the way this close to the top of the hill. I'm just worried that one actually might spawn out just early, but thankfully for the Nate and the initial fight he had, he was able to hear someone on the right side, and he has his suspicion someone is there, and that's going to be one.
Betul, mereka sekarang ni suspek yang Wan ada di situ. Mingos mungkin tidak diketahui lagi kedudukannya, dan apa yang akan berlaku sekarang ni adalah Zone sedang memaksa Wan untuk bergerak dan mungkin akan memunculkan diri.
Oh, this is it, boys. This is the 1-2v3 circles all in, do or die in this situation. But one has a rough idea. He is securing the around the edge before going straight to the middle. They have the high ground. They know Team Faro Gorilla members has no choice but to scale up this hill because of the blue zone here. But one, Milk is a little bit too close to the blue zone. He can take a little bit. But Sing was the one. He's trying to take it out as he wants to try to check it towards the sideline. Ball down, one in particular, less than 50 HP. He wants to try to get it with the flame with a little bit too long. No chance had to go in. But he's he gets knocked down. May finds an opportunity. Gate goes in there for the kill and secure winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner. Para Gorilla membawa pula chicken dinner yang pertama pada hari ini. Semestinya ini akan melonjakkan mereka naik ke atas dalam carta keseluruhan.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be flat out honest. They really utilize guerrilla warfare for that kind of situation, Sir Cloud. But also a little bit of an unforeseen situation coming in from one. He was hoping that someone might come from the higher ground. That's why he stayed outside the zone a little bit to see he could tag someone down. But with Foreign Gorilla, they know they have the members. They know they have the numbers. They don't have to take any necessary risk. And the minute they saw one down, they say, we're going. We're right, shotty. I love how synergized and how clean the call-outs coming from the teams.
Betul, dan saya suka cara mereka bantu sama-sama lain lah kan.
Betul.
Kalau siapa-siapa terjatuh, mereka akan angkat dan mereka kekal dengan 4 orang sampai ke hujung. Cuma Mango pada hujung-hujung tu disingkirkan, tapi tak mengapa. Kekal dengan 3 orang, maksudnya mereka hanya memberikan 1 mata kepada mana-mana pasukan yang lain. Jadi impaknya adalah minima.
Oh, man, this has been a crazy first day as this. Although yes, it was a little bit surprising to see Gringos X Toxic to actually like a few of the other teams that we were sort of expecting, especially the top 3 teams, to sustain all the way. But no, it was a total upset. Everyone just literally kept getting gunned down or out position. That's why sometimes sometimes certain situation does come down to certain scenarios and certain situations. But either way, that was a fantastic game one. And of course, kudos to the team for winning it all here.
Ya, sangat-sangat menarik. Memang betul-betul lain macam lah kita punya pertandingan kita pada hari ini. Semestinya akan ada lagi aksi yang menanti selepas ni lah.
Oh ya, memang betul lah. Oh, wow. It's definitely really a fun thrill here, but definitely we're going to be, and you all get to see the highlights later on. But while we're waiting for the highlights here, let's just have a very light recap of what happened to the game here. In particular, Sir Cloud, was there a specific team that was doing a little bit more different than usual here?
Apa yang saya nampak, saya rasa yang menarik perhatian saya juga adalah bagi saya, selain daripada Farang Gorilla, mereka dapat chicken dinner lah kan, yang tu agak obvious lah. Tapi bagi saya macam pasukan seperti C4, saya rasa mereka memberikan satu persembahan yang sangat seperti nama mereka lah, C4 memang meletuplah persembahan mereka.
Yes. Oh, and also and the craziest part about it as well, since you brought up Team C4 as well, it was also Team C4 who was one of the few teams who was earliest to clash with Foreign Gorilla as well. Foreign Gorilla was actually gatekeeping Gringos X Toxic, but Team C4 came in to bail them out. Not sure was it with the intention of saving them at all. I guess you could say just like, the luck of the draw here for the side for Team Gringos X Toxic. But either way, the rivalry and the fated destiny rivals has already been decided from that early stage of the game. It was in phase 2 they were meeting each other already.
Yes, sebab kita tak tahu, pemain pun tak tahu siapa yang mereka tembak. Mereka nampak benda yang bergerak, mereka tembak. Macam tu je. Mereka macam tak adalah fikir, yang ni adalah siapa, kita nak, tak ada. Nampak siapa-siapa gerak, tembak. Sebab apa? Bak kata bahasa Jepun, everyone for themselves.
Oh, yeah. Everyone for themselves. I mean, it's not wrong. You're trying not wrong, but I'm more focused on the words which they usually say. My life for my country, or banzai, or kamikaze, all this kind of thing. Really scary thing. But that's the kind of thrill and honor which they really have for themselves. And then we can see it for some of these players here in this tournament. So sure, like I said, highlights. Here we go. He forgot to tell me.
Going to highlights, then he get the signal. That's why I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Because he said that he said talk longer, waiting, making highlights.
belum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan Esports, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro 2 siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak Toy, aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet isukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif isukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup Toy. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri isukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam isukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Bob, tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet isukan.
Atlet isukan?
Ya Bob, stereotip. Bila isukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri isukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri isukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet isukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives.
Good morning, she's more like good afternoon, fellow PUBG fans and players all around the world. I'm Lenny Yolali. Joining me once again is going to be the legendary and of course father of PUBG Mobile, Sir Cloud, coming to join me side by side. It's a grand and beautiful day, especially Championship Sunday, but it's final day to decide not only for the team to be walking away with 15,000 ringgit, also will be securing that one slot for the qualifier finals of the PMPL Season 5. Yeah, it's been a great thrill, but most importantly, all of this is thanks, literally all this event is an MEC 2021-2022. It's currently brought to you all by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, KBS, and of course, Esports Integrated, ESI for short here. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to bring back all these young, amazing talents here. And of course, the most important thing about MEC, for me, from my understanding, is that not only is it because you get a slotted quarterfinal for PMPL, but it's also creating new paths and new roads for all these talents, or old talents, for their new opportunities for them in the PUBG scene here in Malaysia. Yep. Yeah, and the thing is what, like I said before, right? It's all about especially when you have a kill, like having this point system for yourself in the PUBG scene, right? Is that it's always important to have a strong start to have a really strong finish. I mean, already I guess you could say yesterday's game, we already saw one of the top 3 teams, right? And of course, all those points is going to be accumulated today, but Farm Gorilla is not too far behind as he secured chicken dinner, and of course, getting a total of 26 points here. And just going down the list, we also have Jabberwock in second place here with 9 elimination points and 19 total points in total, followed by Team C4 with 18 in third place. Fourth and fifth is going to be by Dingos RX and Death Silence with 13 and 10 points respectively. Same goes for RMC Xavier with 10 to equalize alongside with Death Silence. We have TY Xavier here in seventh place with 5 points. And of course, Agent in Pajamas with 6 points itself.
Diikuti dengan tempat ke-9 RAG Icon yang tadi mendapatkan 5 mata, 4 mata untuk Digos Laser dan juga tim OGFQ, 1 mata untuk 4KOX dan juga Bonnie Dina. Jadi yang lain-lain di Gringos X House.
Yeah, and of course, while we're waiting into queue as well, we also see 9 players. It's going to be RHG Icon here with 5 points. 10 players is going to be Dingo Glacier with 4 points. Same score line alongside with Team OGFQ. 4KX Ox here with 1 point, singles for Boyagina, and our bottom 3 here with 0 score lines is going to be Team the Gringos X Toxic, GGX MVS Barros, and of course MRE Victorious. The games we saw in the first game itself, although yes, it was a little bit of, I guess you could say for some people, like even what Sir Klaus said earlier towards the first game itself, was a little bit of some could say a little bit of a warm-up round, but some of these teams, they know they cannot afford to drop any of these matches at all.
Betul tu. Nanti kita akan ditunjukkan dengan mata keseluruhan, di mana yang itu adalah yang paling penting. Lah kan, siapa yang mendapatkan mata, berapa banyak mata dan berapa banyak mata lagi yang diperlukan untuk mendapat tempat yang pertama dan tempat-tempat yang mereka mahukan. Dan inilah dia kedudukan pasukan kita selepas mereka bermain 6 pusingan. Yang ni termasuk dengan semalam masa mereka main secara online.
It's definitely, this is going to be accumulated points, just like what Sir Cloud said as well. But of course, right after the first game itself, look at just how much of a difference already. Our top 3, which we saw previously, has now completely changed. Death Silence is currently top player. Faro Gorilla and Jabberwocker instantly fly to secure the top 3 spots for themselves, literally kicking down both siblings all the way down to 6th and 13th place, which was just now Dingo's Glacier and Dingo's RX. GGE, who was previously the top 1 from yesterday's accumulated scoreline, is now currently in 8th place. That is how important those, not for every points that is accountability for, not just for the chicken dinner for first place, but also for the amount of kill points which they were able to gain for themselves. And of course, we saw from the past, whether it's going to be, whether it is PMPL or even PGC or PCS, we've seen that there are times where even though they may not have really good placement points, but with the amount of firepower they have and the amount of kills they're able to accumulate, can sort of balance out what they were missing in the first place.
Betul tu. Jadi kadang-kadang ada pasukan yang suka bermain dengan lebih agresif. Mereka nak berikan sangat-sangat lah kan. Sampai memberikan tumpuan kepada mata-mata penyingkiran.
Betul.
Jadi dengan itu macam apa yang Yoli baru cakap lah kan. Kalau mereka boleh kumpul mata penyingkiran yang banyak, kadang-kadang mata kedudukan tu macam dia boleh offset balik lah. Dan tadi pun kita nampak dekat dalam carta Jabberwocky, mereka belum lagi mendapat chicken dinner. Jadi tapi mereka berada di tempat ketiga. Jadi mereka ada banyak fokus kepada mata-mata penyingkiran dan menambah juga dengan mata kedudukan. No chicken, no problem untuk mereka setakat ni.
But also if you notice as well that even Jabberwocky in the first game for today of Championship Sunday, they may not, like you said, they may not get chicken dinners. They may not was able to secure much for themselves here. But they always ensure they are gaining something from each of the rounds. They weren't dropping like as the 15 or 16 or the 10 team. They are always ensuring they're at least top 8 or top 5 with a decent amount of kills. At least that way, it may not be a significant climb or gain for their overall scoreline, but at least they are gaining, they are growing, it's increasing. And eventually, when they do get the chicken dinner and the amount of kills, then they will say, our hard work from the previous round has finally paid off.
Kalau cikgu fizik saya dulu dekat sekolah, dia panggil tu sebagai momentum. Bila dia dapat satu mata, satu pusingan yang ada mata yang banyak, nanti dia akan semangat, dia akan cuba dapat lagi. Dan benda tu akan jadi satu momentum. Mana tahu salah satu pusingan nanti dia akan dapat chicken dinner, lepas tu akan mengejutkan semua orang dengan tiba-tiba dah ada dekat atas. Surprise. Kan?
Memang semua orang perlu lihat momentum dengan positivity lah. Because like if you see in a positive way, at least you can sort of tell yourself, I'm not in the lead. I may not be, but I'm not at the bottom either. But I am slowly growing. I'm really building my foundation. And when I get there, then those players, I can tell you this for sure, not just Team Jabberwocky, even for the other 15 teams that we have here, they will feel absolutely great. But of course, the pressure is still on the line where championship spot is still, although it's a 50K is a very nice number. It's a very nice cash prize for themselves here with an amazing prize that we have for this tournament. But of course, the real prize, the real goal here is that slot for that PMPL Season 5.
PMPL qualifier, pusingan kelayakan qualifier yang akan datang nanti. Bila tu nanti korang tengoklah nanti. Tetapi 15,000 bukan jumlah yang kecil lah. Lagi-lagi kita buat dekat KL Gateway Mall ni pada hari ni. Bayangkan dah dapat 15,000 tu, terus boleh turun, terus boleh shopping. Itulah sebabnya buat dekat mall.
Memang betul. Kamu tak cakap salah. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly jump to our second map of Miramar. Let's quickly kick it to the skies here, dear captains, because this is going to be our second map of Championship Sunday. And of course, we're going to the dusty map of Miramar.
Berdebu, berdebak, berdebing, berdebung. Inilah dia pusingan kita yang kedua yang akan dimainkan di Miramar. Dan lagi sekali, laluan penerbangan dia potong cantik. Dia potong cantik dekat tengah-tengah. Kali ni daripada sebelah Valedema sampailah kepada Kampo Milita. Macam tadi juga dia potong macam ni daripada bawah sampai atas. Semua tempat pun boleh sampai.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, right? Because like for some people, be like, oh, that's a fantastic flight path. That's the ideal one. Yes, if all the teams want to go to where they're going to go for. But for us, we have seen so many PUBGs. And at this point, even like the other casters that I know from the international scene, the only first thing they say is it's a very standard flight path. And I agree, it is one of the few standard flight path. It's only the more very non-standard one that we have been seeing that really gets us really going, and also puts a lot of this team in a spot where they have to make a decision. Like if I had to give an example, if a flight path had to be flying from Vildamar all the way to the south side of Porto Parasis, well, this team really have to learn to adapt to how they want to fight, because 16 teams and not the most fair flight path will not give them a lot of location to play with here. But look at this current first circle that we have. Just now in the first map, we have seen the circle going to the very northern side of Stalber. Now we're seeing going to the very southern side towards Los Higos.
Kejap atas, kejap bawah. Inilah dia kita punya zone kita yang tak boleh buat keputusan. Nak letak dekat atas ke letak dekat bawah. Tapi kali ini akan dimulakan di sebelah bawah, tapi masih ada lagi peluang untuk naik ke atas. Macam baru-baru ni kita banyak tengok juga pertandingan-pertandingan yang lain di mana zone baru-baru ni dia punya, tak tahulah dia punya algoritma ke apalah kan. Dia memang suka scam. Dia akan tarik jauh-jauh dekat betul-betul dekat tepi mana tu tak tahulah, tapi dia akan tarik jauh lah. Itu menjadi satu trend pada waktu sekarang.
Yeah, definitely for sure. It is quite a trend and a favor. And remember, the play style for Miramar, between Miramar and Erangel, is definitely a lot more different. Miramar is going to be definitely a more longer pace, especially towards the early game, compared to Erangel. And most importantly here, in Miramar, is they are playing the edge. Some teams will try to play for the edge because it is sort of a play style which they have mastered and are very comfortable with here, are more confident. But most of the time, most teams, when they play Miramar, they will try to get towards the center towards the circle as quickly as possible. Not just the center, by the way, circle. High vantage points, ditches, covered, give them some form of areas that at least that way not only will they have their eyes on the opponents, but they also have some form of safety when attacking them from that long distance.
Sangat-sangat setuju. Lagi-lagi kalau kita tengok zone sebegini, Cumasera berada di dalam zone. Jadi kawasan tanah tinggi dekat atas Cumasera, dekat sebelah selatan tu semua adalah tempat-tempat yang sangat-sangat best lah. Dan baru saja seperti yang Yololi pun katalah kan, kalau boleh dapat tempat yang dekat tengah dan dekat kawasan tanah tinggi, memang Mamma mia. Dan tempat tu adalah yang paling nyam, sedap macam kita punya makan tengah hari yang belum lagi makan.
Oh yalah, I mean later selepas ni kita boleh makan kedua-dua sama atau dengan player-player semua ni. So many potential and promising players, old and new, right to our right side. Let's be honest, Sir Cloud, during first game itself, especially towards when we're seeing a lot more clash towards the middle stage of the game here, everyone was hyping, everyone was screaming. I'm saying my heart was running. Sir Cloud, his spirit and adrenaline was literally going across the roof here alongside with me. We cannot. This is how much I miss LAN event for so long.
Kan? Dia yang penting adalah sebab kita dapat semangat daripada pemain-pemain sendiri yang betul-betul dekat sebelah kanan kita sahaja. Bila mereka jerit, bila mereka dapat rata, mereka wow, kita pun terasa dia punya semangat dia. Kita pun bertambah semangat lagi nak mengulas.
Memang betul ni lah. I mean, that's the beauty of sports or esports, right? When they cry, we cry. When they cheer, we cheer. You know, every emotion, all of us, whether players or viewers, we're all in sync here in this wonderful, beautiful community here. And of course, like I said, the father of PUBG here has always been streaming and checking out community events, and I really love you for that, by the way.
Jangan cakap macam tu. Nanti orang ingat saya dah berpunya, tapi sebenarnya belum lagi.
Apalah ni double.
Kalau orang yang baru saja dengar live stream dia kata, oh dia ni bapak, dia bapak. Tak payah nak
Malaysia je.
Tak. Saya masih lagi single and ready to mingle.
Kita dua pun sama lah.
Oh, ya ke? Oh, wow. Okay.
Of course.
Dah lama lah kan tak keluar, dia jadi macam tu lah.
Yalah, memang tu lah. But either way, coming back to the game, of all the fun of games, if you notice as well, right, although yes, finally it's the end, it's currently going to be the transitioning between the second circle as well. A lot of these teams, they started to plan how they want to position themselves. In particular, if you notice as well from Team 1, which was MRE Victorious, which is of course dark blue in color, if you guys can see on the minimap, they are trying to keep themselves as far, although yes, will be most ideal to try to position themselves on top of those mountains, because let's be honest, there is a nickname for that location between the two hills here on the roadside between Valdemar here and it's called Death Valley. The mountains are so high. The hills are steep. There's no way for you to climb out unless you have a nice foundation on the other side, but there's still a long distance climbing here. No one ever likes to be at the bottom of that hill. Thankfully, with the nature of the circle, most likely it will not shift to the western side. However, it does. Teams like MRE Victorious and even the yellow team who was in Chumacera is definitely going to have the full benefit of that high ground.
Betul. Lagi-lagi yang suka turun di sebelah sana lah kan. Mereka ada kelebihan untuk naik dulu. Jadi pasukan-pasukan lain yang berniat, berhasrat untuk naik selepas tu, dia akan macam, alamak dah ada orang di atas ke? Tak boleh nak buat apa. Mereka kena tunggu dekat bawah. Tapi tunggu dekat bawah pada zon yang pertama bukanlah benda yang buruk. Kadang-kadang zon tu pun boleh lari daripada atas, dan kalau atas dipaksa untuk turun di bawah, bawah tu ada buaya-buaya yang sedang menunggu.
So, and the thing is this, right? It's like, even if they want to run away, it is one of the options for them to run away. Like you said as well, it is the safest. It is literally the highest chance of survival here. But you know, there are just some teams where they just decide to play a more riskier card they have in their hand, which is crashing into the comp, trying to secure it for themselves. Of course, the viewers and the players, casters as well, we love the thrill, we love the action here. But imagine from the players' point of view is to make that kind of decision. I mean, sure, some of them are very confident. They are confident in firepower. They say, like, regardless of which team, even hell could be unleashed upon me, I will still win that fight. But the same goes for the defending team as well. So, you know, it's really a high risk and high reward, that kind of situation, you know. But, you know, it really depends on you. Like, if you were in their shoes, like, would you run away or would you take the fight head on?
Saya biasanya kalau saya main pun kan, saya akan macam okey, kita lawan je. Sebab kadang-kadang bila kita lawan tu, kita kalah, tapi bukan kita kalah, tapi kita ada kebarangkalian menang atau kalah lah kan. Daripada kita cuba untuk lari, bila kita lari kadang-kadang kita akan jumpa dengan pasukan yang lain, kena tembak daripada jauh, kena snipe headshot tengah bawa kereta, pam, habis macam tu. Jadi yang tu lagi rugilah. Jadi bagi saya adalah lagi baik cuba lawan, mana tahu boleh dapat 1-2 mata. Kalau kalah pun dapat culik 1-2 orang ke, daripada cuba buat rotasi, bam, habis apa pun tak dapat.
That's why kita perlu guna tim tolak dia punya motokan, langgar je. #langgar.
#langgar tapi kita tengok kalau mereka akan langgar ataupun tidak lah. Setakat ni masih lagi banyak ruang untuk mereka bermain. Tapi yang menariknya juga, kita tengok dekat sebelah atas, Team OGFQ, mereka membuat rotasi yang sangat-sangat perlahan.
It's a very safe rotation now, because and the thing is that's the craziest thing about Miramar, right? If you look, later when we see the map again, right, there's not much clear straight roads, or there's not really much roads for them to really get, especially towards the southern side of the island here. Really, there's only literally 2 roads which they want to take for. It's literally the safer from through Pecado or through Impala. There's still one more between Impala and La Benita if they want to take it for, but you know, then after that you start risking yourself from sniper campers or certain really good teams to have repositioned themselves in those highlands, especially surrounding the city of Los Leones here. So a lot of these teams sometimes have to try the risk and try going off-road. Teams like right now we can see from Team 16 here, which is by the way, Gringos as Toxic here, they are taking the off-road option here. As much as they want to go to the clear road, but they don't have to worry about bombs or getting their vehicles stuck in ditches, they might end up having facing like what Team OG was facing, which was previously not only getting tagged but also suffering from the zone. But like I said, this is still only second phase of the circle as well, at least the blue zone here, so it doesn't hurt that much. And OG had the benefits of looting as much as possible towards the northern side of the map here, so they will have the resources to heal themselves, to pack themselves up. The circle. A little bit of a sniper skirmish here on the hills of Miramar.
PY Xavier, nampaknya mereka telah pun bertembung dengan pihak lawan daripada 4KOX di hadapan. Hanya melepaskan beberapa tembakan jarak jauh, dan kalau kita tengok kedudukan dan juga keadaan geografi macam ni, kalau dapat knock pun takkan dapat pergilah sebab dia terlalu jauh. Apabila pergi tu semuanya dah reset, dia akan kembali 4 lawan dengan 4, jadi tak berlalu. Lagi-lagi sekarang ni kita masih lagi 16 pasukan dengan 64 pemain. Dan kalau kita tengok pun dah minit yang ke-10, belum lagi ada siapa-siapa disingkirkan. Sememangnya sangat-sangat mantap lah daripada segi kualiti pemain-pemain kita, seperti mana kita lihat dalam pusingan yang pertama, lama baru kita lihat darah pertama dicurahkan. Saya rasa yang ni pun akan lebih kurang sama.
I mean, it's definitely going to be very mantap if they can actually draw any first blood here. Because, but like I said before, Miramar is definitely more slower paced compared to Erangel, despite having the same map size, right? Despite having the same map size as Erangel, 8x8 kilometers as well. But the landscape here for Miramar the land area is way more bigger. We're talking about 80.59% land area and 18 towns. That's way more massive compared to Erangel, despite having the same map size, which is 8x8 kilometers. But look at the chain spray here coming in, and Chan was already. And speaking of first blood, there it is. You got what you wish for Sir Cloud. That's first blood.
Nama pasukan boyak jinak, tapi tak jinak langsung. Mereka dapat mata penyingkiran yang pertama. Hai.
Setuju lah ni.
Nama-nama ni kadang-kadang scam. Dia kata boyak jinak lah kan, tapi sebenarnya dia tak jinak. Tapi satu nama tak scam adalah tim OG FQ lah. So, dua pemain dia memang pemain OG. Yang ni tak scam. Pemain dia jujur sikit. Tapi yang TY Xavier dia pun scam juga. So dia takkan selamatkan siapa-siapa.
I mean, selamatkan mereka diri sendiri je lah, bukan orang lain lah.
Itulah dia.
Maybe he is saving them by keeping them in the straight way to the lobby. Don't waste their time.
Oh, wow.
Macam ni mah kita perlu fikir.
Wow. Dia macam taunting sikit lah kan.
Yalah.
Macam, saya save awak dengan jimatkan bateri. Tunggu dekat lobby.
Jimatkan bateri atau apa shame yang kamu akan ada.
Oh, macam tu lah Wow, okay. Mantap. Tetapi adakah kita akan lihat persembahan yang mantap lagi sekali daripada Jabberwocky? Tadi mereka dapat tempat yang kedua. Tempat
kedua, but from match number 1 they weren't able to get like they weren't hoping to get that top 3 spot, but nonetheless they still managed to get top 5 and a decent amount of kills to keep them in that top 3 spot in the major leaderboard here, which is really happy for them for sure. But look at the position coming from both team 1 here on the course. That's going to be team MRE victorious, followed by team Jabberwocky. They're both very satisfied with the hills they have occupied for themselves here, but looks like MRE was not going to be staying there for too long, because not only were they spotted out from team Jabberwocky here, but they don't have the necessary ditch or the compound. They have a hut. They have a little hut, but that's not going to be really helping them too much here. But either way, that's going to be a free loot from the supply drop here. Let's see what they got.
Okay, nampaknya level 3 helmet vest itu adalah perkara biasa. Dia ada ghillie suit. Jadi sayang sikit lah. Ghillie suit tu betul-betul sangat-sangat menarik lah. Sangat-sangat best lah. Lagi-lagi kalau kita tengok zone yang macam ni, banyak pasir, banyak tempat yang terbuka. Kalau ada ghillie suit sangat-sangat membantu lah. Dan Jabberwocky ni sebenarnya baru semalam lah, 2 hari lepas ke semalam, ada orang tanya saya, prediksi saya lah berkenaan dengan pasukan mana yang rasanya akan ada potensi yang tinggi. Dan sebenarnya saya rasa Jabberwocky ada potensi yang tinggi. Sebab saya pernah tengok mereka bermain di dalam satu lagi pertandingan yang sebelum-sebelum ni, bermain di kalangan pasukan-pasukan profesional dan mereka bermain dengan sangat-sangat baik. Jadi saya nak memerhatikan, adakah Jabberwocky masa tu semuanya online, adakah ada perbezaan sekiranya mereka main secara offline?
That's why I was saying just now during our intro, right, where there are new teams, there are old teams, there are returning teams, there are also teams that have been playing for the previous PMPL, right? Whether it's by the same name or the old name, but the players are still the same. The experience is there. Whatever they have, whatever skills is being carried forward. But looks like a couple of knocks here as you quickly go straight back into the fight here. So the team 2 was able to find team 10 here. That's going to be Sahil Dingo's RX here. Both sibling rivalry constantly meeting each other head on. And will be suffering losses. A couple of tags, a nice knockdown, but it's going to be in the hands of Chun. Ahmad finds an opportunity to get rid of Chun at the same time to equalize the trade here. Molly heals off, trying to drop down a couple of pre-fire shots. And look at that, he got all the headshots, but sadly not enough to go for the knock.
Dan kalau kita tengok lah kan, ada 3 pasukan yang berada di tempat yang lebih kurang sama. Dan yang menarik dia ada adik-beradik Dingo saling menembak antara satu sama lain. Baru saja cerita pasal TY Xavier, Nadim daripada TY Xavier sebab jatuhkan satu tempat yang berbeza. Hero hampir jatuhkan oleh iBoy. Lagi sedikit. Satu bom yang menarik yang dibalikkan oleh Molly, mendapatkan satu mata kejatuhan, dan mata penyingkiran tu semestinya akan didapati. Dan
now that's what I call a hole in one, ladies and gentlemen, because that was a beautiful Kobe. Very in sync, by the way. It was not just by Molly himself. Both Ahmad and Molly threw it at the same time, at the same angle, to guarantee that kill, because they know one day is going to go for the knock, One's going to go for the finish here. And the reason why they throw 2 instead of 1, they did suspect that someone might try to pick up their teammate. Just unfortunately enough, the rest of the teammate decides to play a little more safer, so they're only able to get 1 kill instead of 1 kill and 1 knock. But either way, on the other side, they're trying to equalize the scoreline here. They're literally hammering it down. Cool, Kido here. And literally Kido, my friend, you're not having a fun time because you're right out in the open in the sniper, in the dance of the lines here to get picked out here by iBoy2K.
iBoy 2K. Macam mana tah dia boleh hidup berseorangan sekarang ni, dah Arash cuba untuk mengambil It's Kido. Dah pun sampai. Nasib baik ada satu lereng yang agak cantik. Jadi iBoy 2K tidak nampak Arash dan semestinya boleh mengangkat rakan sepasukannya. Tetapi sekarang ni kita balik pula kepada Olong yang memberikan tekanan pula kepada pasukan TY Xavier.
Oh Lord, they're having a fun time trying to punish them as much as possible. TY Xavier, I mean, I guess you can say thank you Xavier in this case here, trying to sustain as much as possible, but eventually that nade coming in from Rin, not from Olong, but from Rin instead to go for the knock here. But there is the equivalent trade from the other side. Now he comes in. Right now, his teammates try to do as much of information gathering as much as possible while being knocked down and also try to keep himself alive as much as possible. Look at all the mollies, look at all the utilities getting on the other side. Literally, we're only in the beginning of the 4th phase and so much action is happening. Coming along, it's happening at the same time. Kimi on the other hand with a beautiful spray down alongside with Fu here for the side of Team OG. Chan gets respected. That's 2 knocks that Chan made on the kill score that we were seeing here. Maybe the same one, not sure. But either way, 2 man is down for the count in the hands of Chan here. But coming back to the current screen, we are seeing Dingo's Glacier here. Rivox trying to see if he can finish out the rest of the members of Jabberwocky.
Dan pada masa yang sama, Zone dah mula kejam. Zone dah mula mencabut nyawa. Dan Zone beberapa pemain termasuk dengan Mas daripada pasukan Team OGFQ. Dan Team OGFQ nampaknya berada dalam keadaan berbahaya. Pada masa yang sama kita nampak yang 4KOX dah mulakan pergerakan mereka masuk ke dalam zone. Semestinya zone sedang menutup. Siapa yang berada di luar perlu bergerak.
The beauty about this as well is the fact that although yes, it seems like they are playing on the edge right circle, but actually initially the circle wasn't really at the edge at the time. They were having the beauty for the high ground, but they decided to stay there a little bit longer to gatekeep any teams coming in, and it's paying off for so many of them was for their own fate. For example, for XKOX, they were on the high ground. They were comfortable. They took a little bit too many losses, take on too many fights out in the open here, and no choice but to fall back. They did suffer a couple of losses here, but same goes to Team OG, but they got a couple of kills. Ours in particular, Team Jabberwocky lost 2 members here, and Ours not having a fun time here. He did get a couple of tags, but not as his teammate Mar. They're coming in, but Team OG. As he sprays it, trying to go for a drive-through by here. They're trying to go down for the count. Plus, wipes out Team OGFQ.
Apa yang saya katakan, Jabberwocky, inilah sebabnya kenapa mereka ada potensi yang tinggi. Kita dapat dengan 2 orang saja, tapi sekarang dia Arash pula dalam keadaan bahaya. Semua tayar dah pun dipancingkan. Arash dah lari ke mana dah. Arash oleh pasukan pihak lawan daripada RJ Icon.
Alamani! After such a play for that 2v3, but so much blood has been spilled in the water. The Sharks came in, and that's going to be the hand of our XKOX here as they picked up them all casually at the sideline. What's even worse, Arash Vika, as he was descending the hill, lost 1 wheel, lost control, lost the 2nd wheel after that, and the buggy was burning. Arash was a sitting duck, and there's nothing else he could do about it. But sadly, that is going to be the end for Team Jabberwocky. But a really great play that we saw there shutting down Team OG before leaving their mark here.
Betul, 2 orang lawan dengan 3 dan bukan itu saja, mereka berada di sebelah bawah dan Team OG ada di atas, kelebihan pada Team OG, tapi mereka dengan hanya berdua saja dapat meratakan Team OG. Tetapi sekarang ni kita balik pula kepada MRE Victorious, akan berhadapan dengan Death Silence, tetapi ada jalan raya memisahkan mereka, akan tetapi tinggal lagi 10 saat dan zona akan tutup.
But if you think about it this way as well, it is a beautiful opportunity for them to try to shut them down. But look at the other side, MRE Victorious is already having a tough time as how the members are already getting knocked down. 0-2 on the other side was able to explode, come out. Oh my god, definitely didn't see the cover. But Iron Boy, despite having some members knocked down, they were able to equalize and trade and keep them alive in this game. But they also have to stay alive to pick up their fallen teammate. But looks like who joined in the fray here. That's gonna be Farah Gorilla here as he want to try to melt them down. As much as possible, but Luffy coming in with a big go will blow out the vehicle and alongside his enemy as well. Sadly, not enough time. He gets knocked out and really removed from the game.
Oh, malang sekali The Gringos X Toxic baru saja mendapat satu mata penyingkiran, terlebih selepas tu disingkirkan pula oleh Zone. Zone betul-betul sangat kejam sekarang ni. 10 lagi pasukan sedang bertanding untuk winner-winner chicken dinner kita yang kedua pada hari ini. Dikeluarkan dan nampaknya MRE victorious dalam keadaan bahaya. Kini masih lagi berada di luar zone dan semua diratakan oleh Death Silence.
Oh my lord, it was Turkey shooting on the field, by the way, Circle. 3 teams was hammering on MRE victorious because they know if the kill score has to go to somebody, it had to be their own team. But now the next fight continues to pursue on as more teams are going to be clashing for it. Baron Gorilla, a little bit stuck between the rock and a hard place. More nades are coming in. They're dropping in a couple of defensive utilities and defensive smoke to get some form of cover, or they try to get them, buy them some time to get a little bit closer to the circle. They're hoping for their silence to meet out with Dingo's in lines outside, but sadly the nade comes in and they finally sees each other. But Tom, he's still so focused on getting rid of Baron Gorilla, but he's running out of utilities, running out of nades, drops the defensive smokes behind him for a fallback just in case he gets swallowed up by Dingo's Glacier. But both teams recognize that they sort of know for sure there's someone behind. There's only one more member of Baron Gorilla, but sadly he's not going to be able to sustain for too long. And Kim finds out deep and puts them down to the ground. One more member, one more exploded, and Baron Gorilla is removed from the game in the 7th place.
Oh, itulah dia pengakhiran untuk Baron Gorilla yang baru saja mendapatkan chicken dinner tadi. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan lihat satu lagi pasukan yang mendapatkan chicken dinner pada hari ini. Kita akan tengok siapakah pasukan itu. Dan Death Silence pada masa yang sama nampaknya Dingo ada bahaya amat serupa diletupkan. Dan Rain juga dijatuhkan di satu tempat berlainan.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit close fight as well. Liu, Team RMC, they have a view of the front row seat to the whole thing. Let's see whether Liu is going to be able to get an opportunity to go for a couple of knocks here. On the other side, Onyx gets one beautiful knock, but that is also going to be revealing his location to the rest of the team here. But look at it, GGE. Although yes, he is a little bit too far from his team here, but he is scouting towards the edge to the circle. They have a good compound, they have a good situation. Team 2, however, or at least Death Silence here, are trying to clear out the edges. Gets a little bit too much damage, gets a headshot, but no knocks. Unbelievable! Rio was hoping for that knock, but he will not be able to get it. One of his teammates, Tom, is down on the ground. No way for him to save it. They have no choice but to abandon their teammate. That's the call. That's the order. Now they had to try to sustain in this game as 3 more members, while the rest of the team are still very fresh with full 4-man. And Bond is going to finish on Tom. But Kim comes in with an explosive introduction with a nade to go for the quick knock of one of the teammates here of GGE.
Oh, dan kita lihat pasukan-pasukan sangat dekat antara satu sama lain. Salah seorang pemain sedang cuba masuk ke dalam zone, tembakan jauh daripada bom, cuba menjatuhkan wakil daripada Death Silence yang berada di seberang mereka. Dan Zeke perlu diangkat pada waktu sekarang ni. Zeke sedang diangkat tapi mereka perlu berjaga di belakang mereka, di mana RHG Icon berada berdekatan di sini. Papa berjaya untuk selip masuk ke dalam zone.
Bond, look, if you look at the current location of the map, right? Bond, Team GGE here have total control of their western hemisphere, their edge here. All they have to do is just try to clear things out, whatever they can see from the front, the left and the right. We saw a knock, great knock, but whether they're going to be able to secure, we'll just have to see. 4K Ox here only has one more member, 1 kill alone. They have 4 kills in total, by the way, but let's see whether 4K Ox can be the wrench to throw into all these teams' plan as he can try to backstab them. But then again, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. When I mean between a rock and a hard place, I'm talking about 2 teams full of members. Okay, maybe not full of members. One of them only has 3 members, while the other one has 4. But still, a lot of members for him to really go through here.
Itulah, saya pun terkejut macam mana Papa dia boleh sedit dekat situ tanpa diketahui kedudukannya oleh mana-mana pasukan di sebelah mereka. RMC, Xavier dan juga Death Silence yang berada di sebelah kiri, semua tak perasan Papa di situ. Baiklah, apapun kita akan tengok sekarang ni. Zone yang ke-7 akan berpihak pada siapa pula? Siapakah yang akan mendapat berkat daripada zone? Mari kita lihat dan nampaknya GGE X NBS baru mendapatkan zone yang ke-7.
Wow, this is going to be a little bit more tighter than usual here as well. The thing is, if you notice as well, look at the high ground advantage. Both sides has their respective dish. However, Team GE, they're slowly scaling up, but they're not going too far as much as possible because they notice the terrain is still not in their favor. But look at Liu, he tries to go for the flank with the back line. Such an aggressive push forward as well. He is risking himself for the team here. However, Sir Cloud, if he falls here, there's no coming back from it. But then again, a quick backside for the backline to go for the quick knock coming in for the side of Kim. A beautiful hit, no. Luke has diverted all their attention for an opportunity for their team members and the enemy to drop members of Team GGE, knock them down to the ground. They're still trying to keep themselves in the game here, Sir Cloud. I'm getting a little bit worried.
Oh, 1-1 daripada pasukan GGE dijatuhkan 3 game bersama dengan Jake sahaja yang masih lagi aktif to the place. Sudah pun dibangunkan. Akan tetapi mereka akan kehilangan Vox. Game mendapatkan mata penyingkiran itu. Rex sekarang ni masih lagi memberikan tekanan di sebelah kanan mereka, di mana Dev Silence turut berada di situ.
Oh, Rex, he sees him, he smells him as well. Thank God he has one more nade left, but that one nade could be the one. But Onyx finds Kim first. But the nade will not matter since the nade missed it entirely. Thankfully enough, his team was there to secure it, and he will get. Oh no, he's gonna damage him enough for him to bleed out, and he knows he's gonna be able to secure the kill for his team. Rex, no, someone's actually down in the smoke. You gotta make it. He made him. Rex, turn around. Rex was also the one who actually surprised him for the last game, but he currently missed someone who was prone right in front of him.
Ini namanya kurma. Kurma ada di sini. Dan kurma tu namanya Rex. Sekarang ni Rex dah perasan ada musuh di situ. Balik cantik daripada Rex menjatuhkan Jim dengan serta-merta.
Although yes, we talked about Kurama, but Rex still pulls it through with a nade anyway. A whole one, but here comes his own Kurama and 4K backs Ox. I told you, Papa will be the one to be throwing the wrench in the plans here, and looks like it's gonna be RMC to one member now. They still have 2 available. Papa's not having a fun time in the outside of the blue zone. It's painful, it hurts, it's pain, but he doesn't care. He wants to be a nuisance, and RMC is saying, get out of our back line.
Papa, jangan Papa jahat. Jangan Papa lihat. Dan sekarang dia ada kena lihat Papa yang kini menjadi duri dalam daging kepada pasukan-pasukan kita. Kita kini tinggal lagi 3 pasukan, 5 lagi pemain untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner kita yang kedua pada hari ini. Dan Papa, tak ada orang kacau dia pun. Papa daripada belakang hanya membalik segala-gala bom, membalik segala-galanya. Di hadapan kalau ada perabot pun dia akan balik sekali. Tetapi apa yang kita lihat sekarang ni, Mikia, dia ada 7 mata penyingkiran untuk dia seorang sahaja.
It's unbelievable how Papa is still sustaining all that. It's the 8-phase circle, and it's actually in the blue zone. Okay, maybe he got out of the blue zone. He's actually playing with the corner here. But it's still how long he can sustain here. Mikhail, RMC, because of one player alone, Sir Cloud, no one is making any aggressive plays because of that one bugger. But looks like RMC is going to be taking the gamble. He charges forward, feels minds, Mikhail. He tries but no! Mikhail won't be killed by the zone. The score will not go to anyone, but they still get it, and it's gonna be GG. Winner chicken dinner for Team RMC.
RMC Zekia membawa pula chicken dinner kita yang kedua pada hari ini dengan 6 mata penyingkiran. Tetapi Yololi, Papa macam orang perasan.
Ya, memang betul lah ni.
initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Fuh, ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni
lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih.
Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri.
Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial. Mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain.
Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik?
Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif.
Alright geng, ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Toy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi Atoy nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza.
nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap...
Selamat kembali kepada Malaysia Esports Championship 2021-2022 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Esports Integrated ESI. Nampaknya Leonard agak rindu saya dan semestinya serta bersama dengan Leonard kita saling merindui lah.
Of course, memanglah. We got a lot of secrets behind us after this. But anyway, coming back, coming back. Yeah, jangan beritahu orang, okay? Ini tak fair lah. But yes, still coming back to the start of the making. We're already halfway through here of the MEC 2021-2022 here. The game so far, I thought we were gonna be having a little bit of a slower start and actually towards the end. That's casual, that's normal. But no, things started hitting things up. Of course, as usual, like every early game, it's always slow a little bit in the beginning here for Erangel and Miramar. However, third map is on the map of Sanhok here. The map of the rice field here, it's a lot more smaller here, so we might see a lot more skirmishes as early as possible.
Semestinya bila map tu kecil, kita boleh bersedia. Kita perlu bersedia dengan macam-macam letupan, macam-macam tembakan, macam-macam pertarungan yang bakal dilangsungkan kepada kita. Dan apa yang menariknya juga tentang Sanhok ni sebenarnya, sebab dalam meta yang baru-baru ni kan, ada pasukan yang suka bermain healing. Mereka akan heal sampailah dapat tempat yang kedua, lepas tu berpuas hati dah. Jadi kita pun nak tengok juga sama ada ni adalah map di mana mereka akan bermain healing ataupun semuanya akan lawan sampai habis.
And it's not really their. It's not like because it's the best thing that we're going to go for it. It's not because the situation does demands for it. Because you must understand, Sanhok, despite being small, right, and despite and the play on low, though yes, it sounds like a contradiction coming from me. But the play style towards the end, right, towards the end itself, is a lot more similar to Miramar, where it's a lot more snipers based, a lot more who spots who first, especially with such a small map and many open areas, we're lacking of cover. Although yes, there's a lot of smaller compounds, but it's not that it's not very rare for the circle to really end up in a compound you're in. It always ends up being out in the open, on high ground, or low ground. So most teams just ends up saying like, you know what, I have like 9 med kits, right? I already sort of prepared for this kind of situation. I'm just gonna sit it out and wait it out and see who takes the win. Last man standing win. It's literally all or nothing for people who want to try to go for that kind of strat. Matter or not, it is a strategy that we have been seeing not just in Sanhok but in Erangel and Miramar as well.
Betul. Tapi kita akan tengoklah macam mana, sebab benda ni pun bergantung kepada sama ada pemain-pemain tu selesa ataupun tidak lah. Ada yang macam adrenaline rush, suka nak bantai orang. Ada yang macam kita nak chill, relax pun ada juga. Jadi dia pun bergantung kepada pasukan-pasukan kita macam mana lah. Tapi sebab kita ada di offline setting pada hari ini, mungkin semua akan macam terpengaruh dengan adrenalin semua ni lah kan. Macam dengar satu pasukan tu jerit, meja sebelah jerit semua. Kami mahukan lagi banyak mata penyingkiran. Jadi mereka akan bermain dengan lebih agresif mungkin lah.
Ya, ini ialah akan memang stress untuk semua player pun lah, kerana it's really like a psychological warfare that's going on at the players booth right now, because it's not like everyone has a designated booth. Everyone's literally seeing each other. They hype as everyone else is hyping. But when you're being targeted, when you're being gunned down or being hit by artillery fire from utilities and nades, and you hear the other team screaming at you and not with you, you then realize they're the ones attacking me. I'm being targeted. And the more people shout, the more people get aware. And even in the game, everyone is hearing all the action that's happening as well. Everyone's being drawn to the the sounds of the gunfires, and they want to get that kill because, like I said, this is Championship Sunday, the final day as well. Third map, we're already, like I said, halfway through. We had 2 more maps. Including we had 3 more maps, including Sanhok, before the end of today. So there's only 3 more chances for these top 16 teams to rack up as much as possible to accumulate those points to get top 1 for the leaderboard.
Wow, cepatnya masa lalu.
Memang cepat.
Bila sebut tadi baru macam, oh yelah kita dah separuh dah ni. Nak masuk ke dalam Sanhok ni dah separuh masa. Dan sememangnya masa berlalu dengan cepat apabila kita tengok persembahan yang sangat-sangat menarik daripada pemain-pemain kita. Memang gameplay yang sangat menarik. Cuma satu sajalah yang saya nampak daripada game yang pertama dengan game yang kedua tu sama. Iaitu ada pemain yang tak akan nampak pemain yang lain. Dia akan macam, kita nampak tapi dia macam, tak nampak orang tu.
Definitely for sure, but let's quickly get a circle. Let's quickly get a quick skim through for the second game's scoreboard. Of course, this is not the accumulated leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. This is just only the score screen from the points that they earn for themselves in the second map of Miramar here. So taking first spot is going to be who, Sir Cloud?
Inilah dia, Death Silence. No chicken, no problem untuk mereka kerana mereka mendapatkan 12 mata penyingkiran campur sekali dengan mata kedudukan mereka. Mereka mendapat 22 mata, RMC Xavier 21 mata walaupun dengan chicken dinner tetapi mereka tidak mendapat yang terbanyak tetapi 21 mata okeylah tu, banyaklah juga. Dan 4KOX 16 mata, GGEX NBS Barus, nama yang sangat-sangat panjang, 12 mata juga. Dan kita ada Dingos Glazier dengan 11 mata, RSG Icon 11 mata, Jabberwocky 6 mata, Team OGFQ dengan 5 mata.
This is a really scary thing that we're seeing here. But anyway, coming down to the second half of the scoreboard here, ranked in 9th place is MRE Victorious with a total points of 3, followed by Equalizing the same scoreline alongside with 10th place. And previous first round winner Farah Gorilla in third with 3 points. Boy Ajina with second with 2 points on themselves. 10th place is going to be Green Girls X Toxic with 3 points. C4 with in 13th place with 2 points. 4th place is going to be TY Series 2 points. And our bottom 2 here is going to be Agent in Pajamas 1 point and Dingos RX with 0 points respectively.
Dan Dingos RX tadi mereka bertemu dengan Dingos Glazer. Adik-beradik sebenarnya yang menyingkirkan Dingos RX. Jadi malang sekali lah untuk Dingos RX. Tapi apa pun ini hanyalah markah untuk pusingan yang kedua tadi dekat Miramar. Ianya akan dicampurkan dengan markah keseluruhan dan markah keseluruhan itulah yang paling penting untuk menentukan siapakah yang akan menjadi juara dan turut membawa pulang slot kepada PMPL qualifiers nanti.
Absolutely, for sure. But the thing is, right, yes, I think like for first map and second map itself, it's a very clear example, especially between the clash between both sibling rivalry, both Dingos RX and RZ, right? It's the fact that the fact that they're meeting each other so much as possible compared to the other teams, is the fact that both teams have very similar playstyle. They were trained in this manner. They are comfortable with this manner as well. Each of the member is literally for multiple hours, sweat and blood, has already been practicing on the fact that this is the right way, this is how we're going to be playing it. That's why I'm saying, right, in this tournament itself, where we have fresh blood and old blood here, everyone is going to have their certain play style here. And that's how I'm saying Sanhok is going to be a very chaotic map for this 16 teams because there's no votes, by the way. No votes on how each other's play style is. Maybe if you sort of know the professional player, if you know the player by name, you'd be like, okay, he's an aggressive player. He's a passive player. But now he's in the new team. How's he going to be playing? Are everyone the same play style with him or not? So now in Sanhok here, how's it going to be here? Because most of the time we've been watching, it's like Erangel, Miramar. I love Erangel, by the way. So, and then suddenly Sanhok is like, how are they going to be settling this situation? Now the game plan for all these teams is how well are these teams are going to adapt to these other existing 16 teams on this map of Sanhok.
Betul. Walaupun mereka main semalam tapi mereka bermain secara online dan tiada siaran langsung.
Betul.
Jadi mereka pun tak dapat nak tengok secara keseluruhan macam manakah cara permainan masing-masing. Jadi mereka perlu bergantung kepada pengalaman mereka. Mungkin pernah jumpa dalam scrim sebelum ni ke ataupun dalam pertandingan yang lain-lain sebelum ni ke, kena buat homework, research berkenaan dengan cara permainan mereka dan hanya bergantung pada itu saja. Kalau nak bergantung kepada format 16 pasukan yang bermain dalam pertandingan ni, inilah dia satu-satunya Sanhok dan mereka betul-betul kena guna segala-gala ilmu ataupun informasi yang mereka dapat daripada tempat lain untuk beradaptasi dalam satu permainan Sanhok ni saja.
Yeah. It's and the best thing about all this, whether Sanhok, whether it's this map Sanhok or Erangel Miramar, is that the fact that the score itself is not set in stone. It's not like our usual where we see in PMPL or PGC or PCS where it's always like a 2 or 3 man horse race, or sometimes it's just a 1-man show, only topping that top 1 spot all the way. It's constantly shifting. It's changing. Teams are stepping up to that challenge here, especially during this final day. And that's what we love to see. That's what we both crave for, besides the BM and everything between the players, of course. But that's what we love to see. And the players, they're inspired by their rivals, who is currently right next to them as they play this game. But either way, coming back to the matter of him, like you were mentioning about the Sanhok and everything as well, what do you think will be the outcome? Is there a specific team? We watched first 2 games, by the way. We didn't get to see the VODs from yesterday because there was no VODs, sadly. What do you think, or which team is the strong? I know you mentioned you had the most thoughtful thoughts about Team Jabberwocky because of their history and what you've seen before. But after watching the first 2 matches of the other 15 teams, was there anyone else that, I wouldn't say overwhelmed Jabberwocky, but it's more like anyone else that you want to keep in mind? Like you sort of tell yourself, I'm going to keep a mental note on this team.
Saya kan ingat GGEX NBS Barus. So nama mereka sangat panjang. Bayangkan berapa suku kata GGEX NBS Barus. 9 suku kata. Wow. Tak selalu kita jumpa macam tu. Betul-betul nak bagi cabaran pada pengulas-pengulas kalian. Tetapi inilah dia, nampaknya Death Silence masih lagi berada di atas.
It's even from the last round as well, you saw them still maintaining the placement points, because remember, the kill score, not just the kill score, like the overall points that we're using is not only placement points but also kill points at the same time. And Death Silence has been able to match and maintain their status quo here, allowing them to still maintain their first spot here. 1 chicken dinner and literally a total points of 109. Now this is the definition of the difference between heaven and earth here. We're talking about a total score line of almost 22-point differential. Not to say they can't catch up here, but it's definitely going to be quite the climb, because Death Silence, they're not going to sit around and do nothing. They really are not, unless they fall out early, which will be very unfortunate for some of the teams here. Because that's going to be top 1, top 2, and our top 3 still the same, Found Gorilla and Jabberwocky, with 78 points and 77 points respectively.
Diikuti dengan Dingo's Laser dengan 64 mata. Di tempat keempat, tempat kelima TY Xavier 62 mata. Tempat keenam Agents in Pyjamas 54 mata. Tempat ketujuh GGEX NBS Barus 53 mata. Dan tempat ke-8 The Gringos X Toxic dengan 47 mata. 44 mata untuk 4KOX dan juga MRE Victorious di tempat ke-9 dan ke-10. RMC Xavier satu-satunya pasukan yang mempunyai chicken dinner di muka surat yang kedua. Di tempat ke-11 dengan 41 mata, C4 di tempat ke-12 dengan 39 mata, dan tempat ke-13 tim OJFQ 37 mata, 26 mata untuk Boyak Jinak dengan di tempat ke-14. Tempat yang ke-15 adalah Dingos RX 25 mata, RSG Icon kini di tempat terakhir dengan 24 mata, tetapi 31 mata yang membezakan tempat yang pertama dengan tempat kedua. Maksudnya mereka ada keselesaan lah. Kalau apa-apa terjadi pada pusingan ni, mereka masih lagi di tempat pertama untuk Death Silence.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of situation where whether I would say luck is heavily a prioritized point here, but luck does have a play in some of these games, especially for certain fights as well. Sometimes you can have a fight head on, right? But sometimes you may miss control. Maybe you actually slip a bit. Your aim, your cursor, maybe you don't land that headshot, that kind of thing. Can sort of decide that 1v1 fight here. But like seriously, after witnessing the cumulative scoreline leaderboard, right, I also sort of realized like why you were so heavily invested and so supportive. Okay, maybe not heavily, but sort of supportive to Team Jabberwocky compared to the other teams here, because of the fact that if you notice from the scoreboard, right, all the chicken dinners here, Jabberwocky did not get a single chicken dinner. But how did they get the top 3 here? That just tells me how consistent the play score they have been doing for placement, for kills. They didn't even need a single chicken dinner to get the top 3. No, they got none, but they're top 3. That says a lot, you know. But of course, the most consistent would be Death Silence, because kill score is high, placement point is high, and they are the chicken dinner as well. They got 108 points, point ascendable. They're probably the most consistent team there. Not because they're top round, but because everything is so level. There's nothing that's like one higher than the other, but Jabberwocky is not too far behind. I believe if they can get 1 or 2 chicken dinners, or just maintain their current performance, they should be able to rival with Death Silence. But of course, Death Silence, they're a team that's not going to be slacking behind either way. But not just that side, even the other 15 teams, they will try to catch up to the leaderboard here.
Betul. Dead silence mereka di keadaannya mata kedudukan yang macam kalau mereka dapat mungkin dalam 2 chicken dinner lah kan. Kita lagi 3 pusingan lah kan. Kalau mereka dapat 2 chicken dinner. Ataupun mungkin 1 bergantung kepada macam mana pasukan yang lain bertanding lah kan. Mungkin mereka akan jadi juara dengan tak perlu nak tengok game yang terakhir pun.
Ya.
Tapi kalau mereka tusun pusingan selepas ni, pusingan seterusnya pun tusun, persaingan untuk tempat pertama tu akan terbuka semula. Tetapi cerita pasal terbuka, inilah dia, kita akan membuka tirai untuk game kita yang ketiga. Selamat datang kepada Bumi Hijau Sanhok.
This is gonna be the one. Third game, halfway through Championship Sunday as well. The team will have to fight. And for some reason, let's be honest, Sir Cloud, I need to lend me an ear here, right? For some reason, for Championship Sunday, everybody is, for all 3 maps so far, third time's a charm of course, has been getting very ideal flight paths. Oh yes, standard flight paths, yes, but very ideal for all the teams to. They're literally, so far we haven't been seeing any weird flight paths. We haven't been seeing flight paths that forces the team to make really difficult decision or adapt to certain situation. No, so far it has been fair here, and all the teams able to drop wherever they want to be here. But this time, very similar to mirroring to our first map which we had on the map of Erangel, the circle will be placed towards the northern side, very in the middle, by the way, very centralized middle.
Betul. Zone ni, tapi saya rasa boleh scam jugalah. Kalau zone ni dia pergi ke sebelah camp Alpha, di mana benda ni kita pernah tengok, nampak macam zone ni akan pergi pada kepulauan utama. Tapi kalau dia tarik ke sebelah camp Alpha, itulah tempat yang paling orang tak suka main, melainkan mereka turun dekat camp Alpha. Sebab nak pergi dekat situ, ikut jalan mana pun kena gaduh. Kalau ikut jalan air pun, boleh kena tembak sebab Hatin tu boleh tengok air, camp Alpha sebelah kiri boleh tengok air, boat tu bunyi tu memang boleh dengar. Lagi-lagi zone macam ni, saya tak percaya pada zone. Zone dia macam saya punya ex lah. Dia dia pandai untuk menyakitkan hati lah. Jadi jangan percaya pada zone sangat.
It's okay, man. I will never hurt your feelings, man. I'm always here for you. Your fans here. Kita pun bersama dengan kamu lah kat sini lah. But like what you say lah. Also kita perlu lihat kepada the goddess of the circle to see whether dia suka kamu atau tak suka lah.
Teringat saya. Tapi kalau kita tengok kan pasukan-pasukan mereka turun dekat mana, yang menarik perhatian saya adalah Boyak Jinak. Kita tengok betapa besarnya mereka turun. Seorang turun dekat Ruins, Chan. Lepas tu 2 turun dekat belah atas rumah L. Dan seorang turun dekat pulau yang ada rumah kecil dekat tengah-tengah tu. Mereka lah satu-satunya pasukan yang buka besar macam ni. Death Silence mereka pun buka besar, tapi kawasan mereka tak ramai orang. Tapi sekarang ni, Boyak Jinak, saya tak pasti apa yang mereka cuba lakukan, tapi ini adalah satu kedudukan yang sangat berbahaya untuk mereka. Tim OG dah perasan ada orang berdekatan.
Yeah, memang. And the thing is this, right? It's not too far. It's not just them as well. Like even if you notice like certain positioning of certain players from the team as well. I think like for example, Farang Gorilla towards the southern side of the island. They split up not even by 2x2 positioning. They went for 1x1 each person in their own settlement. Although yes, it's the benefits of this is that you're going to be able to loot one whole settlement, one whole area for yourself to get the sustained amount of utilities and equipment for yourself. But here's going to be a little bit quick. Team OG, Kimi, he spots him. He hears him as well. The amount of sidestepping and tap dancing he's doing behind that rock on top of the hill. He knows someone is there. But same goes that he can also he can hear Kimi here at the bottom side here. But just in case, one of his teammates is coming to come to reinforce him. And Team OG doing a little bit of a safer call here. Instead of directly pushing from the direct front, he's going to be trying to go towards the side of the hill and see if you can spot anyone out here. But you still got to be careful. Looks like some of them decided to back off a little bit here, but same goes for the rest of the squad.
Yam tak pun tiba untuk memberikan bantuan pada Abe, tapi Abe menerima beberapa das tembakan awal. Abe hampir dijatuhkan dengan hanya 20% jauh. Rupanya Kimi akan menembak dari belakang dari try kejatuhan pertama, tetapi belum lagi disingkirkan.
It's gonna be a little bit close. There's a nice drop as well on the side here for Yum. Now Abe and Yum knocked down for the.
XR ada kedudukan yang sangat-sangat baik untuk memberikan informasi kepada rakan-rakan sepasukannya. Akan tetapi kalau kita tengok kedudukan pasukan pihak lawannya daripada Boyak Jinak, mereka dah masuk ke dalam rumah. Jadi kedudukan XR hanyalah untuk mendapatkan informasi. Tapi berhenti dekat. Oh, dia tengok ni. Zim! Oh! Wow, surprise! Sampai mata kami Zim! Zim! Zim tembak dulu tapi Zim yang terjatuh, Zim yang disingkirkan. The Gringos, X-Toxic, mereka sedang melakukan pergerakan ke arah RMC Xavier. Dan RMC Xavier, mereka ada kawasan tanah tinggi. 0-2 berada di peti bahagian hadapan. Dan Ross berada di belakang beliau. Bermain di lereng. Pada masa yang sama, Exam. Kejap. Exam, tadi dia ada kawasan tanah tinggi. Dia terjatuh daripada tempat bukit tadi, alamak. Alamak, Exam. Alamak, sayang sekali yang telah berlaku tadi. Tetapi sekarang ni kita akan lihat pertarungan di atas RMC Xavier lawan dengan The Gringos X-Toxic. Ball lawan aku dengan simpan dia palingan dilakukan serangan balas. Bill serangan balas ball terlebih tidak dijatuhkan. Kau sekarang ni 50% Jawa dan sekarang ni kita ada kedudukan untuk melihat di mana kedudukan pemain-pemain kita. Bill tapi belum ada di sebelah kiri pun ada agency pejabat di seberang.
Oh, this is unideal. Everyone is being surrounded. It's really sad that the guy fell off and fall there. It was so unfortunate for that one. And sadly, it is a mistake that his teammate must pay for the price here. But anyway, look at that. Gringos X Toxic 0-2, slowly closing in. Eventually, if he does this for another 20 seconds, he will be able to reach to the first compound and will be able to scout things out for the team. Although, yeah, the best part about it, Coral just couldn't afford the wait. He said 0-2, you're crawling for too long. I'm going straight into the house here. Really diving into the fire here to see if there's anyone else. He secured the first compound, but he knows they're not too far behind. Looks like Axon is sadly going to be dying because he eventually fell down, get knocked out, and sadly he will be bled out to death here. But Coral, on the other hand, they are, so I guess you could say in this case, Gringos X Toxic was able to secure a really nice vantage, but also a decent compound for themselves here, but they are still on high alert. 0-2, he's not leaving, he's not going to the compound. He said, no, his responsibility is a little bit more, his duty is a little bit more different, as he will be scouting out for members of Team RMC who have just left the compound. Betul. Woo! This one's got we see a little bit of a small skirmish, but no, not much major movements coming from them just here. However, Boyza comes in with a quick nade. Sally was a little bit off there, a little bit too far from Zach's Rex here, but he does have a rough idea. He is trying to smoke them out from the cover, which they sort of set for themselves here. On the other hand, we see Dingo's Glacier on the other hand. Revox, who initially had a beautiful knock, by the way, and definitely is playing to continue to secure more kills here. Supporting the other side, will be able to get a bit of a knock on Zach on the other end, on the other side of the island here. Sadly, we're not going to be able to see that one, but as we are currently keeping our eye here on Dingo's Glacier. But anyway, coming back to RSG Icon, Boyza, who was initially the one who actually started the artillery fight between Zach Rex and himself here. Want to see if he can get anything else. Sadly, he has no other utility, no nades, no smokes. All he has is the painkillers, a couple of med kits, and a couple of bandages to really try to play around here. Looks like Freezy is coming a little bit closer. Same goes for Zach Ray. Sadly, I know what you were thinking, but the land was still loading in. Unbelievable.
balik oleh Boyzan dan pertarungan akan dimulakan.
Oh my, although we're seeing a quick tug of war between the team here, but you see the kill score. Team Jamahawk is annihilating Team Dingles without any form of mercy. A lot of nades, explosion. I haven't seen a kill score about Team Dingles dropping any members of Team Jamahawk at all. And also, I feel a little bit. I feel a bit. It feels a little bit unfortunate coming from the side here. But anyway, beautiful knock coming in from Farah's Gorilla here, as they were able to get 2 knocks on the side here. But coming from the performance of Team MRE Victoria that we've been seeing so far for the past 2 games, and even in this third game alone, hasn't been seeing much action here, which sort of tells me for the fact that their playstyle revolves a lot more on teams coming into them while they play a more of a defensive playstyle. But that nade does force him back, does take a little bit to it's Kiddo here, but he has to have some space and some form of cover. But Coral, he definitely has a Coral with it's Kiddo here, as he is literally surrounded from all sides. His teammate is nowhere to be seen, or even close enough to go for the reinforce. It's Kiddo cannot afford to get knocked down here. They are, I love it, they're scanning the entire area circle before pushing for the kill here. They are being meticulous as much as possible before they go in for the kill. Oh no!
Kini akan menjadi titik pertengahan untuk zone dan tempat ni tidak berada di dalamnya.
This is also really unfortunate, Circle, because like with the current situation of the circle and the positioning of the circle as well, a lot of teams was currently dependent on the high ground, the natural surrounding which they have for themselves, or even the rocks and the terrain for themselves to use against their enemies, are now being forfeited, and they have no choice but to reposition and rotate back into the circle here. And the thing is this, right now, although yes, the Gringos X Toxic here is not in the circle, but they are relatively close by to get into it. But they are taking the time here because they want to see if any other team is going to be going inside them alongside with them. Because if you notice, just now they spotted It's Kiddo and forcing the fall back.
Itulah dia. Saya sebenarnya sedikit tertanya kenapa Iskido nak ikut laluan rumah atas tu. Sebab laluan rumah atas tu sebenarnya dia adalah tempat yang agak premium lah. Jadi kebaran kalian untuk jumpa pasukan di situ adalah agak tinggi. Tapi nasib baiklah Iskido berjaya melarikan diri. Dia akan bersama-sama dengan rakan-rakan dia di sebelah utara, di mana penggunaan bot akan digunakan pakai oleh Jabberwocky. Sekarang ni mana mereka nak singgah? Sebab kalau mereka nak singgah dekat kau, RMC Xavier ada di situ bersama dengan lagi satu pasukan. Itu satu perkara yang akan menjadi sangat-sangat menjengkelkan untuk mereka. Mungkin mereka nak pergi, tapi kita akan lihat bagaimana. Kemudian MRE Victorious akan lawan dengan Farang Gorilla.
Oh man, as although yeah, FaZe was able to do so much damage to the flank line of Farang Gorilla here, but now he's getting tagged for the flank here. And looks like Adib is definitely returning the favor and Khan. He said, I don't like you tagging my teammates from the back line. If you want to fight, take this fight head on. He wants it. He's looking for it. But of course, he's not being over aggressive or being overconfident about it. Does go for a quick scout. He noticed for the fact no one's picking hits anymore. It's like, you know what, it's fine. My teammate was able to pick up my knockdown teammate. We can sort of reset once again and try to find another opportunity to flank them from the sideline. But at least in this case, MRE sadly was not able to get any kills, but they are forcing utilities and mats out of Team 13 here, or Farang Gorilla here. So when it gets to the final circle, maybe Farang Gorilla may not have enough heals or mats to sustain in that final fight.
Betul tu. Kita tak pasti berapa banyak first aid yang dipegang oleh mereka pada waktu sekarang ni. Tapi kalau mengikut pergerakan, mereka tidak berminat untuk bermain healing kit pada waktu sekarang. Tapi apakah yang terjadi? Lagi sekali, seorang lagi pemain terjatuh.
Oh man, but the thing is, we saw Jabberwocky's positioning. They were nowhere near the high ground. But looks like Zach spot them from the tiniest of sculpture. Barely spots the body line, sprays him down. No knocks, but he is tagging them, and that's going to be forcing even more heals out of them at the same time. Also, MRE, definitely, they may not have the positioning they wanted or may not have the place that they were trying to hope for here, but they are doing decent amount of damage here. But also, looking on the other side, was able to find YQT and was able to finish him off at the same time. Onyx was able to find Mar. That's 2 members of Jabberwocky out for the count here, but Aris was able to equalize the scoreline as he knocks down Onyx.
Itulah dia yang saya katakan tentang Jabberwocky punya rotation. Mereka dah terlalu perlahan. Mereka ikut atas, tetapi mereka akan tersangkut. Inilah dia yang saya katakan, RMC Xavier akan menghentikan pergerakan mereka, dan sekarang ni menjadi masalah kepada Jabberwocky. Tinggal lagi seorang saja, Ichido akan dihabiskan secara langsung. Jabberwocky disingkirkan di tempat ke-15.
It's so unfortunate as well because they were lacking in so much information. And the worst part, they weren't really in a great spot. They had an option of try to go through the terrain, but they noticed for the fact that there was already a team. That team was Gringos X Toxic, having a high ground advantage, having the vantage point and the view. The map may look big on the minimap, but it's actually not that big when it comes to the lines of sight here. They had no choice but to take the Warriors, and in the end, ran into Team RMC. And the other side looks like Agent Pajamas actually doing a decent amount of job getting a lot of damage and even knocking someone down for the count.
Nampaknya RMC Xavier mereka tak habis lagi di kawasan ni. Mereka terus menjadi penjaga sepadan, tetapi so kita lihat Jim dijatuhkan. Tembakan entah daripada mana, rupanya daripada belakang. Death Silence yang sedang mematikan mereka.
And the crazy thing about it is, this is what I'm talking about. Vantage point, high ground, snipes in both Jim and even some of the members 0-2 for the count. They didn't even have a chance to get in that circle. But sadly, the kill will be stolen away by some of the members of Agent Pajamas for the kills that was so hard earned by Gringos X Toxic there. But either way, there's still, and look how small. It's already it's the 4th circle, right? But the thing is, this is Sanhok. 4th circle means it's not really that big anymore. And there's still 13 teams. Only 3 teams fell in that bunch of skirmishes that we have been seeing. But although, of course, some teams had some form of losses. They lost 1 member, they lost 2 members, they lost a couple of utilities. So the team that's able to sustain all the way has been doing great. Especially RHG Icon gets a beautiful knock and even a beautiful headshot on RF Boy.
Tapi tak habis lagi di sini. Pertarungan yang serupa dilangsungkan oleh DY Xavier. Dapat seorang Zefrel. Bom tu datang dari taman dan Zefrel dihabiskan secara langsung oleh tembakan daripada Hades dan Farah Guerrilla.
That is so painful and so good for the team. But either way, right now, DY Xavier has no choice. Quickly pick up the teammate. They're surrounded from all sides. But suddenly they get sprung on the back line. They have no choice. He's literally a sitting duck. There's no way he's going to go. He had to choose where he wants to die. And he has no choice but to give himself and try to take that fight head on with Team Revox. And that's going to be another kill for Dingo's Glacier here. But on the other side, Farron Gorilla. Because of that initial clash from Dingo's as well, he knows for sure Dingo's Glacier is currently on the high ground, or at least he knows it's a team on the high ground here. They need to prepare to replan the situation on how they want to take this fight. And the thing is, if Farm Gorilla were to leave this fight, he is giving two teams worth of kills to the side of Dingo's Glacier, and that's something Farm Gorilla cannot afford to afford, and that's why they're still there.
Inilah dia waktu yang mereka nak chill sebentar. Tunggu zone tutup sebab ianya akan memaksa pasukan lain untuk bergerak terlebih dahulu dan mereka akan lihat macam mana. Tetapi apapun, apa yang kita nampak sekarang ni, Dingo dapat tembakan jarak jauh yang baik dari Madnim. Dapat menjatuhkan Hades. Terus Funky ada di situ untuk membantunya.
This is going to be a really close one as well. Man 9 spots a couple of tags. He knows exactly where they're from. They got a couple of good knocks, which is great. They have a vantage point, which is also great. But at the same time, you look at the map. There's one unauthorized user currently going to be going with the flank with the back line. Nero gets a nice knock on some of the members of Team Ocean. Man 9 pushes forward. He's trying to go for a couple of pre-fire to get anyone knocked, to get some knocks for anyone who's trying to pick on the side of the tree. But who's that one player? And that's going to be RHG Icon Quills, who's currently behind Dingo's Glacier.
Itulah dia. Sekarang ni pasukan-pasukan sangat dekat antara satu sama lain dan kita akan dilihatkan dengan zone yang ke-6 tak lama lagi. Terlebih apapun, Papa masih lagi berada dalam pertandingan ni, masih lagi dalam pusingan ni, memberikan tekanan kepada pasukan yang lain. Dia tengah dengan tembakan jarak jauh yang datang daripada mana? Daripada Mel. Hey.
That is a beautiful snipe. They had enough. Circle, they had enough. They said, hey, I don't like you tapping us. Let me one tap you, and then we can go about our lives here. And they succeeded. But then again, Matt Knight is in a decent cover, so they're going to be able to pick him up the time. Paul was able to secure the final kill on the side here for some of the members of Agent Promise. However, Chan still on the man spray, still taking this fight head on. And sadly, Matt Knight still hasn't been picked up by Revox, was able to get to him in time to go for the pickup here. But like I said, the real wild card just now in map number 2 was Papa. Now this is going to be RHG Icon Quills.
Oh, pada masa yang sama, Zone akan menutup dan masa lebih kurang 10 saat lagi. Onyx sudah pun dijatuhkan. Nero daripada Agent juga dijatuhkan. Dan Bell dijatuhkan oleh Chan juga. Chan akan mendapatkan Bell. Dan sekarang Virus akan memastikan beliau mendapatkan mata penyingkiran ini.
Oh, this fight still continue to go on as well. Miros cooking that nade. He saw it coming. Miros goes in with a 3-pointer corner shot to get the knockdown on Miros. Unfortunately, the trade of those nades were not equivalent enough. Chang gets tagged, he knows it. Thank God he gets knocked out. But the zone hurt, he gets stuck with the door. He quickly gets into the side, quickly pops into the first aid. Because there's no hands to cover Sir Cloud.
Itulah dia mana dia nak lari sekarang ni. Zone akan menutup ke atasnya. Vox pada masa sama mendapatkan satu teriak hebat. Dan diletupkan. Ro juga dijatuhkan. Papa akan disingkirkan oleh Adib.
Oh no! NBS right out in the open, he tries to push us in. He takes a little but he gets knocked down by Abi! Farang Ideal trying to go for the couple of spray line as well. And like I told you, the wild card was RHG Icon Quills, and he knocks down 2 members of Davis Quill! John, oh my god, that's 1 HP! He needs to stay alive! Abi is not too far behind to finish him off!
Oh, Chan lagi tapi bom datang menjatuhkan 2 wakil daripada Farah Guerrilla.
Oh, this is crazy. This is scary. Look how close they are and look how small the circle's going to be. Quills has already annihilated 2 members of Dingle's Glacier and they still don't know where he is. He's like right there. You can see him on the minimap. The brown dot is Quills.
Dia boleh datang daripada belakang sebenarnya. Dah banyak kali kita tengok di dalam pusingan-pusingan sebelum ni, di mana Cruz boleh datang dan menjadi duri dalam daging. Terlebih apa pun sekarang ni kita akan bagi tahu pada Night terlebih dahulu. Funky di hadapannya. Chan akan menggunakan bandage. Tapi bandage tidak akan dapat membantu sekiranya zone yang ketujuh tiba di atas Chan. Chan bersama dengan Abe dah mula mencacikan diri.
Oh no!
Funky. Funky menjatuhkan Chan dan akan disingkirkan. Mungkin oleh zone, mungkin oleh Funky. Kita tengok bagaimana. Terlebih Funky akan mendapatkan mata penyingkiran itu.
Look at it. Mongo is prepared to sit out through the blue zone. He has 13 first aid kit. Right now, all he's hoping for is the fact that the other teams will be fighting. The other teams will be trying to chuck himself out. Maybe Mango standing the blue zone a little bit too early there. But also, Adil is trying to set the motion for the team. He falls 9, but sadly 9 gets a drop on in first. Now there's still 3 more members, including Mango, that's outside, but Mango is not going to be joining in this. Finally gets picked up by Melhihi as he's trying to push in Vita Vector. Now, look at it. 1 member of Dingo's Glacier, 1 member for RHG Icon, and Farhang. And Farhang has 3 members. Mango, he gets tagged, he gets swallowed by Quills. Again, the wild card for the map of Sanhok.
Oh, Mango yang tadi pegang banyak first set sudah pun dijatuhkan dan disingkirkan. Jadi Farah Guerrilla tidak boleh bermain the game. Kita akan bertarung sampai habis-habisan untuk map Sanhok ni. Mereka memotong daripada kills sekarang ni, memberikan tekanan daripada Melhehe pula. Melhehe berada di bawah. Mereka kills. Dia tiada lagi first set. Dia tidak boleh menambahkan nyawa dia semula. Dan 10 saat lagi zone akan tutup. Semua pemain-pemain ni masih lagi berada di luar.
This is getting so crazy. And so far, RHG Quills has done even more damage to what Papa was doing in the last game. He's constantly picking him out. He knocked out 2 members of Dingo's Glacier. He found Mango out in the circle. Literally the wild card at what Farah Guerrilla was really hoping for. That's why you saw the aggression. They started to look for fights even more because they wanted to try to force team out in the open, allowing Mango to constantly use first aid kit to heal. But Quill says, hey, I see another one which I can mess with and deny them the win.
Dan tengok siapa yang akan menjadi masalah seperti mana kita pernah tengok sebelum ni terlebih dahulu. Apapun Pal akan menghabiskan game. Mikael rupanya sedang bermain healing game. Dilatih daripada Death Silence. Dia akan heal sampai tempat yang kedua. Jadi semestinya winner-winner chicken dinner akan dimiliki oleh Farah Guerrilla. Dan mereka akan membawa pula setakat ni chicken dinner yang terbanyak dalam pertandingan kita. Melhehe boleh tembak kiri, boleh tembak kanan, tapi hanya boleh tembak ke hati saya.
Memang betul because he only has one more first aid kit left. Mikhail will die to the zone. And you know what that means? Winner, winner, chicken dinner for your dear Farang Gorilla.
Sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah bro. Tak nak kena bully, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah bro, kena bully.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan Esports Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je Toy, man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan dekad ini dekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro 2 siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Sains Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
Saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council (MSN) sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Bob, tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai, betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotype. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni
lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih.
Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri.
Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial. Mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain.
Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik?
Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif.
Alright, geng. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Toy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah bro, kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro 2 siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
Saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama,
The wait was long, but now it is done. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MEC 2021-2022, brought to you guys by the Malaysia Ministry of Youth and Sports, KBS, and Esports Integrated, ESI for short. I'm Leonard Lee. Joining me once again, it's a legendary Sir Cloud as we bring you guys back-to-back action and shenanigans on PUBG Mobile here for this Championship Sunday Grand Championship.
Dan kita baru sahaja habis kita punya pusingan separuh mata, iaitu di Sanhok lah kan, di mana Farang Gerela baru saja mendapatkan chicken dinner dan hari ini saja mereka dapat 2 campur dengan semalam mereka dah ada 3 chicken dinner. Tapi adakah cukup untuk mengejar Death Silence?
Memang best ni lah. Tapi sekarang kita boleh lihat that Death Silence, it's still taking top 1 spot here and they are still in the lead. And the crazy thing about this as well is like they weren't able to get a lot of kill score from the from the last on the map of Sanhok itself, but they are able to secure second placement point. Placement points is still in play as well, ladies and gentlemen. Every point counts and every point is relevant, especially when you're trying to maintain or increase your current position towards the top 1 spot, because the top 1 championship will not only walk away with 15,000 ringgit, that's like 15,000 worth of roti canai for a year, but also will be securing the slot in the qualifier finals in the PMPL Season 5.
Itu yang paling penting sekali lah kan.
Betul,
ya,
yes.
Roti canai tu ya boleh banyak. Tak ada
15,000 is a lot, man.
Itulah dia. Saya tak pernah rasa makan 15,000 roti canai lah kan.
Sedap tu leh.
Sedap Oh, macam pernah rasa 15,000 roti canai. Boleh tahan ya. Belum makan lagi, bagi chance sikit lah tetapi itulah dia, tak sabar tu saya nak tengok, sebab saya tak pasti berapa banyak mata penyingkiran yang Death Silence dapat tadi. Jadi kita tak tahu betapa besarnya jurang perbezaan antara markah mereka dalam Sanhok tadi. Tapi sebentar lagi kita akan tahulah. Mungkin benda tu semestinya akan dirapatkan. Cuma berapa rapat sahaja nombor 1, nombor 2 dengan yang lain-lain.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit more, cutting it a lot more closer than usual as well. Like, although yes, unfortunately we weren't seeing as much, like as Circle and I, we were discussing behind the scene, like during the break as well. We were saying like it was a little bit unfortunate to see like teams like Dingo's Glacier, RX, and even GGE was struggling a little bit for these past 3 games. And like you said, there's only 5 maps that, as you saw in the schedule as well, if you guys has been sticking with us from the very afternoon or from the very beginning, of course, thank you guys so much for sticking with us and supporting your favorite teams and favorite fan, or maybe even favorite casters as well. But as you've seen from the schedule, we only have 5 maps. Already done 3. We're literally on the second last map before the end of today, and we saw from the leaderboard before all this happened was that GGE was taking the top spot. Both siblings, Dingo's RX and Glacier, were securing the 2nd and 3rd place, and same goes for the other teams. And sadly, with the performance that wasn't able to maintain their status quo, has put them down even lower in the ranking and further increasing the other teams who were struggling. Not to say really struggling, but they were having a little bit of a challenge with some of the teams here. And now they are skyrocketing, and also teams like Death Silence are planning to solidify that top 1 spot.
Ya, nanti kita nak tengok. Nanti saya berminat nak tengok perbezaan mata lah kan. Tapi sekiranya kalau perbezaan mata masih lagi dalam 20 macam tu,
sama je lah.
Rasa macam tak jauh lah kan. Tapi kalau lebih kurang macam tu, katakan kalau Death Silence mereka dapat chicken dinner dalam pusingan ni, ataupun mereka dapat satu kedudukan yang tinggi, mungkin nombor 2 ke macam tu, dengan jumlah mata penyingkiran yang banyak, ada kebarangkalian yang game terakhir tidak diperlukan oleh mereka dah. Mereka dah mungkin boleh jadi juara sebelum game yang terakhir. Itu satu kebarangkalian.
Ya, itu yang memang betul lah ni lah yang cakap daripada Cloud. Because like if you think of it this way, the only time they will not be able to secure it is the fact that in this game, this 4th game itself, second last one, they don't earn anything at all. They drop at 16th place. That will instantly be an upset, like a massive upset. Like for not just for the fans and for us guys as well, the players itself will be heartbroken because they were already there. They were already seeing the finish line.
Betul.
And suddenly they just stumble and fall. I can't even imagine this at all.
Dia macam cerita Arnab dan kura-kura kan?
Ya, sama-sama.
Dia macam lari Arnab tu, dah pecut. Lepas tu bila dah sampai dekat depan dia tidur.
Nak rehat ya, nak rehat
dia
dulu.
Rehat. Jadi maksudnya pemain-pemain kita tak boleh berehat lagi. Death Silence semestinya untuk pusingan ni tak boleh berehat. Dan betul lah apa yang Yololi cakap. Katakan kalau mereka tusun untuk pusingan ni dapat tempat ke-16 ke, ini akan membuka peluang kepada pasukan-pasukan yang lain. Dan kalau anda adalah Death Silence, semestinya tak akan nak main sampai game yang terakhir. Kalau boleh game terakhir tu jadi game yang chill.
Ya, memang betul lah. Because like and the crazy thing about it is it's just like you said, more opportunities will be open to the other teams. And not just any teams, many teams. Because like we saw just now from the last leaderboard, Team Jabberwocky and even Fire and Gorilla. Of course, Fire and Gorilla, they got chicken dinner, they got first spot, so that's going to be a lot of points, right? But before we take into account of those points to be accumulated, both Jabberwocky and Fire and Gorilla and even the bottom top 4, the scoreline was relatively close. 69, 77, 78. If Death Silence were to stumble and gain 0 points, that's an instant skyrocket score. Instantly skyrocket.
Betul tu. Jadi apa-apa saja boleh terjadi. Ini adalah PUBG Mobile. Ya, bila kita tengok macam pasukan tu sangat-sangat kuat. Tiba-tiba kalau dia tersingkir awal, kalau dia tersungkur, memang boleh dikejar. Dan kadang-kadang benda ni pun adalah bergantung kepada banyak situasi lah kan. Lepas ni kita akan masuk ke dalam Erangel semula. Zone memainkan peranan, cara rotasi memainkan peranan, dan bukan saja tumpuan kepada satu pasukan. 16 pasukan akan melakukan pergerakan. Jadi benda tu akan berubah dengan sangat-sangat ketara lah.
Yeah. And the thing is just as the games goes by, right? Like for some people, sure, three maps is like, for some people are just like, it's nothing. You know, I play 3 maps casually, it's nothing. No, these guys are serious. They have a lot of things riding on the line. And the crazy thing about this is, as well is that how tired these players are. Mentally, physically, maybe even spiritually, who knows, right? For some people it's different. But when I mean by this, I mean it's like the amount of things they need to take into account when they're in the game itself. The tension, you know, they have to always be hyperactive, you know, and the fact where is the enemy? Where is my positional etiquette now? Am I able to cover multiple angles? Is my teammates okay? Do I need to support them? That's why in-game leaders are so important. But before we talk a lot about that a little bit more, let's see on our current scoreline and recap for match number 3. Circle, please take it away.
Jadi sebagaimana kita memang dah sedia maklum, Farang Guerrilla berjaya mendapatkan chicken dinner. Jadi mereka berjaya mengumpul mata yang terbanyak dengan 25 mata. Dingo's Glazer, menariknya, walaupun Death Silence dapat tempat kedua, tapi Dingo's Glazer berjaya mendapatkan 16 mata dengan 6 mata penyingkiran. Death Silence dengan 14 mata, RSG Icon 13 mata, Twice Savior 10 mata, C4 dengan Boyak Jinak dua-duanya 8 mata, RMC Xavier 6 mata, Jabberwocky dan Agent Pyjamas 4 mata. Kita ada Team OGFQ 3 mata, 2 mata untuk GGE X NBS Barus dengan 2 mata, dan The Gringos X Toxic juga 2 mata, 1 mata untuk 4KOX, dan MRE Victorious juga 1 mata, dan Dingo's RX tidak mendapat mata dalam pusingan tadi.
But you see, this is what we were discussing earlier on just now, right? Like, although you may not have a good placement, like for example, Dingo's Glacier, they didn't really get the top 3, they got top 4. But the thing is, there's so many kills that it just offset it. Like whatever placement points they had, they were able to just like instantly overwhelm Death Silence, who got second placement. Like I said, they didn't get as many kills as they were hoping for due to, of course, to the situation. Like you said, exactly what Sir Cloud stated just now as well. Circle placement, the luck of the circle, the situation of where you're positioning in. What is it like? How are you surrounded by multiple teammates here? There's a lot of factors that does come into play depending on whether the team's able to answer to that. And that's one of the few challenges that I guess you could say be the one that to differentiate between the boys and the men, or at least the casual players and the professional players. So at least in this case, the professional players would have to learn and know that for a fact which is the right call and which is not, and not when you're playing casually. And I think that's why, like what I was mentioning earlier, in-game leaders are so crucial to each of these teams, because in-game leaders not only prevents a clash of ideas and thoughts between the members, but it also relieves the burden that's been placed on the team members, because to decide to think of what's the next course of action by each member before even telling your other teammates is such a heavy thing to do, because like, what if it's a bad call? Is it a right call or a bad call? This kind of pressure is being relieved thanks to in-game leaders. And so far, even in Malaysia alone, in PMPL, we've seen some really great in-game leaders, and which you also had explained in your streams and even during PMPL cast itself.
Ya, saya setuju sebenarnya. Bagi saya, saya setuju yang siapa yang menjadi in-game leader, IGL tu adalah yang role yang boleh dikatakan yang paling penting sekali. Mungkin ada orang akan fikir macam, role fragger ke yang paling penting sebab yelah mereka dapatkan penyingkiran-penyingkiran tu lah kan. Jadi nampak macam, wow, fragger ni penting. Tapi sebenarnya otak di sebalik fragger tu, in-game leader yang memberikan arahan, okey nak gerak ke kiri, gerak ke kanan ke, nak lawan ke tak nak lawan ke, itu sebenarnya yang lagi penting daripada fragger. Kalau bayangkanlah, sebab fragger dia menjaga diri sendiri, dia kena tembak. Tapi kalau in-game leader dia jaga 4 orang. Jadi dia punya tanggungjawab dia lebih besar. Tapi apa yang lebih besar adalah pusingan kita yang keempat yang akan berlangsung dalam Erangel. Let's go!
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the last. By the way, this is going to be the last Erangel map we'll be seeing here for tonight, this afternoon, or this evening at least, in this case, because the last map is going to be on the map of Miramar. So take one last final glance on this beautiful, lush OG map, because this is going to be the part where we'll be crowning our next winner chicken dinner before moving on to the final map itself. Finally, we got a little bit of a different flight, a little bit, definitely not the most common one for sure, but we have seen it before in the past. And now this is the part where the teams have to decide, have to adapt. Do we want to drop early? Because the teams that drop early has a more higher chance on getting towards the northern side of the map here, or at least towards a more, they don't require to do a long drop or a long dive into certain location, especially for teams right now, if you notice, light blue is of course Team RMC, the dark blue is Team MRE Victorious. Teams like those, if they're planning to go to places like ruins or hospital, that's a long dive. But since, look at it, they're taking the time with the dive because they want to see where's the circle is. First circle, instantly on the eastern side here, they know instantly, you can already see like, you already can see I boy, right? Or Ari boy, just constantly looking around, not only seeing where everyone's going to be dropping, but they're also sort of planning they're going to be dropping early.
Dan yang menariknya juga Pochinki tiada orang. Yang ni agak mengejutkan lah kan, sebab Pochinki satu tempat di tengah, mempunyai loot yang banyak, tetapi kali ni tiada orang. Saya ingat tadi Pochinki macam ada orang kalau kita ingat balik Erangel yang pertama, tetapi kali ni tiada orang. Jadi agak terkejut jugalah kenapa tiada orang dekat situ. Manakala kalau kita tengok dekat Yastanya Poliana, ada dua pasukan, antaranya adalah Farang Gorilla dan juga lagi satu pasukan adalah RHG Icon yang turun di sana. Sememangnya Yastanya satu tempat yang besar, boleh dibagikan kepada dua pasukan, tak ada masalah. Tetapi yang menarik dia adalah Pochinki itu kosong. Sayang sekali. Kalau siapa-siapa di sebelah kiri 1, 2, 3, 4 pasukan-pasukan ni singgah dekat Pochinki, memang harta karun.
Yeah. And also because of the just to answer your question why no one's going to Pochinki as well, is because one, the nature of the flight path. And two, is that the fact that they are, like I said, the teams are trying to prioritize in vehicles. If you notice as well, the teams that actually dropped earlier, they weren't really diving down. They were still biding their time. They want to see where's the first circle. Hence why, when you saw when the first circle came out, you only start seeing some teams being more stationary as they were diving down, or at least going to a certain location. Like, for example, Team MRE and Team RMC here, they instantly dive past Gatka, past any compounds, as majority of the members were trying to secure vehicles here.
Setuju dengan tu. Kalau kita tengok juga macam RMC seperti yang dikatakan, turun cari kenderaan dulu. Dan mereka bukan nak singgah dekat Gaka. Mereka daripada cari kenderaan terus bergerak ke atas. Mungkin mereka dah biasa main dekat Jogopul, jadi mereka akan singgah dekat situ. Kemudian habis loot, baru masuk ke dalam zone. Semestinya zone yang pertama masihlah agak besar, banyak lagi tempat yang boleh main dan mereka boleh ambil masa mereka lah. Dan kadang-kadang ada juga pasukan yang suka membuat rotasi perlahan. Kalau kita tengok daripada tempat mereka turun, mereka boleh ikut rotasi shooting range, souvenir, ikut atas untuk masuk ke dalam zone dan biasanya akan kurang dicabar. Lagi-lagi kalau kita tengok laluan penerbangan macam ni. Jadi mereka juga boleh membuat satu keputusan untuk masuk ke dalam zon dengan lebih perlahan kalau ikut sebelah utara.
Which is also the best thing, right? Because of the fact that they were the one that's long diving. They were the last one to leave as well. They know for sure. And with the flight path which they witnessed, no one can go to Georgia Paul. Maybe some of the teams could have taken to the who dropped early could have gone to Georgia Paul, but they already know for the fact, and especially seeing the first circle, is very unlikely. So them taking the vehicle, going to the north side of the map to go for loots is literally the best. And Georgia Paul, north and south of Georgia Paul, is one of the biggest settlements for loots as well. And the crazy thing about this as well, because the one thing about this flight path, as many teams, even in the pro scene, may not like it, some favor it for the fact that they're sort of given the reassurance for the fact that northern side, majority of the northern side of the map, or the southern side, depending on the flight path, of course, is going to be clear. For example, we saw the flight path towards the southern side, right? The northern side is absolutely clear. They know for sure for the northern side, no one is going to be dropping there. So that gives an option for RMC or even some of the other teams to have a nice rotation route, or at least as a route with the least resistance to get into the circle.
Betul, sebab objektif untuk PUBG Mobile bukanlah untuk mendapatkan penyingkiran-penyingkiran yang terbanyak. Bukan, itu bukan objektifnya. Objektifnya adalah untuk hidup dengan paling lama. Pasukan yang hidup lebih lama akan mendapatkan markah kedudukan, kadang-kadang lebih banyak daripada mata penyingkiran juga. Jadi itu harus menjadi fokus utama. Kalau dapat mata penyingkiran selepas tu, bagus. Itu dikira sebagai satu bonus. Dan kadang-kadang nak lawan ni pun mereka kena fikir juga, okey, adakah pertarungan yang mereka nak ambil tu berbaloi ataupun tak. Kadang-kadang kalau saya pernah tengok sebelum ni lah kan, banyak pertandingan yang lain ataupun dekat scrim ke, orang suka lawan dekat luar zone. Dan itu adalah sangat itu adalah perlawanan-perlawanan yang sebenarnya tidak membawa faedah ataupun tidak bermanfaat. Dan akhir sekali kedua-dua pasukan mati zone. Jadi untuk pasukan-pasukan ni juga mereka harus mengambil kira. Kalau nak lawan tu betul-betul lawan sebab tempat tu mereka nak ambil alih, bukan sebab nak lawan.
Yeah, it's and it's also just sort of provides a little bit of a pressure, you know, that kind of thing where you tell them like, hey, not only are you not winning the fight, but you're also sort of being choked. You're also sort of bleeding to death because of the blue zone. So a lot of pressure is coming in the line. Psychology, whether it's going to be psychological warfare or not. But either way, now the rest of the team, those who is currently in the circle, they don't have to literally loot too much. I mean, because they're comfortable, they drop a massive location. Rotation wise, probably I wouldn't even say massive rotation. It's more like a very minor drive-by, just a shift from one settlement, one compound to another. However, the teams that actually drop outside the circle, RNC, MRE, and the other 3 other teams that drop outside, they will take a massive rotation towards the northern side, and maybe some may not take the northern side. Maybe they already sort of thought of the idea, okay, other teams that drop outside with me will be taking the northern path, which I also do not want to contest with. But that just means they choose the more resistant and a little bit more risk by going straight directly through the quickest route into the first circle itself.
Dia macam fikir 2 langkah ke hadapan lah kan. Macam kalau kita fikir selangkah ke hadapan, dia akan macam, oh, kita ikut laluan atas, masuk ke dalam zone, dia macam tak ramai orang lah kan. Tapi kalau semua orang pun fikir macam tu, dekat atas nanti akan ada ramai. Jadi kalau kita fikir 2 langkah ke hadapan dan kita fikir macam, oh, kalau semua orang fikir macam tu, saya fikir yang sebaliknya dan saya ikut laluan biasa, semuanya akan okey. Tetapi nampaknya ada satu pemain tidak okey, baru saja dijatuhkan, dan itu adalah build daripada RMC Xavier.
Ini memang sedikit sedih untuk tim Manchester. But you know, although losing one member, they are still adequate to still continue on the game. They don't have to worry too much as they can continue to fight on for the team. But then again, having one man short is a little bit of a disadvantage, especially when you go into a full team, because you really want the best security for all the teams is to have all 4 members in that final circle, in that final fight, and try to go for the fight head on with an equal amount of members instead of having one man shot. But then again, from our histories as casters, we've seen in the past, even though they have a man disadvantage, sometimes brute force overwhelms strategy and manpower any time of the week.
Betul tu. Jadi kalau ada yang pandai bermain dengan lebih selamat dan jumpa dekat zon terakhir, kalau boleh hidup sampai tepian kedua pun, kadang-kadang pun okey juga tu. Kalau boleh kekal konsisten, kadang-kadang dia akan, macam pasukan lain akan naik turun, tapi dia akan konsisten. Tapi sebentar tu, kita lihat dulu, nampaknya tim OG akan kehilangan 2 pemain, 2 seorang pun dijatuhkan Tam, nampaknya akan terima serangan daripada Kimi, dan Kimi belum lagi mendapatkan mata penyingkiran tu, tetapi mereka sedang bertarung pada waktu sekarang ni.
Oh man, and the thing is, it was a massive kill spree coming in from Tom as well. He knocked down 2 members of Team OG. However, in the end, Kimi finally put the man down to the ground for good, for punishment for knocking out 2 of his men. Now, don't worry, Team OG still has all 4 members, and of course, once Kimi picks up the rest of the 2 remaining knocked out members, then they should be fine and well to go for the fight. But the fact that we saw Tom instantly dying sort of tells me for the fact is not only is he might not only be outside away from his team, but he's probably out in the open and not in the compound, because if not, that fight would have been a lot more different.
Betul tu. Tapi kita sekarang ni akan bagi tumpuan pula kepada zon yang seterusnya. Tak pasti ada di mana, tapi apa yang kita boleh lihat melalui minimap, kawasan ni lebih kurang di sebelah selatan Pochinki selepas Bukit Kentang kalau tak silap. Tempat ni tidak berada dalam zon, jadi ada kebarangkalian zon tu beralih lagi ke sebelah kanan.
Still by with and the thing is this way, when it's the south Pochinki, now the team is slowly realizing that the symmetry of the situation, because remember, if you recall, the map is shifted towards the northeastern side and is still going to the east side of the map here. So there is a little bit, not only are there flatlands at the south side of Yasnoya Polayana, but there's a lot of highlands towards the prison and mansion area as well. Land and area and terrain which teams want to try to utilize, and you saw a couple of knocks as well. There's already skirmishes. Everyone wants to win this fight, and Ahmad will start it off as he just one of the member, but instantly Nine is able to trade it off the scoreline. Molly joining them in suit. Looks like it's going to be a fight between Dingo's Glacier versus TY Savior for the Hills.
Dan Ahmad baru saja dihabiskan secara langsung. Pada masa yang sama tadi kita nampak kejatuhan pada Nadim. Problem jatuhkan. Nampaknya salah satu pasukan Dingos sedang bertarung dengan TY Savior. TY Savior sekarang ni nama Savior tu kenalah untuk diri mereka, kerana apa yang kita nampak tadi adalah nampak seperti mereka kehilangan beberapa orang pemain.
Hey, you know what? They saved their time, they saved the stress, and now they can sort of reset. But I don't think they've been fully removed from the game here. They did lose one of the members here for sure, but they're still definitely in it for actually Mega 2 now. Since now Fakir is sort of bleed to death here in this case here. But anyway, Molly very satisfied. He got one kill for himself along with his other teammate as well. Now they just want to continue to control this entire area, have total dominant control. But then again, there's still one member remaining. That's 9. He has the highest peak ground literally at the south side of the prison as well. He will have a grand view of this, but that just means he has his flanks is open from the southern side, and that's going to be easily occupied by the hands of Team Jabberwocky. That's only if they spotted out 9. They did hear the gunshots, and that's why you even see one of the members, which is going to be Kido, slowly is making his way to the top of the hill while he's scouting things out here. But he decides to play a little more safe and get right down into the Wizard Tower to see if they can make any magic happen.
Menarik untuk lihat Jabberwocky mengambil kedudukan tu dan tidak mahu terus naik ke atas. Dekat atas ini adalah salah satu tempat yang boleh dikatakan agak menarik ataupun agak bagus juga untuk siapa-siapa tunggu dekat sini. Apa yang kita lihat dekat sini, 9 daripada TY Savior, tinggal dia seorang, jadi dia macam selit-selit di antara batu-batu tu. Itu hanya untuk bertahan dengan selama yang mungkin lah. Tetapi untuk pasukan lain yang mengambil kedudukan di kawasan tanah tinggi itu sebenarnya adalah satu tempat yang sangat baik. Cuma mereka kena jaga di belakang saja. Tapi di hadapan kedudukan tadi di mana Jabberwocky berada, dia berada dekat bawah, jadi sukar untuk mencabar. Yang ni adalah Dingo's Glacier yang tadi memegang tempat tu. Tapi nampaknya mereka dah mula untuk bergerak. Mungkin mengikut peredaran daripada zon. Tapi mungkin mereka akan jumpa juga dengan Jabberwocky yang juga sedang melakukan pergerakan pada waktu yang sama.
It's going to be a little bit behind at the time itself, but looks like they're going to be able to find Kido. Kido actually spotted Rebel, gets it knocked down, but a quick play coming in from Molly to pick up a 2K as he holds down the trigger to knock them all down like dominoes. However, the dominant effect has finally ended. Hopefully, it doesn't really continue because there's still 2 more members of Team Jabberwocky to try to not only go for the pickup, but even try to retaliate back into that fight. This might be a prime opportunity for 9 to try to pick them up from the back line, but you saw on the minimap, more teams coming in, and you know what that color means? That is actually Dingo's RX as they coming in to go for the quick flank. Molly will fall back, but he's actually going to be walking to the clutches or maybe to the dance of the lines if they doesn't really spot them out in time. But looks like dead silence. They're not going to be silent for too long as the blood is in the waters and the shots are coming in, and they were able to get on their respective knocks and drops. But even on the other side, looks like Team GGE was able to get a nice pickup on Jim.
Death Silence yang kini berada di tempat yang pertama. Tapi mereka akan mengharungi pusingan ni dengan hanya 3 orang pemain saja. Pada masa yang sama kita boleh nampak yang kereta lalu macam tu, tapi tu sebenarnya tu geng sendiri.
Takut
Oh,
gila.
itulah dia. Toko Zod dia tengok tu.
Wah, sedikit lagi dia memang langgar teammate dia lah kat sini. But never mind. He's fine, he's safe, he's totally okay. But looks like things are not looking so okay for 4K Ox here. All along could try to go and pick up Jung before the rest of the team. Defensive smokes have finally been dropped out. Thankfully enough, not really in the lines of sight from the side here from Gringos X Toxic, but they're definitely going in for the kill.
Dekat depan je. Tadi mereka tak perasan ke? Ada seorang tu, ada Jung tadi mereka tak perasan ke? Alamak, apakah yang terjadi pada Jung? Jung masih lagi aktif di situ ke? Tadi kita ada beberapa pasukan dekat antara satu sama lain. 0-2 dijatuhkan oleh Papa lagi sekali menjadi Papa jahat.
Oh man, they're gonna be really careful as well. They find Zip. He gets knocked in the head and he falls down in the hands of Papa. Joe trying to hold on the line, but Ross is a little bit too late, and he holds the trigger and drags it into Olong to get the 2K. Ross goes down to prone. He tried to go for the quick heal. He could get a 3K on rim. He's out there, and that's an easy 3K. Could Ross possibly be the man to deliver a first full? You are instantly gone it because someone else has sniped you away.
Oh, Miro, dia telah mencuri mata penyingkiran tu daripada tangan Papa. Papa sekarang ni akan membantu rakan pasukannya, tapi kita balik pula kepada Dingo's Glazer, di mana kita ada Jabberwocky di hadapan mereka. Mereka masih lagi bermain di tempat tanah tinggi ni, dan nampaknya Zone masih lagi di kawasan prison, di mana mereka semua akan mahu memegang tempat yang cantik ni.
The crazy thing about it is that Miro, he didn't just steal the kill. He saved all 4 members on that side, and 3 members was knocked down. There was only 1 more member, and all Papa had to do was kill him to get his first 4-man ace. But Miro just says no. And I guess you could say he really saved the day for them. They're still all in the game. He picked them all up, by the way.
Betul tu. Papa ini lain macam punya pemain dah kan. Memang daripada pusingan-pusingan sebelum ni, dia menyelah bagi saya. Kalau tanya saya tentang satu pemain yang menyelah, itu adalah Papa. Memang menunjukkan satu permainan yang sangat-sangat mantap sekali. Tapi sekarang ni kita lihat pula Jabberwocky. Kita balik pula kepada RSG Icon, di mana mereka ada kawasan compound, tapi mereka berada dalam zone, jadi masih lagi boleh bertahan di sini. Dingo's RX akan berada di hadapan mereka, tetapi pada masa yang sama zone akan mula untuk menutup. Tak lama lagi kita akan lihat zone yang kelima.
It's a really, the thing is, they have really great high ground. So far, I guess you could say in this case, Dingo's Glacier and even the side of Jabberwocky, they have their respective high ground in their respective area. However, this is going to be a fight for control. Team C4 is also joining them in soon, but they're not really, only some of the members is currently has skill on top of the hill. But because if you notice well, they're positioning towards the side of the hill, or at least to the bottom part of the hill, the nades can naturally roll down due to the gravity of the game here. So the nades is going to be more benefits in the hands here for Sasai here, for Team Jabberwocky and Dingo's Glacier here. So Team C4, they definitely have to make their way top. Look at the nades, they're just naturally Cable, he's stay alive as long as possible, but that's not going to happen. He gets flying from the heavens above, finally gets knocked down, possibly even be finished off. Sustained, but sadly for not too long as Jabberwocky really plans to secure their northern side before they deal with the southern invaders, and that is Dingo's Glacier.
Jabberwocky baru saja walk mereka keluar kembali kepada lobby, dan inilah dia Death Silence, pasukan yang mereka harus kita lihat, dan inilah dia OG team baru saja disingkirkan oleh MRE Victorious. Malang sekali mereka disingkirkan di tempat yang ke-14, jadi tiada mata kedudukan untuk mereka untuk pusingan kali ini. Tapi pada masa yang sama, Farang Guerrilla nampaknya dalam keadaan bahaya.
Looks like they were entangled actually with the 5, but looks like Farang Guerrilla is not having a tough time. Melhy trying to sustain as much as possible. And by the way, Team 8, which is 4K Ox, are still alive thanks to Miro in this game. If it wasn't for Miro, Team 8 wouldn't be hammering Farang Guerrilla at all here. Literally, they are still trying to sustain. Now Melhy literally telling his teammates, hey, I blame C4 for this. I blame this man for keeping those 4 members alive, and not, it would have been a different situation. Now 2 teams worth of members are being targeted by literally 4K Ox alone.
Hakikat sebagai seorang pemain, tak ada kalau ada salah bukan salah kita, adalah salah orang lain. Itu adalah perkara biasa dalam mana-mana permainan pun. Tetapi inilah dia, Melhy masih lagi hidup setelah semua benda dilemparkan kepada beliau. YQT betul-betul sedang menjaga Melhy. Melhy akan kehabisan asap tak lama lagi. Dia ada separuh tin lagi tu, tetapi tak lama akan dihabiskan. Sekarang ni kita akan lihat zone bergerak, dan zone masih lagi di atas prison.
Nasib baik dia pun tak ada grenade atau utilities. Kalau ada, then that guy is definitely smoked for sure. He knows exactly where he is in the smoke. And now here comes Agent Pajamas. They had a little bit of a rough start. They haven't got a single kills at all. They did poke some damage in some of the nearby teams, but not enough to go for the knocks. Douglas again, hey! Careful a bit, my friend. If not, you literally fall and die. There's nothing behind him. It's all ocean waters. But a beautiful knock coming in for YQT. He finds the last remaining members of Farang Guerrilla and removes them from the game. 12 teams remaining, Sir Cloud, and it's already so hectic for the King of the Hill.
Alamak, Farang Guerrilla disingkirkan di tempat ke-13. Tadi mereka dapat chicken dinner, 2 chicken dinner pada hari ini. Dan Death Silence masih lagi hidup. Jadi Death Silence ada peluang untuk membesarkan lagi, ataupun untuk membesarkan lagi jurang perbezaan mata antara mereka berdua.
Memang betul lah yang bercakap Sir Cloud. Tapi kita masih perlu lihat macam mana game ni akan berkongsi. Still, Agent Nero spots someone. MRE not in a good spot at all. They're right out in the open. Maybe a little bit too early, or maybe not. Maybe a little bit too many defensive smokes was committed in that ring. Now they have not enough smoke to create a smoke trail. Maybe they have one, maybe they have two, but not enough. You know it's not enough. The fact that Zach Rex is right out in the open into the last defensive and through the smokes alone, Nero will knock him down to the ground.
Ya, Nero tidak akan zero. Dia akan memastikan dia mendapatkan mata penyingkiran itu. Dan agensi pajamas yang suka pakai baju tidur, tapi tak pernah saya lihat mereka pakai baju tidur pun. Mereka masih lagi bermain di pinggiran zon pada waktu sekarang ni, mempertahankan kedudukan mereka dan juga mempertahankan tempat mereka daripada dicerobohi oleh MRE Victorious.
Oh, they're buying the time. Looks like Dingo's RX is having a little bit as they are being chipped away by RXG Icon from the back line. They're trying to secure. He's jiggling back and forth the buggy and the rock. He only has 2 HP left to do it. So the zone is coming in. He has to heal, but he does not dare to do it. He decides to try to run away. No! The blue zone finally connects, and then they comes in alongside, courtesy of Quills, who was the wild trickster from the last map on Sanhok. Will deny one member here of Dinko's RX. But I see Debbie trying to return. And he annihilates all member of RHG Icon to prevent any more foul play which they experienced and of course witness from the last map.
Tapi tak habis lagi untuk kita punya pertarungan ni. Jabberwocky masih ada di dalamnya. Zal akhirnya dibawa oleh Zone dan suruh disingkirkan di tempat yang ke-9. Abu sekarang ni tembakan jauh-jauh dikeluarkan oleh Edskedo kepada seberang dan Zone tidak berpihak pada mereka. Nampaknya Jabberwocky terpaksa bergerak, tetapi sebelum tu mereka harus berhadapan dengan beberapa lagi pasukan yang akan menjadi penjaga sempadan untuk kemasukan Jabberwocky ke dalam zone.
Not much time left, not many teams. Not much space either way, as most teams came from the exact same area. So it will be a skirmish. It will be a Nero definitely not having a tough time. But Yum absolutely delicious. He snacks away on Nero, but you know his appetite isn't satiated just yet. He wants to look for more. But more utilities. Molly's even coming in. That's force him a little bit out in the open, but they have the high ground. They have the courtesy of the hill to let the nade naturally roll down into their legs to blow them all up. But then again, they are running out of utilities and they want to play a little bit more safe. Look at the damage they have left. Not much mess on their hands. They have a couple of bandages, but they don't want to take too much fight head on, especially with so many smokes already been thrown down by Agent Pajamas. But they did the damage. They got a couple of knocks and they want to try to see if they can quickly go for the supply drop to re-equip their previous armor.
Oh, dan dapat tu satu first aid dalam airdrop. Bukan itu saja.
Fresh.
Memang segar bugar apa yang kita nampak. Helmet dan juga vest yang serupa didapati level 3. Dan berapa masih lagi dalam pertarungan ni. Inilah dia pasukan 4KOX. Nampaknya mereka setakat ni adalah OK. Tetapi mereka tiada zone. Nampak Yam di situ. Mereka pula mahu menjamah selera bersama dengan Yam. Yang Yam akan menjadi lauk kepada mereka. Jom perlu berjaya jalan masuk ke dalam zone kerana zone sekarang ni akan menutup dan mereka tidak berada di dalamnya.
Definitely buying the time, but it's also a great opportunity for Agent Pajamas as well. By the way, coming to the towards the side of the hill, Agent Pajamas not having a tough time or a fun time at all, because not only are they being flanked from the west, but also they're trying to secure that. What a big brain coming in from up at 9K. He knew for sure once that vehicle blow up, he might be able to get somebody, and he did. Lock is still on his side as he tries to hammer them even more through the last smoldering vehicle that's using them as they are using it for a form of cover. But looks like Nero finds Jim on the other side. Now Team GGE only has one more member to keep them in this game.
Oh, pada masa yang sama kita nampak dah Yam sudah pun dipaham oleh Jong dan Yam dihabiskan secara langsung oleh Toda daripada Agent Pajamas. Rupanya dia ada kill steal di situ. Ada pencurian yang telah pun berlaku. Agent Pajamas telah berjaya menjadi perompak pencuri satu mata penyingkiran.
This is not looking great at all. Look at the north side. So much spice. How claustrophobic everyone is going to feel. They're trying to run back and forth and trying to get into the cover and try to literally deny as many bullets as possible. But that's not going to happen as Jens finally connects on the last shot to knock him down. That's going to be trying to force a decision out of 4KOX. Do they want to save all long or not? Defensive smoke is committed, but can he get there in time? Rin gets tagged. He knows he's been spotted out as well. No more vehicles as well. all it's been is a smoldering pile of smoke here. But look at the other teams. No team. Oh! Abe gets hit in the head, and he gets knocked down as well. Kazue, thank God, is nearby. Trying to go for the pickup, but there's not much cover for him to play with. Even if he wants to take a pick, he knows he's going to be easily get tapped off. Luck has to be in Kazue's hand, but suddenly Abe gets spotted first and gets knocked down again by Tola. Again, it's finding a prime opportunity, Sir Claude. I am worried for this team.
Ya, terutamanya untuk agensi pejabat kerana mereka ada wakil yang kini masih lagi berada di luar zon. Nero akan mula untuk bergerak, tetapi dia perlu berhati-hati. Sebelah kanan dia ada dua pasukan yang sedang menanti. Nero nasib baik dia ada Gilisu, jadi dia boleh selamat daripada mana-mana pandangan mata kasar. Tetapi dekat sini kita ada Kim yang baru saja dihabiskan tembakan jarak jauh, dan Death Silence disingkirkan di tempat yang kelima.
But still, 5th place is still a lot of points though. But either way, coming back to the main event as it is, Agent Pajamas has been really popping out. 9 kills to boot here. So like we were saying before, first 3 games, they were very quiet, they were calm. Now, literally, it's a calm before the storm, and they will be the team to secure double-digit score first, and that's going to be 10 kills per boot on themselves.
Oh, itu dia dah 10 dah pasukan yang mendapatkan 2 digit sebelum mata penyingkiran agensi pejabat. Tetapi kita tengok sekarang ni 4KOX masih lagi kekal dengan 4 orang ahli mereka. Terlebih ada satu wakil daripada Jabberwocky masih lagi hidup yang boleh menjadi duri dalam daging. Dah banyak kali kita tengok ni pada hari ini.
Betul, memang betul ya. But it looks like Papa finds Kido with a beautiful headshot from the sideline. They never saw it coming. But you know what that means, Sir Cloud? We are class to the one final fight. 1v1 between the two teams. Agent in Pajamas and 4KOX. The two teams everyone least expected to be in this final circle. Both men fresh, not much meds left. A lot of bandages, but no first aid or painkillers.
Oh, mereka kena bersiap sedia. 35 saat lagi dan zone akan menutup. Pada waktu sekarang ni zone sangat-sangat kecil, tapi saya rasa zone ada kena keren. Dijatuhkan oleh Nero dengan balikan bom yang baik. Adakah dia pembuka untuk agensi Pajamas untuk mara ke hadapan. Balikan bom lagi satu, tapi Toda hampir dijatuhkan melalui tembakan daripada jung sebelah kanan. Permasa sama dijatuhkan oleh Papa.
Oh, and it's still going on as well. Nero gets knocked. He's one finds Joe, knocks him down. It's getting close. 3v3, but the pickup has been successful as well. But he's in very responsive in the last minute, and yet still survives. Agent in Pajamas will secure their winner chicken dinner.
Diorang okey lah.
Oh ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotip. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocate.
So, kembali kepada pusingan yang terakhir. Inilah dia. Wow. Malaysia Esports Championship 2021-2022 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Esports Integrated ESI. Bersama dengan saya Sir Cloud dan juga rapat yang suka rapat bersama dengan saya, Yolo Lee.
Yeah, memang. Who doesn't like it? You tell me. Name me one person who wouldn't like it. But of course, first things first. This is going to be the last match. It is the last match before the end of today, and we're going to be also crowning who's going to be the championship. And also, not only walk away with 15,000 ringgit, but also we'll be going to take that nice, comfy slot in the qualifier final of the PMPL Season 5. So really thank you all the fans, the viewers, all your support to your favorite team. And thank you for joining us, who's not just for today, but even for day one. And of course, most importantly, before I forget, with this long day, don't forget to drink your water. Jangan lupa minum air ya, because it's been a long day, been a long time. Stay hydrated. It's always been a great thing for your family. Especially for you, Sir. You better make sure you drink water. I never see you touch water.
Saya dah minum 3 botol tadi.
Jangan lipu.
Tapi 3 botol kecil lah. Mungkin sebab kecil tak nampak kot.
Kecil memang tak count lah ni.
Tak cukup lah kena yang besar.
Memang.
Tapi apa yang besar juga adalah persembahan daripada pemain-pemain kita, Agents in Pyjamas, yang mereka tak pernah pun pakai baju tidur sebenarnya. Sekarang saya tengok mereka live dekat lokasi pun tak ada pun pakai baju tidur. Mereka berjaya mendapatkan 29 mata pada persaingan tadi. 4KOX 20 mata, Jabberwocky 17 mata, GGEX NBS Baruz 10 mata. Yang tarik nafas kita lepas sebut nama tim tu. Ada Death Silence 9 mata, Boyak Jin 9 mata, Dingos Glazer 7 mata dan juga MRE Victorious 4 mata.
That for sure. And starting with the second half here on 9th placing here, we have Dingos RX here with a total point score of 4. RHG Icon with 3. Gringos X Toxic with 2, followed by the equal scoreline with RMC Saber with 12 place. 13 Clubby Farm Gorilla, which only has 1 point only. And TY Saber with 1 point, and same goes to Team C4 and Team OGFQ. Literally in the second half here, you already can see the 6 teams that was previously topping the scoreboard for the past three games in the first half here is currently now in the second half, and now GGE X NBS Barrows, who was also the leader, the top leading board in the literally from yesterday's scoreline, is now in top 6.
Oh Yololi, tengok Death Silence. Sebab tadi kita tak disajikan dengan carta keseluruhan, tapi kali ni kita disajikan dengan carta keseluruhan. Melainkan anda buat matematik dekat rumah. Death Silence 132 mata tepat kedua. Sekarang ni adalah Farah Guerrilla 104 mata. Matematik bezanya 28 mata. Betul? Betul. Cikgu matematik saya pasti bangga. Dan ada Jabberwocky 90 mata di tempat ketiga. Tempat keempat Agents in Pyjamas 87 mata. Tempat kelima Dingos Glazer 87 mata. Tempat keenam TY Saber 73 mata. Tempat keempat 4KOX 65 mata dan GGEX NBS Baruz 65 mata di tempat ke-8. Dan dengan beza 28 mata, kita boleh dikatakan yang Death Silence akan membawa pulang kejuaraan ini. Sudah pun membawa pulang kejuaraan ini. Melainkan sesuatu yang luar biasa berlaku.
Memang betul bacakan daripada Sir Cloud ni, because it's a really massive lead. It's really hard to contest against. Like we're talking about like 28 points differential here. Really try to climb back up. To get first place, like even if anyone wants to climb up to the scoreline, to get chicken dinner is 15 points. 15 points, you're still lacking at least another 13 points to really catch up. Really another 30 points. In other words, you need to get 13 kills and chicken dinner if you just want to tie the scoreline with Death Silence. And Death Silence need to be the first team to die. You got to catch up to the rest of the team, which is so hard for them. The game here, literally, there is nothing. Literally for Farah Guerrilla, nothing can be more perfect. More perfect for them if Death Silence were to be the 16th team to fall out without getting a single kill or a single placement point. But you know what? My mom would say if I tell her something unbelievable about that. Say, Leonard, that is nonsense. That is literally a dream, because that's a miracle. It's a real miracle for such a thing to happen, for them to overcome. And it was so sad. I think Farah Guerrilla was really hoping to try to get as much scoreline as much as possible. Them just getting 1 point, just 1 point, was literally, like I said, anyone could slip. First place, second place, or third place. But it was really a situation where Farah Guerrilla couldn't afford to slip.
Betul.
And sadly, because of that slip, they missed an opportunity to literally contest against with Death Silence. Right now, it's literally a 90% chance. We could literally say that Death Silence will be the champions of this tournament itself. However, I guess you could say right now it's just a one-man horse race or a one-man show in this case right now.
Okay. 13 mata penyingkiran dengan chicken dinner dengan harapan yang Death Silence terkeluar awal. Too soon. Okay. Benda ni tak mustahil.
True.
Saya optimistik sekarang.
Aku pun. I've always been optimistic. Yeah.
Benda ni tak mustahil. Jadi jadi kita akan memerhatikan. Okay. Kalau Farah Guerrilla tersingkir sebelum Death Silence, auto champion.
True. Yes.
Sebab yang lain dah terlalu jauh.
Betul.
Jadi kita harus memerhatikan Farah Guerrilla di manakah kedudukan mereka. Itu yang paling utama dulu. Lepas tu kita kena tengok kalau mereka boleh dapat 13 mata penyingkiran sebagai kriteria pertama lah.
Yeah.
Baru cerita yang lain-lain.
It's really going to be quite the run for them. I'm not even kidding. They have to run as if they were being chased by demons, and they also have to kill as if they were demons, because there's no way they're going to catch up to this. And think of it this way. Okay, let's just say, like, if let's just say the first thing that falls out that is not Death Silence, it means Farang Gorilla has to work even more harder. If they did get fall up on 50 place, even more harder. In other words, in this case, the in-game leader, I'm pretty sure right now at the player's desk, he's pretty much telling all the member, everyone works, everyone drives, everyone kills, until the point we get so many, no matter what positioning that Death Silence gets, we must be at least twice as much as them just to catch up, or at least to overwhelm them to get that one spot. This is, I'm not even kidding, to get a spot in the qualifier finals. It's not the main one yet, it's just a qualifier final, but it's still a massive lead. Can you imagine all these 16 players had to go through doing the qualifiers just to get into the top 16 for this event? Imagine PMPL.
Lagilah cabaran dia besar lah kan. Jadi kalau boleh dapat tiket kepada pusingan kelayakan PMPL, sebenarnya sangat-sangat bernilai. Dan kita dah dengar dah bunyi tepukan, dan inilah ada pertarungan yang terakhir dalam kita punya pertandingan ni. Semestinya dengan bunyi tepukan gemuruh tu, itu bermakna yang lobby dah ditekan.
But you see, that's what we live for. The cheers. I don't know whether you guys can hear it or not, but we live for this. For 2 years we were denied of this. I mean, the only cheers we get is from the chat online, but you know, it's like, or maybe a couple of, you know, like a couple of PPI mini icons on Twitch, but like, it's like, it doesn't have the same feeling when you're on the actual event itself here. So that's why I'm glad to be here. It's the first LAN event of the year as well, if I'm not mistaken. Like, am I mistaken?
Apa yang saya nampak juga adalah yang pertama lah untuk tahun ni.
Exactly, right? So it's a great opportunity. Everyone's cheering, and the best part of this, there is no, I mean, sure, maybe there's a little bit of saltiness among the players, and I don't blame them, you know, that kind of thing. But there's no real negativity. Everyone there is positive, everyone is serious, and everyone is respecting each other's capability. Despite being a few players, although yes, some of them are old players and some of them know each other, but for the newer players, they are learning from the old. They see how they react to another player. They say, okay, this is how I'm supposed to be treating another player. Like, if they're respecting them, I should also be respecting them. No one is being out of line, and I think that's amazing here in our community.
Betul. Dan apa yang paling penting sekali adalah semua pemain bermain dengan cukup bersemangat sekali. Kalau kita tengok, saya tengok mereka pun, okay, untuk penonton yang menonton di rumah lah kan, mereka sebenarnya dalam 10 langkah daripada kita je. Jadi kalau anda boleh dengar sorakan-sorakan daripada pemain-pemain ni, memang sangat-sangat mantap lah. Jadi inilah dia kita punya vibe kita, yang seperti yang dikatakan oleh Yololi, adalah kita rindu vibe ni. Dan kita nampak juga cara mereka berinteraksi antara satu sama lain. Bila mereka datang tadi, mereka macam, lama tak jumpa. Dan itu adalah tanda hormat antara satu sama lain dengan semua pemain-pemain ni. Dan tapi dalam game memang tak bagi muka lah.
Oh man, this is gonna be one last ride. It's literally the final lap here. And let's be honest, if Death Silence doesn't, like, I mean, I wouldn't say they had to take it too seriously, but they cannot slack too much, because it end up, it's going to be like the story between the race between the hare and the tortoise. Because if they slack too much, they're going to have the copper slip between the legs, and the turtle is going to reach to the finish line.
Betul. Dan sekiranya mereka seri daripada segi mata, kalau kita ikut pemecah tali leher ataupun tiebreaker, Farang Gorilla akan di atas sebab mereka ada lebih banyak chicken dinner. Jadi ianya lebih berbahaya kepada Death Silence. Tetapi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adakah anda sudah bersedia? Inilah dia pusingan yang terakhir yang akan menjadi pusingan penentu. Selamat datang kepada MEC Championship 2021-2022, dan anda sedang menonton pusingan PUBG Mobile di Miramar. Let's go!
It's the final race, ladies and gents. There's nothing else on the line. Although most fans, most people, maybe even the casters, although especially want to be positive, in our hearts we also follow the facts as well. It seems like the deed has been final. The fate for some has already been finalized. But let's see whether some of these teams are willing to challenge their destiny and change it entirely for themselves. But guess what? What's really funny about this circle from this flight path alone, or at least this entire day that we've been seeing, only the last 2 maps we've been having very unlikely flight paths. not the most ideal for most teams here. And I think that's really funny to me here. And because of this flight path, I look at the circle. We're gonna be seeing. I'm already seeing like Team Deaf Silence, which is the bright red. I'm seeing X Toxic also diving into the mix of things. Team C4. There's even if I'm not mistaken, the Farah Gorilla all doing long dives into the side. They could have dropped a graveyard, but no, they're going straight as far as possible. And looks like the final destination for some of the team is going to be at San Martin, Hacienda, and we already see one of the teams already dropping early for the vehicles, but the rest is trying to go for El Azhar.
Okay, kalau kita tengok kedudukan Deaf Silence dengan Parang Gorilla, sebenarnya mereka tak terlalu jauh. Dan kalau mereka berjumpa, kalau Parang Gorilla ratakan Deaf Silence, ini mungkin boleh menjadi permulaan kepada satu plot twist. Jadi kita tengok bagaimana apakah yang akan berlaku. Tapi kalau saya adalah Deaf Silence, pasti siapa-siapa pun lah kan, kalau mereka ada Deaf Silence, inilah waktunya untuk asal jangan mati awal, jangan tersingkir awal, mereka akan auto juara. Jadi loot, pergilah sorok dekat mana-mana, sorok bawa bantal ke, bawa tilam ke apa ke, asal jangan tersingkir awal.
I mean, exactly what Sir Cloud just said. Literally, all they have to do is just hide.
Yeah.
Avoid all contact, avoid all confrontation. But the thing that this is about this, Sir Cloud, although by fact, and if we're following by strategy alone, that will be the most sound decision. No one will complain about it in the books, of war. But you know, these guys are warriors. They are professional players. I doubt they will run. I mean, sure, they will play safer than usual. But if there's a fight comes down, they will definitely join in the fray. If you're a real gamer, there's no way you hide away unless you're a really cowardly gamer, which I don't blame. I understand this. But you know, as a gamer myself, I know for sure if a fight comes down, I must answer this. And of course, just looking for the position, by the way, only 4 teams that we noticed as well, who only still, despite the position of the nature of the circle, still stick to their favorite job zone.
Yang lain-lain semua tukarlah mengikut laluan penerbangan dan kadang-kadang itu juga adalah satu pilihan yang baik lah kan. Tak nak bazir masa terlalu lama cari kenderaan, lepas tu pergi ke tempat yang lain, masa tu pun dah 2-3 minit lah kan. Banyak terbazir masa. Jadi mana-mana yang dekat, kalau nampak tak ada orang, okey, sambung loot, lepas tu fikir jalan untuk masuk ke dalam zone, itu yang terbaik. Tetapi cerita pasal yang terbaik lah kan, dan tadi kita pun cerita pasal Deaf Silence. Kebetulan mereka berada di tengah-tengah zone. Hacienda de Petron adalah titik pertengahan di dalam zone. Dan kalau ikutkan mereka tak perlu nak gerak sangat lah kan. Tapi kita tengok kalau ada orang nak mengambil tempat di bahagian tengah. Tapi Nadim daripada TY Xavier, apa yang jadi ni? Ada tergelincir ke dekat mana-mana? Tengok dia, tak tahulah dia jatuh dekat mana tu, tapi dia harap-harap dapat diangkat oleh rakan pasukannya lah.
Yeah, well, I mean it is a little bit of a risk because like if you take into certain factors into account as well. Unideal flight path, very southern side of the map, so the northern is definitely going to be clear. And since they did a long dive, and of course, while some members are doing long dives, some of the members are looking and scouting behind, they notice for the fact no one is ahead. No one's getting a vehicle in time. Maybe on the left side, but there's no one near them in particular, which is Deaf Silence here. So this gives Mikhail and Ryu a little bit more confidence where we can do this one by one positioning instead of their usual 2x2 or 4-man stacks or 3-man stacks here, because there's guaranteed no one going to be nearby. And even if someone is on the way, the vehicles are so loud and you definitely can hear it coming on the way. So communication, especially from a team such as Deaf Silence, they are definitely going to be they're going to have clean communication. No one's going to be frantic about it. No one's going to be confused on what to answer for certain situation. They know how to answer it. They know how to deal with it. They know what lines and what certain sentences or words will be clear and clean enough for the team to understand what needs to be done.
Sebab itulah mereka pasukan yang kini berada di tempat yang teratas. Mereka mampu beradaptasi dengan macam-macam situasi, sama ada zone ataupun tak ada zone dan sebagainya lah kan. Hanya pasukan yang mampu untuk beradaptasi, mereka layak duduk di atas. Sebab ini adalah PUBG Mobile. Yang paling utama sekali adalah zone. Zone tu tidak boleh dikawal. Kita pun tak tahu zone tu akan pergi ke mana dan sebagainya. Tetapi apa yang penting untuk pemain-pemain kita adalah ke mana zone tu pergi, mereka mampu untuk beradaptasi. Adaptasi itu adalah paling penting. Kata kunci untuk pemain-pemain kita.
Yeah, it's definitely really the key to most of the situation like this as well. But now looking at Farang Gorilla here. You know, every time I see manga and I just gets this flashback to what we were seeing on the map of Sanhok. They were going to remember they were going. Manga was trying to go with a strategy where he's just trying to tank out the zone. He had 16 first aid kit to go. Only used 3. Just like Quills came in from Quills of RHG Icon decides to shut him down entirely. It was, although yes, they did win the winner chicken dinner for that one, but it's definitely not the cool finish he was trying to go for here. And speaking of cool finish here, so far we haven't seen Team Jabberwocky getting their first chicken dinner just yet.
Itulah dia kan. Tapi mereka ada di tempat-tempat yang macam
top 3.
Atas-atas jugalah. Jadi itulah sebabnya kenapa saya kagum dengan Jabberwocky. Mereka ada satu potensi yang sangat-sangat tinggi dan kita nampak melalui cara mereka bermain mata yang dikumpul. No chicken, no problem. Bayangkan kalau mereka boleh pertingkatkan sedikit lagi, mereka boleh dapatkan mungkin beberapa chicken dinner. Mereka akan mencabar Dev Silent untuk tempat teratas.
Yalah, team mereka dia semua memang consistent lah, but sadly not consistent enough to get the respective placement, especially on this final day. I think it was only on the last map itself they actually didn't really get even to top 8 here. So it's really unfortunate for that one for them to match up the score of getting higher or over. But either way, looks like Agent Pajamas, previous champions for previous winner chicken dinner for the last round. Definitely spot some of the members of Team OG does send a message saying like, get out of my property, but it's totally fine. Because Team OG say, you know, you can shoot me all you want. And so I know you don't have the angle to get me in the head as well, but I just want to get the center part of the circle, or at least a very ideal spot. If you remember, it's northern side here and the northern and literally northern central sides of the map. And if you notice as well, if you see from the map I'm showing you right now, so cloud.
Nak tunjuk dekat saya lah. Nak tunjuk pada penonton tak dapat lah.
I mean, they can see from the minimap. Mereka boleh tengok kat minimap lah. If you can even notice from the current positioning of one from Team C4, the design, there's a lot of mountain range. It's still phase 1, so there's still a chance where the circle can still, you know, shift in a location or in an area. Okay, now we can see from the minimap. They will still shift to an area which they may not be ideal. But if you notice as well, it's still very centralized. In none of us, there's a lot of highlands that teams can play around with and try to contest it for. And now you can see some of the teams trying to evade as much as possible, as you can see, as everyone is trying to go towards water treatment area.
Dan ada sebabnya kenapa. Sebab zone beralih ke sebelah water treatment. Dan kalau kita tengok dua pasukan yang kita nak bagi perhatian lebih sikit lah kan. Death Silence masih lagi berada di dalam zone. Tetapi untuk Farang Guerrilla, mereka kini berada di luar zone. Perlu bergerak, tetapi tak terlalu jauh. Apapun Bill, tadi Bill pun antara yang awal untuk disingkirkan. Kali ini pun lagi sekali Bill.
Aku rasa Bill responsibility for the team was mostly just to scout things out. That's why I feel like he's getting picked up more quicker than usual initially. Or maybe just a little bit of just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, like that kind of thing. But either way, sad for Bill. Can't really relive the movie Kill Bill here back in the 80s and 90s here. Won't be killing a lot of people. But either way, his team will continue to persist. They will try to make their way to the top here. But so far, 16 teams. No one died, which is not surprising at all. It's still only second phase circle. And like I said, the playstyle for this map is a lot more longer than Erangel than usual. And especially since it's a very central circle. Mowing them all down alongside with Zim as they are back to back with each other to mow down members of Team Jabberwocky. And that is resulting of 2 members to crash and burn.
Tak boleh nak puji ni Jabberwocky ni lah kan. Baru je saya kata sekali 2 pemain mereka disingkirkan. Tetapi apapun sekarang ni Mar cuba melarikan diri bersama dengan Rush dan mereka akan selamat. Tapi Carl akan diserang balas, jatuh kepada 40% Jawa, masuk ke dalam gudang dan akan reset semula.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. They were really hoping to not experience that at all. Like that's literally one of the 3 worst things that they can actually experience for themselves during their rotation here. Looks like Kimi was able to find another member on the other side, knocks him down. Great aiming, great pickup as well. 0-2, not with the team as he is trying to scout the Hassan. It's a still, although yes, on the map it looks very small. It is a small settlement, but it still requires for them to check things out because there's a lot of close quarter housing teams can utilize to get closer to their current positioning. Hence why they have one member to be straying from the pack just to scout things out for them. Pretty much like the animals lemurs, you know, they have one person to stand and scout things out for danger, that kind of thing, while the rest of the pack is just chilling. But either way, Team X Toxic here is still managed to spot them. Mikhail just dropped a couple of pre-fire, but I don't think none will be able to connect. Actually, I thought he does connect. My God.
Itu namanya sumpahan caster.
Oh, ya lah. Sama. Kamu cakap dengan Team Jabberwocky pun sama.
Itulah dia, sama juga. saya semua pasal, Jabberwocky ni, tiba-tiba mereka tersikir dua. Yang ni bila Yololi cakap, takkan boleh kena ni. I kena pula lah kan. Ini betul-betul sumpahan caster lah orang kata.
Memang betul lah. But really, he was in the trees. I thought the shot would have connected at all. But either way, I like to be proven wrong because, you know, players' potential has always been my goal to see all the time. But look at this. Right now, Farhan Gorilla casually inside one of the barracks and open areas as well. I guess you could say a little bit of free real open space concept for Adib here, since he definitely picked that building for himself. No contention. There is a team relatively nearby to try to go for the contention, and I think they spotted out too as well. And that's going to be Team GGE. And the thing is, GGE was able to manage to get a decent placing for the last map itself. But whether they can shut down Farhan Gorilla will be a blessing for Death Silence.
Betul tu. Death Silence memang akan mematikan kill feed, tetapi inilah dia. Death Silence lagi sekali dapat zone dan Farhan Gorilla tidak mendapat zone. Jangan lupa juga, objektif lagi satu. Farhan Gorilla mesti sekurang-kurangnya paling minima mendapatkan 13 mata penyikiran. Mereka perlu mencari orang dan tak tahu bila mereka nak mula, tetapi pasukan lain dah mula. Arash dijatuhkan, jadi Jabberwocky mungkin akan kehilangan Arash dan akan bermain dengan seorang pemain sahaja. Ngam.
Selamat. Dia selamat.
Selamat po.
Oh, he's safe. I thought he's gone. 1 HP dropped down from the roof. I'm like, oh man, I think he's gone. But anyway, Tom on the other hand, different situation. But Mikhail is nearby to go for the pickup and maybe even able to get the kill on X-Arm. And remember, we did say minimum amount of kills for Farhan Gorilla Musket is 13 on the condition where literally Death Silence is dropped at 16th place.
Betul.
They are not even dropped yet and they already got a kill. So the more longer Death Silence is maintaining, the 30 kills minimum will increase.
Betul. Tepat sekali. Dan pada masa yang sama, zone berpihak kepada Death Silence. Mereka daripada mula permainan asyik berada di tengah-tengah zone. Jadi itu kelebihan sangat besar untuk mereka. Farhan Gorilla mereka tidak mempunyai zone. Tapi ni raja mungkin perlu untuk mereka berjaya mendapatkan Rex dan Rex akan diberikan matanya kepada Farhan Gorilla. 1 mata untuk mereka.
One down, more to go for sure. But no! They stole all the kills away! An opportunity they were hoping to deny was stolen away by the hands of Ryu. And by the way, another meeting for Ryu means Dragon as he flies and subs all his kills for the team. 4 kills. Farhan Gorilla is in tears.
Yeah. Mereka dah ada 4. Maksudnya sekarang ni Farhan Gorilla perlu minima 16. 16 mata penyingkiran. Tidak mustahil. Tetapi semakin sukar untuk mereka. Apapun kita tengok apa yang akan terjadi, Farhan Gorilla bukanlah satu pasukan yang boleh dipandang rendah.
And the worst part, the positioning they have doesn't really allow them to look for kills at the moment, since he knows the team's already positioned in this way. Literally the nature of the circle wasn't in their way, and they of course they will definitely want to get the kills, but they do not want to fight through all this defense. The gatekeepers will be solid. The defense will be hard. We will most likely suffer losses at the same time. But looks like RHG, they understand the symmetry of the defense and the danger of the defense. They decide to take a more longer rotation in the blue zone to get into safety. They do have the first aid kit to do it as well.
Ya, mereka ada kelengkapan. Death Silence sekarang ni tidak mempunyai zone, tetapi mereka menghantar seorang wakil masuk ke dalamnya. Farhan Gorilla juga tidak mempunyai zone pada waktu sekarang, tetapi Farhan Gorilla, jangan lupa masih lagi 16 mata penyingkiran minima pada waktu sekarang ni untuk peluang bagi mereka menyamai Death Silence. Tetapi Death Silence belum lagi disingkirkan. Itu juga satu masalah kepada Farhan Gorilla.
This is getting a lot more. It's getting a lot more scarier than it's supposed to be at this point as well. Since now, if we're just like focusing on the risk and the score that Farhan Gorilla really tried to climb for here, Death Dev, and literally at this point, Dev Silence, they are aiming to try to literally get as much kills as much as possible. Like I told you before, as they know they can just play safe, they can run back, but they are players, they're professional players. They want to get the kills, and they got it 4 kills right off the bat, instantly removing one team out of the game entirely. Man, beautiful knockdown with a beautiful headshot as well, and instantly the explosion will be removing him from the game itself. Fire Gorilla not too far behind, trying to get as much kills as much as possible, trying to get a couple of knocks here, but then again, look at that side. They're relatively close to the Team OG, and maybe Team OG will be next on the menu.
Ya, mungkin. Saya setuju dengan Yololi. Ya, mereka biasa tidak terlalu selamat. Mereka jumpa orang, mereka akan cuba dapatkan mata penyingkiran tu. Dan dengan itu sekarang ni masih lagi 16. Melhehe dapat 1 dan kita lihat Melhehe diserang balas oleh Ziggs dan dijatuhkan. Sekarang ni Zone juga menjatuhkan Zefral.
This is crazy. Mereka bergaduh dengan multiple team and Mango. Thank God he saw at the right minute. He knows the fact that NBS Vox was actually spraying down from a direct 90 degrees angle. From Sally, forcing onto the sideline, gets knocked down. Zach is not having a tough time in this situation. And Funky, he's trying to play to the sidelines, but he knows for the fact that someone's actually on the left side. Agent in pajamas has denied Funky to go for the flank. Now, Farah Gorilla has no choice to get in this circle. They have to literally bulldoze through one of these two teams here. It looks like they decided to resolve themselves to take on Team GGE.
Alamak, tiada pilihan. Tapi apakah dayanya mereka akan dijaga oleh pasukan lain. Kim daripada pasukan Death Silence berjaya untuk mendapatkan satu mata penyingkiran. Pada masa yang sama, Blaze pun dijatuhkan. Satu letupan daripada Bay. Daripada RNG Icon telah berjaya untuk mendapatkan 2 pemain yang lain.
Funky! A little bit just right at the skin of his kitty chin here as he gets the 2K, and they will still be able to brave through the storm and they get out of it as well. They survive, they secured their win. However, there's still Jim, one more member to literally be the final to throw a wrench in the plans for Farah Gorilla. Mango finally goes down to Jim. Now they're not only one member short, but they know for sure Jim is still nearby.
Oh, Jim berdekatan. Tak dekat mana, tapi kita tengok macam mana nanti. Jim, okey, sekarang ni dia ada kedudukan tanah tinggi. Dan dia boleh mencari duri dalam daging kepada Farah Gorilla. Farah Gorilla ada 3 orang. Mango pun disingkirkan secara langsung. Dan Jung dijatuhkan di satu tempat berbeza oleh 0-2. Farah Gorilla masih lagi perlu mencari jalan masuk ke dalam zone. Sebab ada kebaran kalian, mereka tidak akan mempunyai zone selepas ni.
Oh, it's getting a little bit close. Jim is right behind the rock as well. Funky has a rough idea where he exactly is. But then again, with the amount of manpower that they do not have left, they need to watch for that flank as well. Because literally, 4 fresh members of Asian pajamas, if you guys can see on the Miramar, the four green dots getting in the vehicle. But looks like they are trying to see if they want to get into the circle. If they dive into Farah Gorilla right now, they will suffer quite a decent amount of losses. Because they just barely won the fight with Team GGE. And coming on the other side, Gringo's ex-Toxic, not even having the best time at all. They are losing the pick battles between 2 existing teams here. But looks like one of the teams decides to fall back here. But looks like one of the members instantly gets picked off and will fall down to the ground. And it's going to be courtesy of Team OG Lyran. Mar falls back. He decides to stop the fight with this quarrel between Coral here on the western wing here, because they know Team MRE is not too far behind.
Oh, Farah Gorilla bersama dengan Farah Gorilla. Tengok, Farah Gorilla berada di sebelah Death Silence. Jadi mereka mungkin akan bertembung. Mungkin inilah dia pertarungan yang kita mahu lihat. Kalau Farah Gorilla lawan dengan Death Silence, itulah dia pertarungan yang akan menjadi pertarungan penentu.
Tapi look at the minimap right now. There are 3 teams. They're stuck between 3 other members. Agent Pajamas, Team OG, Death Silence. Kim spots 1, finds Mel here. Down! Funky was able to equally trade it out with Mikhail. They're still trying to look for a little bit of fight. Kim cooks the nade. He wants to throw it in. He flanks it down, knocks him down. Literally now all comes up to the line. And literally Kim, he pushes forward. He knows the win is in his grasp. He looks at it. He knows he is literally claiming the prize for himself. Throws the name. Will it be the Kobe? But Adis hears it. He evades away. He's on the open. Kim pushes forward. Tags it. Kim solo. Adis is still healthy.
Oh, ternyata ikut belakang. Dan akan dijatuhkan. Adib masih lagi hidup terlebih zone.
Oh no.
Oh tidak. Gorilla sudah pun disingkirkan. Dan Death Silence boleh menjadi juara.
The top contender is gone and removed from the game. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll reveal the result later on. But coming back to the current situation, Agent Pajamas trying to get to the vehicles, but 0-2 from literally General X Toxic is denying them all possibilities. Finally, we're seeing a little bit of action coming in from Dingo's Glacier. They have been quiet the entire time since they were positioned to the south side. But Team OG, Kimmy, having the best time on the side, but they're going to be back equally as well. Redbox not having, they were able to find Yam, drops him down 0-2. Literally, no one can contest with this man. Finding a couple of attacks, but it's going to be from the hands of Agent in Pajamas here.
Oh, kita tengok dekat sebelah kanan Agents Pajamas sekarang ke arah bahaya 0-2. Mungkin boleh dapatkan wakil daripada Agents Pajamas. Yo! Dapatkan dua. Nero pula dalam keadaan bahaya dan Nero akan dijatuhkan oleh 0-2. Dan itu dia Agents Pajamas dalam keadaan bahaya dan mereka berada di luar zon. Sama juga dengan pasukan pihak lawan mereka. The Gringos X Toxic terlebih The Gringos X Toxic akan mendapat mata-mata penyingkiran ni.
This is getting a lot more closer than it's supposed to be as well. But either way, both teams, both top contenders literally eliminated each other out of the game. And sadly, the damage and the wounds was a little bit too critical and a little bit too lethal for our last remaining members of our deal here. Maybe he could have continued on, but the situation didn't allow him as well. So it's unfortunate for that one. But let's continue to focus on the remaining top 5. Carl finds support, knocks him down for the sideline. He never saw it coming from the highlands since Carl was so quiet, was so patient, and he was able to get one free additional kill. Once Fizzy tags him, gets a lot of hits, and a headshot finally connects to knock him out for the count. 8 kills in the hands here for Team 16 Gringos X Toxic. They are satisfied. They are happy. They are trying to look to get that chicken dinner for themselves here. But whether they can get it is a real question because they're still not in that circle.
Dan pasukan-pasukan yang berada di dalam zon pada waktu sekarang ni antaranya adalah Dingoes RX. Cuba menjatuhkan Molix. Molix di sebelah batu dan beliau berada di luar zon. Ya, pasukan rakan mereka ataupun pasukan saudara mereka Dingoes Laser masih lagi berempat tetapi iBoys akhirnya akan menjatuhkan Molix.
Molix trying to go for a couple of tags, definitely not having the best time at all. This knockdown, definitely not having a bunch of fun time. 0-2 finally gets found out, but they had a side here from Agent in Pajamas. Definitely feeling really great about it. But iBoy 2K equally removing one of his sibling rivalry and still will be able to sustain. Rose, on the other hand, still has the high ground, still has the beauty of all the vantage points in the world here, and even has a great line of sight on 2 remaining teams. However, gets tagged. The blue zone is quite painful as well. I think a little bit too late for the first save, and he's gonna get knocked out from the game.
Adios mi amigo kepada beliau dan sekarang ni kita masih lagi ada 3 pasukan. Mungkinkah Dingoes RX boleh mendapatkan chicken dinner ni? Mereka mempunyai kawasan compound. Mereka berada di dalam zon pada waktu sekarang. Tapi kita tengok adakah zon yang ke-7 akan menjadi milik mereka juga. Pasukan bersaudara mereka Dingoes Laser masih lagi hidup tetapi bermain di pinggiran zon pada waktu sekarang ni. Zon yang ke-7 akan menunjukkan dirinya dan siapakah yang akan mendapat berkat. Zon yang ke-7 kita akan sama-sama lihat. Dan inilah dia zon yang akan diberi kepada kita. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkannya? Zon itu akan menjadi milik Dingoes RX.
3 more teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. That is all it takes before the end of this game. Who's going to be walking away with that chicken dinner? Will it be between the 2 siblings from both of their organizational Dingoes here, or will it be Gringos X Toxic here? So far, if we're comparing between the 2 teams here, only Gringos X Toxic is the only team with the most kills among the 3 here. 8 kills to boot here. They have the vantage point, but now they may not have the man advantage to really go toe-to-toe with the 2 siblings here, who was a lot more fresher here, but they may not have the advantage for themselves. The compound is so perfect for Dingoes RS. There's nothing that can really go wrong here, unless 0-2 has something to say about it. Spotted out by Icy and instantly removed from the game. There's only one. There's literally only one more member remaining to try to turn it off. He's in his vehicle. He's going to be trying to charge and crash into the side. But suddenly he gets down. Boy, 2K removes Carl.
Itulah dia CP saja diketahui kedudukannya. Sekarang ni kedua-dua pasukan Dingoes akan menjadi 2 pasukan terakhir untuk persaingan kali ini. Jadi sudah pun pasti Dingoes akan mendapatkan chicken dinner. Tetapi Dingoes yang manakah yang akan mendapatkannya? Sama ada Dingoes Glazer ataupun Dingoes RX. Dan kita tengok Dingoes RX mempunyai kawasan koma, manakala Dingoes Glazer perlu melintasi jalan raya.
This is going to be it. This is the one. The battle between the siblings here. Who is the better one to take in the crown here and a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves to feast upon? Paul cooking the nade. He's getting ready to throw into the upper floor, the second floor, so he can get a little bit closer here. But he has to keep his eye on the other floors on the other side. More nades, more smoke. Defensive flash is also coming in at the same time. Zal, he's still trying to maintain the status quo here and he's positioning on the high ground to grant himself that view. And you notice as well, it's still phase 7. It's not even phase 8 just yet. So maybe phase 8 might be a lot more different. Both teams are currently dependent on the compounds here. However, Paul's compound in particular is a lot more. Alma gets spun up from the second floor by iBoy 2K. The very same boy who removed the other literally Gringos X Toxic from the game here. And now they make it a lot more easier for the team. The pressure is on Circle. There's only 2 more members of Dingo's Glacier to take on the 4 remaining members.
Nancy terbakar dan dipaksa untuk keluar daripada rumah dan hanya ditembak juga oleh pasukan pihak lawan. 3 lawan dengan 2 Paul dah menunjukkan diri. ISIS nampak Paul dia tahu di mana kedudukan Paul. Paul ada bangunan untuk berselindung. Paul masih lagi steady. Paul masih lagi hidup. Terlebih Zal akan mengambil kedudukan kawasan tanah tinggi untuk menembak sama dengan Revox atau Bombal.
Oh, this is gonna be careful, Paul. Don't pick. Just kill our boy 2K and you should be able to be safe and sound. But Paul finds Revox. All it comes down to Paul. 1v3. He's getting Dingo's RX takes the win for his last map of this grand finals.
healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Fuh, ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni
lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih.
Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri.
Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial. Mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain.
Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik?
Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif.
Alright, gang. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Toy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah saja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak Mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atu faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah bro, kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
The tournament was long, the battle was hard and was epic, but of course, without further ado, that will be the end of all the matches that we've been playing for day 1 and day 2 here of the Grand Championship. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Malaysia Esports Championship 2021-2022, which is also brought to you guys by the Malaysia Ministry of Youth and Sports, KBS, and of course, Esports Integrated, ESI for short. Here, I'm Lenali, also Yolali. The one who has been joining me throughout this entire amazing journey for today is going to be the father of PUBG, Sir Cloud.
Wow, I don't dare to declare that.
Malaysia.
Malaysia
only.
Tapi sebelum kami pergi pada segmen kita yang seterusnya, kami ingin juga mengumumkan bahawa Impact Malaysia sedang mengumpul keperluan untuk bantuan dana dan pengangkutan. #Impact tolong hantar. Dana ini adalah untuk NGO atau kolektif sukarelawan yang membantu mangsa banjir untuk kegunaan penghantaran barangan sumbangan, kos pembuangan sisa banjir skala besar, kos penghantaran sukarelawan pasca banjir. Dan kalau anda nak tahu lebih lanjut berkenaan tentang Impact Malaysia ni, anda boleh layari link di caption live ataupun link di pin comment untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut.
Yeah, seriously guys, like if you feel like you really, although you may not be able to physically support some of the people there who's having some troubles, you can still do it online. Just check out the pin in the comments, go towards the link and see what you can do on your part to support them in any way possible. But of course, if any of you do that, thank you guys so much. And even if you don't, it's still okay. It's not like we're forcing you to do it, you know, that kind of thing. But of course, it still will be a blessing for many people who's in trouble to have your support. And speaking of which, all the players here, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the players. Me and Sir Carl will be speaking on behalf of the players who are currently playing in this tournament. So thank you all amazing viewers and supporters for supporting them all the way, not just from day 1 of yesterday, from the qualifiers itself. It was a massive journey for them to get all the way to the top, to get that final slot here of the qualifier final for the PMCL 2 Season 5 here.
Itulah, sama ada anda menonton di pekarangan kita punya tempat lokasi kita ni ataupun anda sedang menonton di rumah, ya, sokongan anda amat-amatlah dihargai. Dan saya pun tak sabar sebenarnya nak tahu siapakah betul juara. Ya, pengumuman rasmi.
I mean, in our hearts and in our minds, and even for the viewers as well, we're not dumb. We definitely do the math. We know the math. We know the fact. But it always feels better when we finally fully announce it. When we finally see the actual thing. We may know it. We may think like, okay, this guy is going to be the one to win it. But it only feels like it's only finally settled. It's finally been written down in stone when it's finally announced, which we're going to be showing you guys later on when we announce on the recap of the scoreboard later on, and we both can't wait. I know you already say you memang tak sabar lah. Kamu pun faham lah ini.
Walaupun kita kira dah maka tu dalam kepala kita lah. Dalam kepala kita kira, tapi itulah ada pengumuman rasmi, itu yang paling penting sekali lah. Untuk siapakah yang akan mendapat slot pergi PMPL Qualifiers, pusingan kelayakan PMPL yang sangat-sangat berharga. Mereka akan terus bermain dengan antara pasukan-pasukan yang terbaik dalam perjalanan mereka untuk menjadi pasukan profesional dalam PMPL pada musim yang kelima yang akan datang ni. Jadi memang tak sabar untuk saya tengok. Dan selain daripada itu juga nak tahulah berapa besarnya jurang perbezaan mata antara tempat pertama dengan yang lain-lain juga. Drama dia macam mana?
it's definitely going to be a great time. It is definitely fantastic. Like, although yes, we couldn't see what was happening in day number 1 itself, we only can judge according from the scoreboard we receive, and especially same goes for you guys here. But reliving this moment with you and with everyone as well, and with the live action of the players itself, the hype, the vibe. You can even see some of them, they're all hugging, they're all cheering, they're clapping for not just themselves, but even for the rival. Even outside, they're still clapping. They're still going at it. And that's why I feel esports is such a beautiful thing when we all actually come together. But of course, everyone here still practice, social distancing and the SOP as well. So we're still keeping it proper and clean and safe as well. Which of course means you guys also must not forget to drink your water. Jangan lupa minum air, because to hydrate yourself, a healthy body is a healthy mind for the family as well. But still, Sir Cloud, any feedback throughout our journey here for today?
Oh, mantap. Saya rasa kualiti yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan-pasukan kita memang sangatlah baik, dan kita nampak banyak perkara yang berlaku lah sepanjang kita punya game-game yang kita main pada hari ni lah kan. Plot twist pun ada benda yang mengejutkan kita, macam kamu macam tu, oh dia datang dari belakang, dan memang macam-macam sekali lah. Saya dah banyak lihat pertandingan-pertandingan PUBG Mobile ni, saya jujurnya boleh kata antara yang patut terhibur dan kualiti dia adalah sangat-sangat tinggi.
Yeah, this is definitely true as well. I couldn't agree with more of you as well, because like for me, don't get me wrong, watching the pro leagues, watching like major international tournaments like PGC is great. Don't get me wrong, it's always a thrill to see various teams who has practiced their whole life and years and months just to be the top and the best in the international. But for me, I really enjoy watching tournaments like this one, the one that allows like community teams or new teams. Even although yes, there are older players and experienced players in those new teams, but they are with new families, new groups here. In other words, there's going to be new content where we can witness on what kind of plays are they going to be showing. The reason why I love this so much is because it is a painting, like I said earlier as well, a pathing for new roads for all these talents, all new and old, in their future and opportunities in the esports scene. Whether it's going to be PUBG Mobile or not, whether it's going to be continued, I would love to see it. I just love it.
Betul. Dia punya suasana dia. Sampai saya punya teruja pun, saya punya suara pun dah makin hilang dah ni. Dia punya suasana dia, bila kita tengok keadaan pemain-pemain, cara mereka bersorak, bila ada pasukan-pasukan yang dijatuhkan, disingkirkan, kita dengar sorakan daripada pemain-pemain kita. Benda-benda ni macam kita dah selalu katalah kan, ini semua adalah benda yang kita rindu. Saya pasti pemain-pemain pun rindu juga. Tadi masa waktu rehat pun ada salah seorang daripada penganjur lah di sebalik tabir. Dia pun datang dan dia pun cakap, ya, yang ni adalah suasana yang kita semua rindu. Yang paling penting sekali adalah kita dapat merapatkan silaturahim, kita dapat jumpa dengan kawan-kawan kan lah, yang ada bersama dengan kami pada hari ni kan, dan macam-macam orang lagi yang kita dapat jumpa. Itu yang tak bernilai lah.
Yeah, it's really just, if I had to put it all of this experiences, feelings into one word, I would just say it's just youth. The youth that we all love and crave for, and the kind of thing which we will not be able to get when we are much older. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not young anymore, but I'm still hoping to be young in the scene.
Tak boleh banding lah.
Yeah, I mean,
tak boleh banding. Ada orang lain lagi. Saya tak berani nak banding lah kan. Tapi Yololi boleh lagi lah.
I mean, we're all sort of starting the same generation lah. I mean, you can't see him. He's actually the FIFA caster here. You may not be able to see him for sure. But he's still an amazing man. Possibly the most oldest among us here. He's the godfather at this point here when it comes to experience and knowledge for us.
Itulah dia. Dia walaupun dia punya dia mengulas pada hari yang pertama, tapi dia datang juga pada hari ini untuk memberikan sokongan kepada event ni. Dia tak boleh masuk skrin. Kalau dia masuk skrin, saya risau kita nampak kepala dengan tangan je. Jadi kita tak boleh bawa dia masuk skrin. Tetapi Abel Decipher ada bersama dengan kami pada hari ini. Ia datang semata-mata untuk menyokong aktiviti esports kita yang julung kalinya kita lakukan secara offline.
Yeah, it definitely has been one hell of a journey for everyone, for us casters, even the talent, even the production team as well. And finally, we get to see we're going to be seeing the...
Boba terkejut tak? Boba terkejut.
Huh?
Boba terkejut.
Oh
wow! Terkejut je! That's the one. Oh, wow. Tak sangka terkejutnya Dev Silence menjadi juara dengan 140 mata. Tahniah kepada Dev Silence.
That's the one. Really, they came a long way. And the thing about this as well, we're just looking for the previous scoreboard. Everyone thought they couldn't make it through with their previous positioning. But look at where they are now. One chicken that may not be able to come back to most of the majority of the teams here, but it still allowed them to get all the way to the top one spot. 140 points. That is no laughing matter upon that as well. It's not even comparable to Faro and Gorilla. At this point, previously we were saying like, oh, they were like 28 points difference. Now that's a literally clear 30 plus points difference for themselves here. They worked themselves, they got to the top spot, and they earned that top spot. It's been a crazy day, and and the crazy thing about it is that before coming to this event, as usual, we casters had to prep our notes and the player research as much as possible, that kind of thing. And as I was researching through, I noticed that for the last two MEC, right, MEC 2020 and 2021 and 2022 for this year. Every team is always different. I mean, yeah, it's sad not to see any returning teams. Maybe they are returning players. There may not be returning teams, but it just shows that here in Malaysia itself, there's so much talent. So much talent that just hasn't found. It's like pretty much like finding the right piece to the right puzzle, that kind of thing. Sure you may have the right piece for a certain puzzle, but it may not be the right puzzle you're looking for here. So I think this is definitely one of the few journeys that each of these players will experience in their lifetime here, as their experience as a professional players. And maybe one day we'll be casting for them, whether it's PMPL in the future or PGC, PCS, who knows? It will definitely be an honorable moment for us, or a historical moment for us.
Itulah dia. Jadi setiap tahun kita nampak bakat-bakat baru kan, dan sebenarnya itu adalah sihat untuk kita punya perkembangan e-sports, di mana kita akan selalu ada bakat baru. Dan itu adalah penting sebenarnya. Lagi-lagi kalau kita tengok kebanyakan pemain-pemain dalam e-sports adalah pemain-pemain muda, terutamanya untuk PUBG Mobile lah kan. Dan nampaknya kita punya segmen sudah pun tamat, Yololi.
Yeah, that is pretty much going to be it for us. It has been a blast, but the one to announce it, we announced it once already with as much hype as much love. But let's quickly throw it to our two amazing hosts, Ja and Sleepy Godzilla, to end this amazing tournament with a good sound. Ja, Sleepy Godzilla, please take it away.
Yeah, boy.
Wow. Itulah dia. Wow, 5 game Abeja.
Jadi macam mana ucapan tahniah untuk Dev Silent yang merupakan sebahagian daripada Homeboys Academy.
Wow. Memang
power
guy
lah.
came over
alias ni.
Jadi
kita tak nak buang masa. Jadi kita nak invite Dev Silent
ke pentas.
Were
you talking?
Dipersilakan.
Dev Silence.
Dev Silence.
Di mana dia?
Langsung.
Kau lawan tim mana tadi? Dev Silence.
Oh, itulah dia. Abega sana sikit. Bagi peluang, itulah dia. Bukan juara kita untuk PUBG Mobile MEC 2021-2022. Sekejap, Aisyah scan dulu. Okay, Aisyah ambil ini. Ni nama apa ni?
That's why kita sekal aku bercakap je.
Lupa nak bagi tahu tadi.
Okay, Hakim tahu kan, you guys dah boleh mara terus ke PMPL musim kelima. Qualifier PMPL.
Kamu semua terima kasih ya.
Tahu.
So apa perasaan Hakim? And bagi tahu untuk sebelah suara untuk tim.
Perasaan kita orang sudah tentu happy. Kita orang buat terbaik dekat final PMCO.
Terbaik, itulah dia jawapan daripada Hakim.
Boleh tak kita berkenalan dulu seorang-seorang ni?
Betul juga kan, lupa.
Sebab masa kita invite tim yang menang semalam, ada orang tu marah, kenapa tak tanya nama seorang apa je? Jadi kita nama seorang. Nama sebut? Tam. Ini Tam. Ril. Hakim. Man. Ikial. Dev Silent. Alright, jadi okeylah Syah, kita nak bagi tahulah di mana Dev Silent telah mendapat slot pergi ke PMPL musim ke-5 Jadi anda semua jangan ke mana-mana, sebab apa? Sebentar lagi kita akan ada majlis penutup untuk MEC 2021-2022. Jangan ke mana-mana, kita jumpa selepas ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro 2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
Saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke peringkat ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Samalah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Toy. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotip. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
barulah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih. Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri. Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain. Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik? Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif. Alright, geng. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Atoy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi, Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atu faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerja kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu pendaalah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro 2 siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's okay.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotype. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih. Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri. Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain. Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik? Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif. Alright, gang. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Toy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu pendalah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula Amatur Kebangsaan Pro 2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Sains Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's okay.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Toy. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotype. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih. Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri. Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain. Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik? Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif. Alright, gang. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Atoy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atu faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
Itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu pendalah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula Amatur Kebangsaan Pro 2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's okay.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet isukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif isukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri isukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam isukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haidin ni. Bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotype. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih. Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri. Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain. Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik? Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif. Alright, geng. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Toy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah saja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerja kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu pendalah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro-2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
Saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Ton. Kalau nak buat kerjaya macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal kerjaya yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni. Bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotip. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports Circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the years to come. Fourthly, ESI will be advocating for a healthy ecosystem and to improve regulatory framework that will offer better protection and rights to players and effectively protect minors within the industry, while also fostering good and healthy values within the esports ecosystem through programs and initiatives. The fifth core focus is providing capacity building programs to increase the vibrancy of esports ecosystem and stimulate the local economy through esports. Our final core focus is creating an esports hub, a hub that will become a tournament and event venue, training ground for players, coaches and industry players, networking area, and the main hub for ESI's professional development program. The ESI roadmap lays out the milestones we want to achieve in the next couple years. Phase 1 is laying down the foundation. In this phase, ESI will focus on laying down the foundation for the ecosystem. This includes developing products and key functions of ESI and rolling them out. This phase includes the development of the platform, establishing flagship tournaments and events, and advocating for healthy and inclusive values in the ecosystem. In Phase 2, we will be implementing an inclusive and sustainable framework. The phase includes building an esports hub, introducing the capacity building program, and advocating for an effective regulatory framework. We will be focusing on expanding locally in Phase 3. Here, ESI will expand the reach, participation, and impact of all our core focuses. We will also be focusing on the development of the esports ecosystem outside of major cities. Phase 4 is regional expansion, where we will establish our flagship tournaments as regionally prominent tournaments, attract professional regional players to attend our conference and summit, and ultimately develop the platform into a regional, notable gaming platform.
Ramai betul lah nak jadi streamer sekarang ni lah. Perasan juga. Tapi kan, ada streamer yang tak jaga konten, tak jaga bahasa masa live. Sedih. Ya ke? Kan okey ke? Barulah rasa lagi autentik dan jadi diri sendiri. Salah tu. Streamer kena pastikan setiap konten diorang bersifat positif. Tak kiralah platform streaming atau media sosial, mesti memberikan persekitaran yang selamat untuk penonton dan pemain lain. Habis tu, apa nak buat ni kalau ada orang yang toksik? Kalau ada yang negatif dan toksik, kita mesti tegur. Barulah layak digelar role model dan contoh teladan yang baik kepada masyarakat. Secara tak langsung, isukan boleh jadi satu gaya hidup dan budaya yang sihat dan positif. Alright, gang. Ayuh kita sama-sama ubah, okey?
Mak, minggu ni Atu nak berlatih main game 24 jam. Kena semangat dan juga rajin berlatih. Sebabnya, tournament dah nak dekat dah. Tak boleh bazir-bazir masa.
Wah, bagus anak mak semangat. Tapi kena ingat sikit, Atoy.
Ingat apa tu, Mak?
Seimbangkan main game dengan aktiviti fizikal. Atoy tak boleh terperap dalam rumah sahaja 24 jam.
Tapi Atu nak menang, Mak. Nak menang mesti kena banyak berlatih. Sebab berlatih tu penting.
Mana lagi penting? Menang ke kesihatan? Kita perlukan cahaya matahari untuk vitamin D. Kita juga perlukan udara segar. Sekali-sekala kenalah keluar rumah buat aktiviti fizikal.
Alah, kalau buat senaman dalam rumah je, tak boleh ke, Mak?
Macam ni, Atoy. Senaman dekat luar rumah boleh tolong kita untuk menumpukan perhatian dengan lebih baik, seimbangkan hormon kita dan menetapkan semula irama sirkadian kita. Mak boleh listkan 1001 lagi manfaat, tapi Mak percaya anak mak mesti tahu yang mana baik dan buruk, kan?
Baik, Mak. Atoy faham.
Setiap orang mempunyai impian yang berbeza-beza. Nak jadi kebanggaan ibu bapa. Ada yang nak jadi usahawan berjaya. Nak jadi gamer. Senang kata, kita semua ada cita-cita. Dan tak kira apa pun impian kita, semua itu boleh jadi nyata. Yang penting, rebut peluang, usaha, kerjasama. Kita terus semara sehingga impian menjadi milik kita bersama.
Weh, teruk lah dia ni. Cancel lah. Main game dah lah tak power. Ada hati nak jadi streamer. Kalau aku jumpa kau depan-depan, memang lauk lah kau. Memang aku kerjakan kau teruk-teruk punya.
Gejala buli patut dihentikan kerana ianya kejam, merosakkan dan meninggalkan kesan yang tidak berpenghujung dalam kehidupan individu. Pembuli yang membuli secara mental, fizikal dan cyber patut terus dibanteras oleh komuniti serta masyarakat. Kita patut tentang secara habis-habisan.
Aduh, hati tisu betul lah. Cakap sikit pun dah koyak. Jangan jadi streamer lah, bro. Tak nak kena buli, jadi kuat lah. Ini nampak skema semacam. Memang lauk lah, bro. Kena buli.
Penampilan, cara bercakap, gaya, personality, walau apa sahaja perkara tentang anda bukanlah satu alasan untuk membuli. Terdapat kes yang mangsa buli hilang nyawa akibat dibuli. Jadi ingat, kepada pembuli di luar sana, fikirlah tindak tanduk anda dulu sebelum ingin melakukan gejala negatif ini.
itulah Bob, aku cakap dari dulu lagi. Kau ni ada satu je masalah.
Apa pula? Masalah apa?
Kau ni sepatutnya dah pergi capai Menara Gading, tahu tak?
Biar betul kau ni.
Kau mula berubah sejak kenal dengan satu benda Allah ni. Lepas tu tak keluar rumah, terperap je dalam bilik.
Atoy, tak apalah. Janji aku tak kacau orang.
Bukan, ini masalah ketagihan main game, kau tahu tak? Ketagih sangat.
Sebenarnya, aku tengah berlatih untuk pertandingan e-sport, Toy. Pemain yang berjaya ada peluang wakil negara kita ke peringkat antarabangsa tau. Besar achievement tu.
Tapi kau kena ingat, jangan sampai kacau diri kau tu. Performance kerja kau pun kau kena jaga juga. Itu je aku nak pesan.
Kau relax je, Toy. Man-man. Semua tu aku boleh cover punya.
Program ini dijangka akan memperluaskan tapak penyertaan bakat-bakat baru seawal usia 7 tahun yang berpotensi di peringkat akar umbi untuk dikenal.
Sambutan pada kali ini yang bertemakan tekad ini tekad anda.
Hai, bersama saya lagi Zik Rohaizat dalam segmen My Sukan News. Kita mula amatur kebangsaan Pro-2 Siri ke-6 yang telah berlangsung di Mahkota Golf and Country Club Kuantan hujung minggu lalu berakhir dengan penobatan 5 juara.
Nama saya Dr. Gary Kwan dari University Science Malaysia dan saya juga adalah pakar psikologi sukan untuk ramai atlet di Malaysia. Untuk motivasi,
Saya memilih sukan rugby kerana ia seronok dapat berjumpa kawan-kawan menjadi sihat.
I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast. I'm a different type of beast, but it's so good.
Cuma isu memasak ni adalah budaya kita yang selalu menggunakan kuantiti minyak yang banyak, seterusnya meningkatkan pengambilan kalori harian kita.
Tentang beberapa exercise yang mungkin anda boleh buat di rumah.
Saya terlibat dalam program pembangunan National Sports Council MSN sejak umur 16 tahun lagi dan terus ke peringkat ke program elite dan disebabkan saya berada dalam program tersebut, Majlis Sukan Negara telah memberi banyak sokongan.
Kau tahu tak, Toy? Aku selalu kena marah sebab asyik main game je. Mak aku kata tak ada masa depan.
Sama lah dengan aku juga. Dulu mak aku cakap main game ni tak sihat, tak berdisiplin.
Habis tu macam mana kau boleh jadi atlet e-sukan pula ni?
Stigma negatif e-sukan memang sentiasa akan ada. Engkau je kena buktikan dekat mak kau.
Nak buktikan macam mana?
Macam ni, kau buktikan dalam pelajaran. Pelajaran kau pun kena skor lah. Dalam masa yang sama, kau kena pandai bahagikan masa untuk main game dan buat benda-benda lain.
Tak cukup, Toy. Kalau nak buat karier macam kau, mak aku tak percaya.
Benda ni memang makan masa. Kau kena dedahkan dekat mak kau pasal karier yang cerah dalam industri e-sukan ni. Dalam masa yang sama, tunjuk bakat dan juga pencapaian kau dalam e-sukan. Lama-lama, diorang okey lah.
Oh, ya ke? Okey. Terima kasih, Toy. Hari ni juga aku nak start.
Tahu tak apa yang kita selalu tak hargai?
Tahu. Ex kita lah. Dah ditinggalkan, barulah sibuk nak hargai.
Bukan tu lah. Benda lain.
Oh, bukan Kalau macam tu, pengorbanan? Yelah, pengorbanan orang, kita selalu tak sedar dan tak hargai. Betul tak?
Alah Haida ni, bukan juga. Aku tengah cakap pasal atlet e-sukan.
Atlet e-sukan?
Ya Bob, stereotip. Bila e-sukan je, orang terfikir pasal hadiah wang tunai yang banyak. Padahal, atlet-atlet inilah yang merancakkan dan membina industri e-sukan di negara kita.
Betul tu. Tapi yang famous orang hargai.
Yang famous je. Ramai lagi sebenarnya yang tak famous, orang tak pandang walaupun setiap hari memberikan impak dalam industri e-sukan kita. Mereka juga patut diberi perhatian.
Aku setuju. Atlet e-sukan juga bekerja keras untuk membanggakan dan menyumbang kepada negara sehingga ke peringkat antarabangsa.
Esports is beloved by Malaysians of all ages, but particularly the youth. It isn't just a game, but a discipline to many. This led to a rapid development of the entire industry in Malaysia, introducing Malaysians to this exciting sport. To nurture this growth and create more opportunities, we believe in catalyzing an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive. This means that we care about nurturing and encouraging the growth and expansion of the esports ecosystem, while at the same time ensuring that the ecosystem embraces healthy values and is inclusive. There are 4 key strategies that will be adopted by ESI. The first one is building an ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive for the esports community. Secondly, we will be prioritizing sustainability by providing room for organic growth. Thirdly, we will be creating structures to advocate for a better framework to improve the ecosystem. And our final strategy is expanding access to break down barriers and create more opportunities. ESI will have 6 core focuses. The first core focus is developing an esports platform. The platform will be a fully online tournament engine. The second core focus is establishing the Malaysia Esports circuit, which will include the Malaysia Esports League and Malaysia Esports Championship, with points from these major tournaments feeding into our platform. The third core focus is introducing the Esports Conference Series, a yearly event with the first edition slated for later this year. The 2-day Esports Conference will aim to provide networking opportunities and serve as a platform for discussion, leading towards a larger scale summit, attracting regional industry actors in the...
Assalamualaikum tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Okey Aisyah.
Ya, selamat kembali kepada MEC 2021-2022 yang dibawakan kepada anda oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan KBS dan juga Esports Integrated.
Baik Aisyah, si cantik, si menawan, macam nak beritahu, kita sekarang dah ada dekat awang cakap apa, closing ceremony. Jadi dengan ini kami ingin mengucapkan selamat datang Encik Ahmed Faris Amir yang merupakan CEO Esports Integrated ke dalam Dewan Terbuka yang gemuruh, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Baik, jadi kita tak nak buang masa lagi Aisyah. Alright, so sekarang ni kita nak buat apa tahu? Kita nak bagi hadiah lah kan, dah menang.
Yalah, dah menang mesti dapat hadiah kan.
Jadi kita nak buat majlis penyampaian hadiah untuk games FIFA 22, Dota 2, MLBB dan juga PUBG Mobile.
Ya.
Jadi dengan ini saya ingin menjemput lagi Encik Ahmed Faris Amir untuk naik ke pentas untuk kita bagi trofi dan pingat kepada pemenang-pemenang. Tepuk tangan gemuruh.
Ya.
Baik, Aisyah.
Okey. Kita teruskan dengan penyampaian hadiah
untuk FIFA tempat yang keempat.
Tempat keempat MEC 2021-2022 FIFA 22 adalah Roshan.
Ketiga,
MEC 2021-2022 FIFA 22 adalah Nihas.
Hai, rushing ke bang?
Naib juara MAC 2021-2022 FIFA 22 adalah Draco. Juara MEC 2021-2022 FIFA 22 adalah Orange Fave Line.
Tadi dia dah pesan, saya lupa tadi nak cakap. Baik, sekarang ni Aisyah, kita akan meneruskan kepada majlis penyampaian hadiah untuk pemenang MEC 2021-2022 untuk Dota 2 sekejap lagi bukan sekarang sebab kita ada banyak tu benda best.
Apa dulu? Oh, ni hadiah dia.
Foto dulu, kita buat grup foto dulu. Grup foto. Yang tadi, Roshan tadi. Untuk tempat 32 tadi boleh naik ke pentas untuk kita grup foto.
Oh, okey.
Selfie together bang. Gitu.
Inilah dia untuk kategori FIFA 22.
Macam ni, saya menang motor.
Okey, terima kasih kepada pemenang-pemenang untuk FIFA 22.
Tepuk sikit. Gitu, tanya bang. Jadi Aisyah, kita akan teruskan untuk majlis penyampaian hadiah untuk pemenang MEC 2021-2022 untuk Dota 2 yang tempat yang keempat. Diberikan tepukan yang gemuruh untuk Red Phoenix Alpha. Tempat keempat, Red Phoenix Alpha. Kita teruskan untuk tempat yang ketiga untuk MEC 21-22 Dota 2. Berikan tepukan yang gemuruh untuk Setiawan Esports. Dan untuk naik juara untuk MEC 21-22 Dota 2, berikan tepukan yang gemuruh untuk Cat God. Rushing. Dan untuk juara kita untuk Dota 2 MEC 21-22, tepukan yang gemuruh untuk Atlantis.
Tak sabar. Dia tak sabar.
grup foto
Okay, hold on. Kita jemput semua juara untuk Dota. Ya, naik ke pentas. Come on, come. In the stage. Okey, terima kasih kepada juara-juara untuk Dota 2. Jadi kita akan teruskan kepada majlis penyampaian hadiah kepada pemenang MLBB 2021-2022 MEC. Jadi tempat yang keempat MEC 2021-2022 MLBB adalah Mikey. Tempat ketiga MECC 21-22 MLBB adalah RSG. Oh, tentu gambar dulu. Naib juara MEC 2021-2022 MLBB adalah Karaka. Tangkap gambar dulu.
Sini sikit, sini sikit. Gitu. Tahulah Aisyah tu cantik.
Nervous.
Nampak.
Okay, terima kasih. Juara MEC 2021-2022 MLBB adalah Homeboy. Okey, tapi sebelum tu kita invite semua pemain untuk naik ke atas pentas. Kepada pemenang-pemenang.
Baik, untuk sekarang kita akan teruskan majlis penyampaian hadiah untuk pemenang MEC 21-22 PUBG Mobile. Untuk tempat keempat MEC 21-22 PUBG Mobile ialah dibawakan. kasih. Dan untuk tempat ketiga MEC 21-22 PUBG Mobile jatuh kepada Dingos Glazer. Wow, meriah.
Ada peminat Dingos Glazer, terima kasih.
Untuk naik juara PUBG Mobile MEC 21-22 jatuh kepada Farang Guerrilla. Untuk seterusnya Asha, untuk juara MEC 21-22 PUBG Mobile jatuh kepada Dev Silent. Semua pemenang-pemenang kita
untuk naik ke pentas untuk tangkap gambar.
Ya. Kita bergambar sekejap ya bang?
Ya, masuk naik.
Kita invite semua dulu, okey? Juara oleh. Gentlemen. Nak tukar posing cakap Happy, abang tu minta happy bang, macam ni bang.
Alright, terima kasih kepada semua.
Untuk
jemput turun.
Yang juara stay. Yang juara stay kita ambil gambar ke tak payah dah?
Tak.
Okey dah.
Dah siap.
Yang juara stay. Terima kasih bang. Semua juara untuk FIFA, untuk MLBB, PUBG dan juga Dota 2. Jom.
Dah.
Hai, dah balik dah?
Dah.
Amboi, dapat ada balik dah?
Itulah.
Ada tadi juara tadi. Ini dia juara. Kita bergambar dengan okey, jemput. Kita bagi semua kata.
Ada, okey. Kita jumpa semua juara daripada semua kategori. Mana FIFA ada, Dota ada, MLBB. Oh ada. Okey.
Boleh bang macam ni bang, okey bang.
Bentuk sikit.
Depan. Dan tahniah untuk juara-juara. Terima kasih Encik Ahmed. Terima kasih. Alright. Tahniah. Baik.
Ya, terima kasih kepada Encik Ahmad Faris Amir, juga juara-juara kita. Itulah dia. Di mana kita pun telah sampai ke penghujung. Di mana MEC 2021-2022.
Tak ada duduk sulah berjaya ke? Okey, tak apa. Ni kita, mana kata kita orang cakap apa, secara rasminya kita dah tutup kita punya MEC 21-22 kita.
Dah tutup.
Jadi kita berjumpa lagi di orang cakap apa, musim yang akan datang. Ada benda penting ke nak cakap?
Ada.
Okey, tak apa, Abjad tolong cakap.
Abjad tolong.
So, Abjad ingin memberi peringatan kepada semua bahawa Impact Malaysia sedang mengumpul keperluan untuk bantuan dana pengangkutan #Impact Tolong Hantar. So sebenarnya Syah, dana ni untuk NGO dan juga sukarelawan bantu masa banjir lah, untuk kegunaan seperti penghantaran barangan sumbangan, kos pembangunan sisa banjir, kos penghantaran sukarelawan pasca banjir. Untuk info dengan lebih lanjut boleh check out di Facebook page Esports Integrated untuk mengetahui dengan lebih lanjut.
Macam tu sekali.
Right.
Ya.
Ada benda nak cakap?
Tak ada.
Ada benda nak cakap.
Ketiga
hari offline VMC ni amat orang cakap apa, happy lah. Abjad pun cakap 3 tahun duduk kat rumah terperap. Lepas 3 tahun ini kali pertama dia Abjad nak stage.
Tapi ini first time pula Aisyah duduk kat stage.
Jadi Aisyah ada apa perasaan kena cakap, rasa serba salah ke apa ke?
Betul lah, tapi Aisyah terima kasih kepada MEC, KBS dan juga ESI kerana menjemput kami untuk menghiburkan juga dan menjadi host untuk program sebesar inilah.
Yeah, so andai kata ada kurang garam ke terlebih gula ke, kami minta maaf daripada hujung rambut sampai hujung Maggi. Alright.
Okay.
Jadi dengan ini kami nak cakap sekali lagi, MEC 21-22 telah pun tamat secara rasmi.
Jadi terima kasih kepada semua para peserta dan penonton yang mengambil masa untuk menghadiri acara MEC 2021-2022 secara offline. Jadi sehingga jumpa lagi. Bye-bye semua. Belum lagi.
Tak ada ke semua?
Oh, tak ada semua.
Tutup ni.
Yes. Dia yang takut. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum.